We are just moments away from flipping over to NBC as the countdown to the Indianapolis 500 continues, and some of the Indy 500's most iconic rides taking laps around this legendary 2.5-mile race course. Among those featured A.J. Ford's Roadster as he drove to victory 60 years ago. His first of 4 500 wins. Also that 1981 Penske Cosworth. There you go as they cruise around the track, fellas. You see the countdown ticking there. As we get closer, who do you like? Who's a potential winner here and why?
Well, I mean, Scott Dixon's got the fastest car, I think, in the field. I think he's going to control the field from the start. He's going to be the guy up front that's playing the game of saving a little fuel, holding position, getting himself ready. But if I had to pick a wild card, give me Scotty Mack. Scott McLaughlin had him up here earlier. Guy's got his game face on. Team Penske driver. Rick Mears on the watch. He's going to be strong.
I agree with Townsend. I think Scott Dixon is clearly the odds-on favorite, but if I have to pick a guy that I know desperately wants to win this race, he's had a bad season so far, I'm putting my money right now on Alexander Rossi. He's got a point to prove. He's going to get to the front early, and he knows how to win races, so I picked him.
See the odds on the screen right there. What's the feeling? What's running through these drivers' minds as we're counting down to race time?
Well, listen, they're still making sweet visits. They got to thank the sponsors. They're signing autographs for the fans. But for me, I was always glazed over. I wasn't really present with those sponsors or the fans on race day because in the back of my mind, I knew I had the biggest challenge of the season in front of me, laser focused on the mission today.
Well, for you, what were you feeling right as you're getting down an hour or so until race?
There's a lot of internal nervous anxiety, anticipation on what's going to happen. You may seem cold as ice on the outside and got it all together and laser focused, but inside the wheels are turning at 1,000 RPM. So you got a lot going on in your brain.
Well, these motors are going to be turning at 12,000 RPM. These cars are going to be coming down the front stretch 3 wide at close to 240 miles an hour. And man, it's an electric atmosphere here, Jack. Glad you're here with us.
In football, it's the first hit that calms you down. In racing, you just got to touch that gas pedal and let it ride. Switch it over to NBC and enjoy the day, everybody. Indy 500 coming up.
NBC Sports, home of the Olympic Games, the Premier League, the PGA Tour, the Indianapolis 500, and Primetime's #1 show, Sunday Night Football, only on NBC.
Well, good morning. It's an unseasonably cool final Sunday of May in Indianapolis. It's 60 degrees, but sunbathes the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. As the centuries-long tradition continues, it's the Indianapolis 500 on Memorial Day weekend. And our headline this year, pretty simple. The fans, they're back. 135,000 strong, the largest post-pandemic sporting event anywhere in the world. And we welcome you to the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500 here on NBC. Hi, everyone. Mike Tirico. Welcome to Indy, and welcome back, fans. So great to have them here. One driver in a little bit will cross the Yard of Bricks later this afternoon and join the rich history of this sport. That Yard of Bricks on the track extends out here to Pagoda Plaza, where the fans are back and checking out the $15 million of improvements at the most famous racetrack in the world. The cars, just like usual, 200 laps, 2.5-mile oval, 33 have qualified. This year at an average of 230 miles per hour. The fastest field in the history of the 500. They're here to celebrate America and celebrate the sport. So many stories to share and a great team to tell them. We start with the only woman to lead the 500. She's run in this event 8 times. Danica Patrick knows what these hours are like for the drivers. Danica.
Thanks, Mike. Standing here reminds me of what these drivers are feeling right now. And this is definitely when anxiety starts to peak. A lot of it has to do with walking amongst so many people, which we're so happy to have again this year. And there's really only 2 walks that the drivers do. One is to the green room, and that's what they're doing right now. The second is on the grid, and that's where we find Marty Snyder.
Well, Danica, one of the big stories in IndyCar in 2021 has been youth
versus experience. And there's no better example of that than the front row for this year's Indianapolis 500. Take Scott Dixon trying to win his second 500 at 40 years old. Right beside him, Colton Herta, 21 years old, out of California, trying to win his first 500 in his third start. And then there's 20-year-old Dutch driver Rinus VeeKay, who, if he can win, would win back-to-back races at Indy. He won the road course just 2 weeks ago. You know, these young drivers, very brave, very brash, but experience always seems to pay at the Indianapolis 500. Now let's head to the front of the grid where we find 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion Jimmie Johnson and Steve Letarte.
Yeah, thank you, Marty. The excitement is building. Pit road is full of fans. The front stretch is full of cars. Jimmy, you and I get to experience our first ever Indy 500 in person. You've won here in NASCAR. What's it like to be back as now an IndyCar rookie driver?
Oh, it's been an honor to be in this field and be an IndyCar driver. It's been my childhood dream. But to be here and to experience the Indianapolis 500, all the pageantry we've experienced this morning, this is just the start, and it's been so much fun.
It's such an exciting week, but I don't think that the week has built up or led us to what we're experiencing now. Really, since early this morning, this day has felt totally different.
It really has. I mean, weather conditions have changed for the cars since they've been on track last. The sun is out. I also feel like these cooler conditions are going to make for a more competitive field today, a little more forgiving for the drivers, and just going to be an exciting day.
Well, we're going to have a great view for that race. We're going to be down here on the Peacock pit box at the head of pit road. It's a great view, but another team member who has a great view, our friend Kelly Stavist.
And Steve, I'd argue it's the best view in the house. I am in the turn 1 spotter stand high above the racetrack with views of almost the entire Brickyard. And when that green flag drops, those 33 race cars behind me are going to come roaring through here, 3 wide at speeds in excess of 230 miles per hour. It is a sight and sound unlike any other, and one that is surely to bring all 135,000 fans here at Indy to their feet. And it's in the middle of that crowd that we find our Rutledge Wood.
That's right, Kelly. These fans are back, and they are so glad to be here. Yes, it's 40% capacity, 135,000 fans, like you said, but look at them. They're here. They're ready. Kevin Lee.
Right at the end of 500 miles, all eyes will be right here and back there for the 800th left-hand turn of the day. And up here, this is where heartbreak hit for J.R. Hildebrand a decade ago. He hit about right here, this wall, leading on the final lap. This is where the duel finished with Gordon Johncock and Rick Mears in '82, where Scott Goodyear made his final lunge at Al Unser Jr., and where Sam Hornish Jr. made the pass to win the race about a half mile up here towards immortality. That's where we find Dave Burns.
Kevin, the race starts here and the race ends here. This is the Yard of Bricks, a remnant from a 1909 upgrade the Speedway received so that the cars could go faster. 3.2 million of them lined the entire Speedway. But as the cars went faster, they realized they had to cover them up. All but these. History said the Yard of Bricks will remain. That's because when you win the Indy 500, you've chased down a dream. You've won the race that everyone talks about. And frankly, you need a place to exhale and celebrate that matches how hard this race really is. Let's go back to Mike Tirico and Danica Patrick.
And this is the place to get to, Dave. This is where the winner's car will come. They gave us 2 opportunities to the 500 this year. One of us could drive the pace car, one of us could run the lift.
They give us the right jobs.
So I'm running the lift here. We'll go for the ride here along with the twirlers from Purdue, along with the marching band on here. All right, so this is where the winner's car gets at the end. Why is it so hard to get here?
Where do I begin? But a lot of it has to do with how long this race is and what that includes. So you have to stay focused. You have to make the right changes in the car. You have to hope it's good on the right run. You have to make all the pit stops correctly. And because of all of those pit stops, that means that multiple strategies play out. So it's very difficult to win.
All of that, and somebody in a few hours will be right here, the winner of the Indianapolis 500, and they will become part of the most famous racetrack in the world and its history. It's all ahead here today.
The Indianapolis 500 on race day is like nothing else.
What makes it special is the place.
Every time I show up in Indianapolis, you get me the butterfly in the stomach.
It has this draw that's impossible to get away from. The amount of energy, unlike anything I had ever felt.
Nothing else matters here except winning.
They say Indianapolis owes no one, and it really doesn't.
It's just an always evolving challenge. Things can change like that.
Oh my goodness! What car airborne?
It's insane when you're driving there, 240 miles an hour.
It is the fastest I've ever gone and probably the closest I've ever felt to being Superman.
Winning the 500 can change your life.
Here we are, Victoria Lane, man! We did it!
Kissing the bricks is the best kiss I've ever had.
People talk about their wedding day or when their babies were born. Everybody has babies born. But how many people go to Indy 500 every year? In March, when the pandemic started to close things down, I was wondering what would it do to the race. And I started plotting right away. That's when I started thinking, you know, I got to see the race. If they're going to run it, I'm going to see it. Or go to jail, you know. The week before the race, I was watching qualifying on TV, and they had an onboard camera, and every time it came around the back stretch, I noticed a break in the stands and a tree. And I remember stopping the video and telling my wife, I says, I'm getting up in that tree.
One race fan today managed to see the 500 from a totally different perspective.
Welcome, race fans.
There they go.
Every year it's the same track, it's the same race, it's 500 miles. But last year it was a little bit of a different story. And I think I'll always remember this one. I'm glad to come back here and get some normalcy. You know, we're going to have some fans again at Indianapolis, and hopefully next year it'll be full again. It's important for me to see it every year. It's been one of my traditions. You know, you have to have something to look forward to. And this is by far my favorite day of the year.
And Joe Maglia might be my favorite fan here. He went to great lengths and heights to see the 500 last year. He's back in a much more conventional seat today. Good on you, Joe. Welcome to the front of the grid. Joe and the other 135,000 can buy a great program for the race today. It's drawn by the three-time champ, Johnny Rutherford's artwork depicting the three four-time champs. I think you know the names. A.J. Foyt, Rick Mears, and Al Unser Sr. They're the only three men to win the Indianapolis 500 4 times. Now, Helio Castroneves can join them today. He's one of the 7 drivers who have 3 500 wins. Then there are 10 drivers who've won here twice. 2 of them in today's field, Juan Pablo Montoya and the defending champion, Takuma Sato. So we speak of Sato, and of course, Danica, last year, it was Sato who got the best of Scott Dixon, who had the best car all year. Dixon's on the pole up here in the front row behind us. He's trying to join that list. You know, you think about Scott and the incredible year he has had. He's already won a race. He's the 6-time champion of the series. He's the favorite here, a heavy favorite by everyone you ask. You agree?
Rightfully so. He's my favorite, too. And it's really because when I watch qualifying, and I just see how much he had to hang on to the car. That was impressive. And then afterwards, he gets out of the car, and it's maybe as excited as I've ever seen Scott on camera. And so you look at that and you think this guy is at the peak of his talent and his excitement for racing. And he's had 6 championships, and he's 40 years old. It's truly impressive. He's like a fine wine.
He's got that hunger. He's won, as you mentioned, this year. He's one of the 5 race winners in the NTT IndyCar Series this year. But as we bring in the guys in the booth, Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, and Paul Tracy, who called this 2021 Indy 500. The other 2 on the front row, guys, part of the future of the sport that's really coming of age this very season.
Mike, it's so exciting. Do you know one of the most daunting things in all of racing is taking turn 1, lap 1 here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But imagine being 20-year-old Dutch driver Rinus VeeKay or 21-year-old American Colton Herta. Just doing that for their first time is amazing. They're starting alongside 6-time champ Scott Dixon. But Townsend, I don't think either of them are going to be daunted by that prospect.
I don't think so. And you look at Colton Herta there. I mean, look at the youth just on the face of that guy. I've known him since he was a young man. Colton Herta has the talent to beat Scott Dixon. Colton Herta has the courage to beat Scott Dixon, but he doesn't have the wisdom. How could he? He's just 21 years old. I've known this kid for a long time, and his father. I raced against his dad for many years. There you see Father Brian Herta. That's Colton Herta with the mohawk on. This kid has had a fierce fire burning within him. He's a quiet, shy guy in public, but inside is a burning fire. He's got the wisdom from dad on the pit box, helping him on the radio. I think that's what's going to make up the difference and give him a chance to beat Scott. What about VK?
Well, VK, like Herta, is a second-generation driver. His dad used to race against Arie Luyendyk Sr., the two-time Indy 500 winner, and he serves as a mentor to Rinus VK. At an early age, he wanted to go to Formula One, but they knew they didn't have the money and the resilience and the sponsorship to get there. And Arie said, come to America. And quickly, he went right through the Road to Indy program. And now, at 20 years old, he's the Indy GP winner. And if he wins today, you are automatically a global superstar.
Yeah, keep an eye on him. We're trying to run through the variables for you. Let's not forget about the two-time and defending Indy 500 winner, Takuma Sato of Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. He's won 2 in the last 4 years. Let's head to the Peacock pit bots. And Steve, Jimmy, who do you like the look of?
Well, you guys talked a lot about the youth on the front row, but Jimmy, I think you have to look at a race like this and talk about experience. No one with more experience than Helio Castroneves making his 21st start, trying to move into that rarefied air of a 4-time winner.
Yeah, I totally agree. The longer the race, I think the more experience plays a role. And we always think of the driver in that space, but you also have to think of the timing stand and the strategist on there. So experience is going to play, and Helio's done such an amazing job here over the years.
A new look for Helio, though. So many years with Team Penske, now with Meyer Shank. Can he take that wisdom, that experience to a new, younger team?
Without a doubt, he does. And a point that we talked about earlier was the fact that this is a one-off team for him. So there could be a little bit of, I don't know, some of the details could be missed with a one-off team, but Helio's experience and guidance of that race team has been amazing.
Well, he's a superstar and he's super well known. Mike, we'll see if Helio can become a 4-time winner today.
Just one of the many options out there. Alexander Rossi also in the mix for the conversation about who do you like and who will you watch closely. Rossi drives for Andretti Autosport, as does Marco Andretti, son of the team owner, Michael, and grandson of the 1969 Indy winner, Mario Andretti. Today's the first race of this season with an Andretti in an IndyCar field. To find out why, the member of one famous racing family had a visit from another familiar name in the sport, as our Dale Earnhardt Jr. visited Marco's home in Pennsylvania.
So Marco, what's that been like for you to go from full-time driver to focusing just on the Indy 500?
You know, I miss driving and stuff like that, but really I'm happy. I even have a lot of my friends that question. I am all right. I really am happy with the decision, and what it has allowed me to do is really bring back the purity of just the driving for me, and I could still win the crown jewel. So, you know, I'm living the dream right now.
So I wasn't aware of this, but I guess there's the Andretti curse at Indy.
Mario on the right of your screen, he's not starting.
Yes, there's a lot of wins that we've let go as a family.
Suddenly the car slows and Michael appears to be done.
The near misses.
Here's the finish. Tim Hortons Jr. makes the bad no winning.
But at the same time, you just have to keep coming back, keep swinging.
We've got a car upside down. It's Marco Andretti.
As long as you're competitive.
There are some Cup drivers in the NASCAR series that would love to race in the Indy 500, but you know, given the opportunity to do it at my age, I probably wouldn't do it. It's terrifying, dangerous.
Oh my goodness, what a huge crash.
I respect it. You know, I do respect the speed and I respect what can happen. I mean, there's Formula One guys. I mean, I talked to Lewis Hamilton. They don't want anything to do with it. When I make up my mind, it flips a switch and it just diminishes fear.
You know, people ask me all the time what my dad told me about racing, taught me about driving, and we never talked about racing. We never did. He was always like, don't do anything stupid. Don't do drugs and don't hang out with the wrong crowd. What is probably one or two things that was extremely important that you heard from your dad or your grandfather throughout your life?
It's probably the same answer from both. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff, and my grandfather was able to really just do it for the joy of winning and all that, and I think my dad did it for like the fear of losing. If I had to pick one thing, it's probably just trust in in yourself, because there's a lot of times, as you know, where you're supposed to go in deeper than your but's telling you to do it, and you always have to trust that instinct.
Still inside. Tell you clear, clear.
I mean, I've dominated the race like my father and grandfather, but there's one lap that counts there, and that's the one that, you know, I want to lead.
The Andretti's in Indy, always a story. 3 generations, of course, represented here at the Speedway. Marco, he was on the pole last year, where we were a short time ago. He's back here in row 9 today. And just making the walk from the head of the field to row 9, you're reminded a lot of traffic and a lot of cars to get through from 1 to 9. So Marco debuted here, and you've known him forever. He debuted here as a 19-year-old, and now we hear him in that piece. He's 34. He's in a different place.
Yeah, he is in a different place. But yet, when we look at all of this, he clearly grew up under a different microscope, too. What were you guys doing at 19? What was I doing at 19 years old? So not only did he come onto the scene with incredible success, but he's also a 3rd-generation Andretti, and that's just a lot to deal with. So we've watched a boy become a man and mature through all that. And I think what's clear is that he's found peace. And he's clearly found peace about how much he loves being here at the Speedway, because he keeps coming back for himself.
The family always feels like they belong here. And a lot of folks feel like they owe the Andretti family one. We'll see if that's today. Back to Dale Earnhardt Jr., the other part of that conversation. The 2nd season of his Peacock Original Series, Lost Speedways, is coming this summer. He and his co-host, Matthew Dillner, explore some of the great racing venues in the past. Here's a look at what to expect in Season 2.
I'm Dale Earnhardt Jr., and I'm on a journey. A journey to find and explore old abandoned racetracks. A journey that retraces the footsteps of my heroes and immortalizes their greatness.
Green flag is waiting.
At the very places in which they excelled.
Down the beach, full throttle. Accelerating, sliding, shifting in split seconds.
A journey that seeks closure for anyone forced to cope with the grief of losing their beloved Speedway.
I've learned everything about life right here on this asphalt.
A journey that, when it started, I had no idea one of those people would be me. That's crazy.
Can't wait. You can stream every episode of Lost Speedway Season 2 starting July 1st. Sign up at peacocktv.com to get started. Somebody's going to Indy 500 pre-race coverage brought to you by Uber Eats. Tonight, I'll be eating. No team owner has had a victory dinner as many times at Indy as Roger Penske's. Those are the 18 Baby Borg Warner trophies on display at the Penske Race Shop in Charlotte, North Carolina. In January of 2020, the captain bought the IndyCar Series and this Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They've put $50 million of improvements. The place looks amazing. And 135,000 fans here enjoying it during the 500 for the first time. Well, we always talk about anniversaries. This is the 10th anniversary of J.R. Hildebrand's debut in the 500. Today he starts a few rows back in row 8. Whatever happens today, it will likely not match the first start, which was one of the most stunning finishes in not just Indy 500 history, but sports history. When just a few yards before here, the finish line, in the final lap, there was a turn of fate that happened in the last turn. Fate turned against him and smiled upon Dan Weldon.
Guys, you're awesome!
It's just an incredible day. He's got a half a lap to go, and he's the Indy 500 champion.
He is sputtering slow, and he hits the wall! Coming out of 4! Will he have enough to cross the yard of bricks?
Unbelievable finish. Dan Weldon wins at Indianapolis.
We came here to win, and we kept saying we're here to win, but we actually won.
Dan Weldon is a two-time champion just like that.
Weldon had his face put on the Borg Warner Trophy for the second time in the Indy 500 that day as the champion. But less than 5 months later, he was gone. As our Tim Layden shares with us now, the Weldon legacy carries on with his family.
Last time I was younger and I didn't enjoy it like I should have.
Our friendship won't end.
Baby, I love you so much!
She's always given me that inspiration and belief that I'm the best out there.
I'll see you later. I love you, my good friend.
I'm going to soak in every moment.
On the afternoon of October 16th, 2011, IndyCar driver Dan Wheldon was killed in the season-ending series race at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. His death gutted the sport. Just 33 years old, Wheldon had won 2 Indy 500s.
It's just an incredible day.
But the pain of that day went much deeper. Among those in attendance that fall afternoon with Wheldon's wife, Susie, were their young sons, Sebastian and Oliver. 10 hard years have passed for Susie and her boys.
To say 10 years out loud to me is really unbelievable. For me, it feels like no time has passed. We've managed to move forward in a way that we're doing great. The boys are thriving, but there have been some real struggles for sure.
The boys are now 12 and 10 years old and thriving as kart racers, learning to know their father through the sport that he loved. In late April, the boys became part of the Andretti Autosport Developmental Driving Program. They posed for a picture with Susie and Michael Andretti in front of the memorial to their father, connecting across time and tragedy, using racing to keep a family strong.
I don't know if I can articulate it in a way that makes sense, but there's a really deep sense of peace when I'm at the track with my boys.
Sebastian remembers his dad. Oliver was just too young. They are learning. They ask questions. Susie sees slices of Dan in both of them.
That's your word of the day. Interesting.
Oliver is super mischievous and likes to give people a hard time. Sebastian too, he's going to be a little more sensitive. Dan was sensitive at times. Maybe people didn't know that about him. Their driving styles as well. Oliver is super aggressive. Sebastian is very meticulous and very observant.
There is a logical question here. Racing took Dan, and now the boys are racers. It is sweet, but to an outsider, also a little frightening.
I lost the most important person outside of my children. It has also given me so much. It's something that is really hard to explain for somebody that doesn't understand the sport.
They are a family still, beset by tragedy, making a new life from the ashes, in carts, at a track, going fast.
Those boys have saved me 1,000,000 times over, and that is the reason why you get up in the morning, especially in those first few years when it's so raw and fresh. Even now, I just can't quit. I have to keep going. They're my reason for sure.
And this was about 5 minutes ago, about 10 yards from us. Susie Wheldon and the boys, Sebastian, age 12, Oliver, age 10, checking out Dad's face twice on the Borg Warner Trophy. We were both standing here, Danica. I got choked up. It's just so hard to see the boys, but they love the sport. You can see it in their eyes as they looked around this place. You were in that race in 2011 when Dan won his second Indy 500 and had a front row seat as you watched Dan and his family celebrate that victory.
Yeah, I sure did. And as Dan said, his celebration after the first win was much different than the second win. And I was right there. I was inside of his bus with him and Susie and the boys. He still had his suit on, and we're just hanging out in there. And I'm just watching Dan be so calm and happy and peaceful. And so when Susie says that there's a sense of peace at the racetrack, that doesn't surprise me. Dan died doing what he loved, and now those boys are showing that same passion that Dan had for racing, and Mom can feel that. She can feel him through those boys.
And if that is helping her and in turn the boys remember their dad's legacy, we wish them nothing but the best. It's an amazing sport. It has great spirit, it has great energy, it has great power. It also carries great emotion as well. We'll continue from Indianapolis as we move towards the 500 here on NBC. It's the Olympics in 8 weeks on NBC, but next week it's the Olympic Club, San Francisco, the 76th U.S. Women's Open. Uninterrupted coverage presented by Rolex begins next Thursday on NBC. Golf and streams on Peacock. Many in the field at Olympic next week have competed here the last few years. Brickyard Crossing for the 18 holes inside the Speedway. They held an LPGA event. You can book around there and at thousands more courses. Enjoy waived convenience fees on every tee time. Book now, golfnod.com. or download the free app today. Course is closed today. We've got other things going on at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Plenty of things, and we'll check in for some of that with Rutledge Wood and Jack Collinsworth. Guys.
Mike, it is amazing to be down here on the grid with Jack. Jack, this is your first Indy 500. What do you think so far?
I've never been to a sporting event that's this connected to one community. The roots run deep here. Everybody, I don't care if it's your Uber driver or what it may be, they can't wait to tell you their favorite Indy 500 story. My favorite part, though, is just cruising in, the parking lot parties, all the grill outs going on. I've already marked the calendar for a little trip into that EDM snake pit for next year. My kind of sport here, right?
Absolutely, and we want to give some love to all the frontline workers that worked so hard to make today possible. They turned this track into a vaccination center and vaccinated over 80,000 people here to make today possible, to get us at that number, 135,000 fans, the biggest sporting event since the pandemic. Jack, I know we both got our shots already, but I got you a t-shirt. If you need help getting your shot, you can scan the QR code on the screen or visit bookmyvaccine.com. Planyourvaccine.com. You keep the shirt. These fans are incredible, Mike. They're getting the cars warmed up. The Indy 500 is coming, my friend.
Are you ready, Rudd? I think you are. Great to have Jack with us here as well. Speaking of Indianapolis and the pride of the natives, our Kevin Lee, an Indianapolis native as well, and he's standing by with the mayor of Hinchtown, the guy they love here, James Hinchcliffe. Kevin.
Well, James Hinchcliffe certainly has dealt with all the emotions of this place, from surviving a vicious crash to winning the pole to getting bumped. Back here again with your wife, Becky, and we just saw you guys walking out. What do you take in as you get back here on the main straightaway?
Yeah, honestly, it's just so nice having fans back. This event's so special, and you've heard a lot of drivers say it. It's the fans that really make it what it is, and last August being here with nobody was just such a weird feeling. We joked afterwards, it felt like a dress rehearsal. And it's like, the race was done, we're like, okay, let's bring the fans in and put on another good show. But even at half capacity, to have all the people here and just hear the cheers, feel the energy, it feels like race day again.
Good luck today.
Thank you so much.
Well, a great moment with the Kanan family walking through Gasoline Alley, and little Nina all over the place. Tony, you said you would only come back with fans. Was one of these moments walking through Gasoline Alley like that and the fans cheering you what you had in mind?
Yeah, I mean, tough to hold the emotions, you know. But this is awesome. It's really cool.
I can see the emotion. Obviously, we can hear it too, TK. What is your connection with the fans here about your 20th 500, Tony?
I mean, Marty, they are the reason that I came back, right? I mean, obviously, Jimmy, American Legion, and Chip, but I refused to retire last year because of this. So, man, it's tough. But can't wait to get in the car. This is going to be all over.
Love the emotion, and he has a car that can win the race. And Steve Lechard, I'm interested to know, what does Mr. Johnson thought about seeing his 48 car go around the track the last 2 weeks?
Well, yeah, I was going to talk about Kanan and his chances to win the 500, but after seeing that interview, I want to take it a complete different way. What's it mean to you as one of the guys that gave him the shot now, splitting the car with him this season? See the emotion on Tony's face.
Man, it's so special to see him with that emotion. He's a man that always wears his heart on his sleeve, and we all know how much this means to him, and I'm just excited for him and looking forward to a great day.
Well, he's making his 20th start in the car you split with him, the number 48, but a special paint scheme on the car.
It really is. The American Legion's been a great partner for us this year, and to have the American Legion car on track Memorial Day sends a huge message around the world, and we're so thankful for all the service that's taken place in our great country. And the American Legion has a very important initiative right now, and that initiative is to end veteran suicide. A big deal. Many might not know about it, but it's something that we really need to address, and it's top of mind for the American Legion.
Great work by a great sponsor. And if you're looking for a guy to cheer on today, Tony Kanan is a fan favorite, but I think there's another fan favorite standing by with Kelly Stavist.
The lone female in today's lineup, Simona Di Silvestro, making her 6th Indy 500 start, but your first, Simona, since 2015. A lot has changed over the last 6 years. What is it like being back?
Yeah, it's been amazing to come back to the Speedway, especially back to IndyCar as well. You know, IndyCar has done so much for my career, so it's really special to be back. And especially today, you know, I think since a year, you know, we've had no fans anywhere, even in Europe. So it's really cool to see everyone out there, and just really happy to be here and getting the chance to race again at the 500.
In a significant moment, your race team predominantly female run from the top and team owner Beth Peretta down. What What is it like to be a part of such an important moment?
Yeah, to be honest, it feels really special. You know, I walked out with the girls before, and it was just really, really cool. You know, Beth has created an amazing opportunity. They've worked so hard, you know, and they're really fast in the pit stop. So it just shows, you know, if you give the people any opportunity, they take it. And just the work ethic they've had, it was amazing. So yeah, I think we'll have some pretty cool pit stops, and I just can't wait. You know, I'm really proud to represent that and being here for sure.
Well, putting together this female forward team was a dream many years in the making for team owner Beth Peretta. I had a chance to sit down with her earlier this week.
Beth Peretta, she has put her female forward team into the Indianapolis 500 for the very first time.
It's impressive watching these women going over the pit wall, and by all accounts, they're getting the job done.
They are getting the job done. They're going early in the morning. They're going, you know, showing up at 4:30 in the morning before they then go to their day jobs, because this is something that they're doing on the side right now. They're going in and learning that economy of motion, and that makes you smooth, and smooth makes you fast, just like a driver. Smooth is fast. Same things with a pit stop, and they've learned that.
How did you get it done?
I had really faith in the team, and everyone worked so hard.
We know Simone is one of the fan favorites, but what has the response been like in general to your team so far?
It's been overwhelming. The notes that I get from fathers of daughters and people from all over the world asking for, you know, hero cards. One of the most touching things is some of our mechanics started wearing a side braid in their hair, and a woman tweeted to us because her daughter asked to have a side braid because she saw it in a lot of the pictures of our women on the team. And those are the subtle things that I was hoping we'd start to influence in time, of having these kids seeing themselves. So to see it happening already is humbling, and probably proof of concept that this matters. This is just the beginning, for sure.
Drop of the green flag. What will that moment mean to you?
The green flag is probably for me going to be more emotional than even the checkered flag, because hopefully it's the start of this team being in this series for many years to come.
Great support from America's Motor City, Detroit, where Beth calls home, and Roger Penske's team helping with the engineering of the car as well, and the sponsor, the folks from Rocket, who have a base in Detroit as well. All part of an amazing story, Danica. What does the presence of that team mean today?
Standing here thinking that just down here on the exit of Turn 4, I sat in Lynn St. James' Turn 4 suite at 14 years old and watched her go around. And 9 years later, I was leading the Indy 500. And right now there might be a girl in the stands, someone watching at home, and they might see Beth as an owner, Simona as a driver, these women going over the wall with their braids, and that might be them someday. That's why this is such an important and inspirational story.
We have one part of that in our world as well. The race that you'll watch, the 500, like all the IndyCar races this year, will be produced by Renee Hatlalid, our colleague. It is the first time that a woman has produced the telecast of the race of the Indy 500. Renee's been in motorsports for a long time, and we are so proud to be a part of her show on this groundbreaking day. Drivers are getting ready. Field of 33 will introduce them, and the fans will get a chance to cheer for them. And we'll enjoy hearing the fans cheer the drivers at Indy.
He always says, I want to live to be 100. He wants to be on a Smucker's jar. So this has special significance because it's Dad's 90th birthday. That's a big milestone in and of itself. But to think about that coupled with race weekend, the feeling is indescribable.
We have 3 generations of Martin. The 3 of us get to share in the experience that is the Indy 500. And for us, it's not just a one-day event. It truly is a lifetime of memories, experiences, and traditions. This is part of the tradition.
The start of the race, the anticipation, the build-up to the first few laps is always exciting. Once you've gone through all the pageantry, singing back home again in Indiana, the flyover, the command to start your engines, you get goosebumps. I don't think it's something that you can get a real good feel for until you actually attend in person. Because for us, Indiana's always home. No matter where you live, coming back, it's home. It's what we, it makes me emotional because it is all of that for us.
And the Dugan family, one of the many families for whom the Indy 500, it's more than a race. It's a story that crosses generations, and we see that over and over. I know the legacy of Indiana is basketball country, and then our colleague Tony Dungy and Peyton Manning helped make it football country with the great success of the Colts. But it is racing, racing, racing. You come here, especially in the month of May, these fans who didn't see their streaks continue last year were so desperate to come back. They want to tell you, hi, my name is Bill. I'm from Broad Ripple. It's my 37th. It's my 43rd. It's a personal pride matter to so many. And the towns, the cities, the schools, the communities, they stop what they're doing this final week of May. They make sure that the drivers know that this week is about them and this city is about the 500. Time now to meet the drivers who will make up the field in the Indianapolis 500.
Fans, let's meet our pace car driver for the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500. Former Indy 500 competitor and NBC commentator, Danica Patrick. And now, the drivers for the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500. Starting in 33rd position from Switzerland, racing for Beretta Autosport, Simona Di Silvestro. The first driver to sweep the Indianapolis 500 and GMR Grand Prix in 2018 from Australia, Will Power. And making his 8th Indy 500 start, 2013 Indy Lights champion, Sage Karam. On to the 10th row, starting in his 2nd Indianapolis 500 from Ontario, Canada, Dalton Kellett. In the middle, from Reigate, England, welcome back, Max Chilton. And on the inside, also from the United Kingdom, welcome back, Stephen Wilson. Starting in row 9, he won 4 consecutive IndyCar championships from 2004 to 2007, Sebastian Bourdais. In the middle, 2019 Indianapolis 500 winner, Simon Pagenaud. And last year's pole-sitting driver, starting in his 16th Indianapolis 500, Marco Andretti. On to the 8th row, the rookie Indy 500 champion in 2000 and repeat winner in 2015. From Colombia, Juan Pablo Montoya. His 7th place finish in his first Indy 500 won him Rookie of the Year honors in 2019. Santino Ferrucci. Another Rookie of the Year back in 2011, and here for his 11th consecutive Indy 500 start, J.R. Hildebrand. In row 7, the NTT IndyCar champion in 2017 and 19, and starting in his 10th Indy 500, Joseph Newgarden. Looking to move to the front from his career best 9th place finish of a year ago from England, Jack Harvey. And from Noblesville, Indiana, starting in his 8th Indianapolis 500, Connor Daly. On to row 6. He finished third in 2020 and starts in his 14th Indianapolis 500 today. Here's Graham Rahal. In the middle, a rookie from Christchurch, New Zealand. Welcome, Scott McLaughlin. And from Toronto, Canada, back for his 9th start, it's James Hinchcliffe. In row 5, fans, he couldn't hear you cheering for his victory last year, so let's hear it for him now. 2-time Indianapolis 500 winner, defending his 2020 win from Tokyo, Japan, Takuma Sato. The NTT IndyCar Series Rookie of the Year in 2019 from Sweden, Felix Rosenqvist. And launching a new chapter in a dynastic racing story from Sao Paulo, Brazil, Pietro Fittipaldi. On to row number 4. He was the highest finishing rookie in last year's race from Mexico, Pato O'Ward. He finished just 1/2 second behind the winner in his rookie start in 2017. Welcome back, Ed Jones. And the winner of the 100th Indianapolis 500 in 2016, Alexander Rossi. Here comes row number 3. Back for his 3rd Indy 500 from Sweden, Marcus Ericsson. From Brazil, 3-time Indianapolis 500 champion, the Spider-Man, Helio Castroneves. And 2014 Indianapolis 500 champion, Florida's Brian Hunter-Reay. In row number 2, in his 2nd Indianapolis 500 from Barcelona, Spain, Alex Palou. From Brazil, the 2013 Indy 500 champion, it's TK Tony Kanaan. He finished 2nd in 2018 and wants one place better today. From Indianapolis, Indiana, Ed Carpenter. And now, the front row. 2020 NTT IndyCar Series Rookie of the Year and winner of the GMR Grand Prix, Rinus VeeKay. He was the youngest driver in the field at 19 years old in 2019, and now is back for his 3rd Indy 500, Colton Herta. And on the pole, 6-time NTT IndyCar champion and winner of the 2008 Indianapolis 500 from Auckland, New Zealand, the Iceman, Scott Dixon. There they are, fans, the 33 drivers for the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Representing 15 countries with 11 Americans on this Memorial Day weekend. We're going to hear from the front row and continue with all the pre-race ceremonies as we get closer to the green flag of the Indianapolis 500. So May is all about Indy. June is about making Team USA. The Olympic trials all month, including the diving trials in a couple of weekends in Indianapolis. It all leads to the Tokyo Olympics starting July 23rd right here on NBC. Born in Tokyo, Takuma Sato became the first Japanese driver to win the Indy 500 back in 2017. Last year, he outdueled Scott Dixon for his second 500 victory. Today, Dixon seeks to turn the tables, and Scott's standing by with Marty Snyder.
Yeah, Scott having a chat with Juan Pablo Montoya, who just walked away a moment ago. So everyone in the paddock, Scott, says you're the guy to beat today. What's the confidence level you have with your race car?
Confidence level's high, but unfortunately, I think with the weather conditions, it's probably doubled the amount of potential winners. Maybe up to 20 cars, I think, have a potential of doing really well. So this race is crazy. It's always crazy, but I think this might be the craziest Indianapolis 500 that any of us have been a part of. So excited for everybody. Excited to see the fans here. Hopefully, we can get that PNC number 9 up the front and be drinking that milk later today.
Traditional 3-wide start, obviously, with 2 young guys beside you. How aggressive do you play that turn 1, or do you kind of let them go do their thing early?
Pedal to the metal, man. We're going hard out. We'll see. We'll see. We've got a little bit of time before we get there to make the decisions that we need to. But I know those guys are going to be aggressive. But it's not going to be important to lead early. I think fuel mileage could be a factor as well, especially with these conditions. So we'll see how it goes. But pedal to the metal.
Dave Burns, we have an interesting fact for you. There's a convertible pace car today. The last time there was a convertible pace car, 2008, this guy, Scott Dixon, won.
Wow, how about that? That's a great fact, Marty. Other fact, last year was Rinus VK's first 500, but there was no one here to see it. What's it like with people?
It's something else. I've been here as a fan with 90 people, but to be a driver and seeing everyone in the stands, they're sitting for you to see you drive. It's I cannot explain how it feels like, but it is just so cool. And yeah, we've done it. We got 135,000 people in the stands, so awesome job by Roger Penske, and it's awesome, just awesome.
You had a great qualifying run last year, a little more responsibility this year. That front row, Rinus, what's it going to be like going into turn 1 for you?
Definitely going to be, first lap of 200, so you want to take risk, but calculated risk. So I'm just gonna think in a moment. I cannot really predict what's gonna happen. Like, I can think of 100 things, but there could be millions of things happening. So I'm just gonna see what's gonna happen out there, and I'm just gonna race my own race, just like this is one of our 17 races in IndyCar series, and yeah, try to drink some milk. Yeah, I feel like drinking milk today. Yeah.
He's got the right attitude, Kevin. Is it 2%? Wait, 2% or whole?
Whole, of course. The milkiest milk we can get.
Milkiest milk you can get, Kevin Lee.
Well, compared to 20-year-old Rinus VK, Colton Hurd is the old man. He's 21 in his 3rd season. They always say experience matters. How do you speed up that curve?
I mean, we definitely have enough practice around here to flatten that curve. Great teammates, guys that have won here, 2 Indy 500 winners, and if you count Elio, that's, what is that, 5 Indy 500 wins in the team, so that definitely helps. We have a great car today, and obviously a great team behind me.
Your dad is on your radio. He's your strategist. Most people your age don't want to hear from Dad. Why does this work?
I think we're both pretty level-headed. We don't really go too excited or too sad, so we're kind of in the middle the whole time. So it works. He's been an incredible calming influence for me on the radio, and it's been incredible. Just really quick, big shout out to U of A softball for beating Arkansas in 2. So congrats to you guys. Good luck. And I'll be watching.
There you go. We had that coming up in the next segment, I think, but Colton has already covered that for us. Hey, let's go back up to Mike Tirico and Dan Kirkpatrick, and we're about ready to race.
Women's College World Series update. Wasn't expecting that, but that's okay. You just mentioned that you competed against both VK and Hurd as dads.
Yeah.
And you're still young.
I
That's
did.
how young those guys are.
Rinus' dad in England, and then Brian here in IndyCar. So, okay, skip over that. Back to the young guys.
Well, they combined 41 years old. Scott Dixon also in the front row with them, turns 41 this summer. How does youth versus the veterans play out in your mind?
Well, I mean, we're looking at turn 1, and I'm excited to see how this turns out. Because the young drivers are sure, they're going to be anxious. You want to take the lead for the Indy 500. That sounds so cool. You're 21.
Let's go.
What do? Go lead the Indy 500. But a veteran knows that you can't win the race in the first lap of the first corner of the first lap. And also, let's not overlook what he mentioned about fuel mileage. There is nobody better at fuel mileage than Scott Dixon. So these are the kind of things, the decisions that are playing out throughout this whole day. And it's the longest race of the year. Those compound.
You mentioned fuel mileage. I think of Steve Letarte right away. Steve and Jimmy have more on Scott Dixon. Steve?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. So they mentioned it. Listen, the excitement's building. I can feel the energy under 30 minutes until we see the green flag. The question I have, very simple. He's the pole sitter. He's been fast in every practice. We've seen Scott Dixon, 6-time champ. Is this the Indy 500 for him to win?
I don't know if it's the one for him to win. I certainly hope so as a teammate and friend, but in the excitement that he has in his voice, we know the moment's here. He's earned everything all month long. He's been the fastest car, he's been top of the boards, won the pole. He's the favorite going into this. We'll just see who this track bestows the victory to.
All right, we hear all this stuff about being calm, good aggression, quickly. You've done it. You've put the helmet on your whole career. How much can you really carry that into the race car?
You can carry it into the car, but right now it's really about just clearing your head, getting your thoughts together, and racing the racetrack. There's so much to happen over 500 miles. You just need a clear mind and climb in there and get ready to go.
The grid's full of cars. The stands are full of people. Kelly, I'm excited to see this race get going here in just a little bit.
And Steve, one thing that all of these race teams have in common, the Firestone race tires. Firestone has been a part of the Indy 500 since the inaugural race back in 1911. And this year, Firestone brought over 5,000 tires to be used here at the Brickyard throughout the month of May. It is the same tire compound or makeup that they used here at the 500 last fall. It's proved to be durable for an entire fuel run, which we expect to be about 30 or so laps today. However, should a late race caution fall, we could see some varying strategies, with some teams opting to give up their position on track in favor of some fresh Firestone rubber to make a charge to the checkered flag. Time now to head back out to the plaza, where Jack Collinsworth has found some interesting special guests.
I am out here with two WWE superstars, The Miz and Titus. I'm glad we finally got to the interview so the trash talk can finally stop over here.
Trash talk? What do you mean? Look, the best hair in the business. This guy has been fixing his hair for the past hour for this interview.
And there's a change of tone right there. You guys are used to wrestling's biggest stage with WrestleMania. What draws you to the biggest stage in racing?
Do you feel the electricity in here tonight? I mean, we are going to see racers going plus 230 miles an hour, around and around and around for 3 hours. It's going to be incredible.
And Titus, this is the most fans that we've seen in one venue in over a year's time. What does that add most for a performer?
Yeah, as a performer, I mean, we had WrestleMania in April, and it's our first time in front of fans in over a year. As you can see, the energy here is electric. It's the 105th running of this race, and I'm excited to see just people be together. And although it's still only like 40% of the crowd capacity, 135,000 people here in this stadium. I mean, I just can't wait till they start going and seeing these people go nuts.
How does this environment compare to what you remember about some of those massive crowds from WrestleMania?
Oh, are you kidding me? I mean, you feel the electricity from the audience, and that motivates you, that guides you. So you know that the drivers are feeling the audience today, and it just helps out with everything. And I think it's going to be an absolute amazing race. I think Graham Rahal is going to take the whole thing.
And Renus VK is going to take the race.
He's 20.
Renus,
when I was 20, I was on the real world. I wasn't racing $1 million
to win the Indy 500.
There's no way.
Yes.
He's too young. He's too young.
Earlier. Willie T. Rims, first African-American to be...
I'm just glad you guys got a little taste. I'm glad you got a little taste of what about the past 20 minutes have been like.
The whole time, just like, hey,
I'm going to tell you this. Right. You got to rip a couple set of bench press. You want to hang out with these two. Mike Tirico, back over to you.
Jack, you're very wise. Don't try to break him up. Let him go. Let him run out of energy, right? At some point. We're watching the drivers. We heard them introduced, and now they'll be heading towards their cars here in a moment as the band plays and the fans get all fired up. And Danica, you've done this 8 times. What is the anticipation for the drivers like right at this moment, waiting to stop talking and start doing?
Well, you're kind of looking forward to that, to be honest. As I said at the top of the show here, it starts walking to the green room, and you have 2 walks, one to the green room and one to the grid. And so you get to the grid, and the anxiety doesn't start to come down and focus in until you hear drivers to your cars, which means you roll in 9 minutes. And so, man, I remember being on pit lane, and it gets quiet, and the fans get quiet, and you have all the ceremonial songs play. But when taps play, like I have welled up. I have maybe had a tear come down underneath my sunglasses.
In the car.
Before we get in the car. Yeah, this is the most intense time. This is the peak, and then you get in the car, and it's game on.
And once you get in the car, do things start to I don't want to say slow down.
Yes.
You're going to speed up, but can they slow down at 230 miles an hour?
Everything slows down. Accidents slow down. I mean, if anybody has ever been here to watch this spectacular show, you can't fathom how fast the cars are going. It actually, you can't even track it with your eyes. It goes in frames because it's going so fast. And so it has to slow down inside of the car. You wouldn't be able to do it.
We experienced that at the Peacock Pit Box 2 years ago, watching everyone come by. Also, as we're standing up here on the podium, we're looking around. It looks normal, turn one. It looks back normal down the back straightaway. The drivers in the car, it's going to feel like the full place for them as they sit and get this view of Indianapolis.
It already feels like a race without people, but when you add the people in, then you get all the full effects of it, and that's when you really get the full load of emotions of everything that's happening, from the race to Memorial Day to the magnitude of the event. It's just more powerful.
Now, I asked you about anticipation, driver's nerves. You're going to drive the pace car. There's a little Corvette back here that you're going to hop in and pace the field. Are you nervous about that at all?
I'm actually a little bit more nervous than I thought I'd be. I've had to focus and go, okay, one spot at a time and then think about the car. But it's time to go think about the car.
Yeah, all the comments in the pre-race show are done now. You can just worry about the car. We'll see you during the race when it starts. Well, last year's winner was Takuma Sato. The car is owned in part by a man born about 12 miles from here, who was a pit reporter 50 years ago on the broadcast of the 1971 Indy 500. The great David Letterman, who yesterday had a chance to visit with our Rutledge Wood.
What was the first race you got to attend, the first Indy 500?
I think it was 1966. Jackie Stewart was there, Dan Gurney was there, A.J. Foyt was there, and it truly was a world event.
Indiana State Police say that it's the largest crowd ever to come here, by far.
And the other thing, I think it was a buddy of mine from Ball State. We drove down and we found a old piece of Samsonite luggage, a big, like 6-suiter or something, and we put as much beer in it as we could. And as the day heated up, all the ice melted, and we had a waterfall going down, and people beneath us, what? Where is this? And of course, it was the idiots, the drunks, sitting up there.
The homemade cooler. That's fantastic.
A homemade beer carrying melter.
You've always embraced this sport, but really motorsports as a whole, and you use your show to really show the world how cool some of these racers were. Did people ever think you were crazy when you're like, hey, so we're going to have the racer on?
Well, you know, it's funny because race drivers, they would come on, and people don't know about race. They think they're just dopes and cowboys and are, you know, drinking gas and then getting in the car. And they're articulate, they're smart, they're witty, and they were always great guests. In some cases, it was an uphill climb, but the men and women who came on, great.
You've already seen how many people have come back, and we know what this weekend's going to be like.
Yeah.
Is there any weirder day than being an owner and a winner during a pandemic?
There's David Letterman. There's the boss. He's thrilled.
That was strange because you win the race, all the adrenaline is there, and it's like nobody came to your surprise party. And it's, you what? Wait a minute, it's August. I thought, no, did they win? Oh, I don't know. So, but it never diminished the internal joy and the thrill for the team, because good Lord, they work so hard, and then Dumbbell gets to show up and, yep, we won again.
Time for the most famous words in motorsports.
Gentlemen, drivers, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines,
Start your engines. Yeah.
And soon, the most famous words in racing will get the greatest spectacle in racing underway here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. There is speed on the track, but also in the air. This is Red Bull's Wingsuit Air Force. 4 racers navigating a mid-air slalom course at 6,000 feet above IMS. They can reach speeds of 150 miles per hour. Daredevils in every form here today in front of these 135,000 fans at the Indianapolis 500. As we get set now for the race to come. The moments before the 500 always resonate, equal parts celebration and appreciation, framed by the unofficial start of summer. The emotions of the pre-race ceremonies take on an even more meaningful tone as healthcare workers, who are the frontline heroes of the pandemic, are going to be recognized on the stage shortly. All happening on this May 30th, the 54th time the 500 has been run on this specific date. Before 1971, Memorial Day was commemorated on the 30th and not the last Monday in May as it is now. No matter the timing, the tradition of honoring America's heroes remains front and center when the pre-race ceremonies come right before the start of the Indianapolis 500. And in just a moment, you will hear what Danica was just talking about, the emotion of taps, honoring our fallen service heroes, and getting ready for the race. Here are the pre-race ceremonies.
To deliver today's invocation, please welcome Indianapolis Archbishop Charles C. Thompson.
Let us pray. God of mercy and compassion, we turn to you now to call upon your divine assistance. In the midst of the suffering caused by the global pandemic, grant us your healing and peace. Where violence has been experienced in our communities, lead us to justice and the dawn of a new day. Strengthen the bonds of love we share with you and one another, that we may cast aside any hatred and division that separates us from you. As we gather for the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500, keep safe the drivers, their teams, the officials, and the fans. May this great race help us to see your hand at work in the marvels of human achievement and an honorable competition. We entrust this day and all our tomorrows to your providential care, knowing that your light shines brightest when we connect all our joys and sorrows to your holy and perfect will. On this Memorial Day weekend, give eternal rest to those who have died in their service of our country. May their sacrifice cultivate gratitude in our hearts and inspire us to be ambitious for the higher gifts. And so God bless those who have died for our freedom. God bless all those gathered for this greatest spectacle in racing, and God bless America. Amen.
March. Ready? Hold. Order. Arms. Right. Face. Stand by. Ready. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Present. Arm. Order. Arms.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the lights from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Ladies and gentlemen, God bless America. Retired Navy Petty Officer General Wilson.
For the past 14 months, our world has fought a war unlike any other. The battle against an unseen enemy, fought by an amazing group of human beings who chose to answer the call.
I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one call away.
These are our superheroes. These are the faces behind the masks, and we owe them an endless debt of gratitude.
Thank you so much to the first responders. Thanks for taking care of our communities.
The joy and the heartache is part of our job.
We all wish there was a magic wand.
And you guys are my heroes.
Our deepest appreciation and admiration.
We are so close. Continue to help us.
There's nothing better than heading to the front door with a victory.
We want the world to know that we appreciate your prayers and thoughts.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you for always answering the call.
We will continue to do our part to help save lives. We will continue to comfort and care for your loved ones through it all. We will continue.
Healthcare is our passion. It's the life we choose.
The difference we make.
And ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that we all join together and salute the true heroes of the last 15 months across the globe, especially across the USA, and here in central Indiana to celebrate the healthcare workers, 105 represented on stage and in front of us for this 105th Indianapolis 500. Without their work, we wouldn't be here today. Let's hear a round of applause for these great Americans and a great round of applause to say thank you. And now please remain standing. Multi-platinum recording artist and ACM New Male Artist of the Year, Jimmy Allen performs our national anthem.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. And oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Nothing like it. Indianapolis 500. Back home again in Indiana, and the engines start. Lee Diffie will take over as we continue at the Indy 500 on NBC.
Back home again in Indiana, where it seems like I can see.
I turned 90 the 5th of May. I never missed a race. I had tickets since in the 40s.
The green flag is out, the 1949 500.
Like family. Yeah, that's what they come back for. It's a tradition.
It's our Christmas, birthdays, holidays, all of that for us.
The anticipation's quite incredible. This place just draws you here.
Hey there, how are you? This Indy 500 is more special because we've all had a year of COVID, and we're back.
Gentlemen, start your engines!
The Indy 500 is the best race in the world. It's an honor to attend that year after year.
2005, Danica came here as a rookie, and late in the race,
look at this!
She passed Dan Weldon for the lead. I've never heard a roar like that.
The excitement of watching them go 230 miles an hour makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up.
They're on the edge of disaster.
Got a car into the wall!
A lot of good memories.
I've been asked from time to time, why would a blind person go to a race? Sighted or not, it's a day and events like no other.
Some folks in my group actually cry when the race is over.
You walk through the gates, you just start feeling this tingle inside your body. You become alive again.
After the most unusual year last year, the soul is back at the Speedway. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway, with fans in the stands like Ray Stutz, who's here for the 31st time, traveling all the way from California to enjoy the greatest spectacle in racing. As we welcome you to NBC's coverage of the 105th Indianapolis 500, presented by Firestone. Hi folks, great to have you with us. Lee Diffie along with two gentlemen who racked up 17 Indianapolis 500s, Townsend Bell and Paul Tracy. So fellas, the soul's back in the Speedway. The speed is on the track, and great stories all the way from veteran Scott Dixon on the pole position alongside two guys representing the youth movement, back to Will Power and the only woman in the race, Simona Di Silvestro on the last row. What are we looking for today? Because there's stories everywhere, and you always tell me about patience. How much are we going to see of it?
Well, listen, patience will get you to the end of this race, but urgency is what you need to win this race. Over the course of the next 500 miles, the drivers have a ton of decisions to make. A lot of situations they'll encounter. The key is, what's the right mentality, patience or urgency to get yourself to victory lane? That's the magic balance.
How about the champions, the multi-time winners in the field, Paul?
Tell you what, I've had the pleasure in my career of racing almost all of these guys except one. Guys like Montoya, Dixon, Hunter Ray, Sato. These guys know how to win races. They know how to win 500-mile races. But there is a young bunch of guys that are eager to knock these guys off the throne. So it's going to be an exciting day today to watch old against young.
Been a great build-up, almost time to get going. Let's go trackside. We kick things off with Marty Snyder. Marty?
Hey, Lee, you want to see the show to start the beginning of this race? How about row 4 on the inside, Alexander Rossi, who has shown a willingness to make crazy moves. Only problem is he starts on the inside in 10th. He told me last night, oh, trust me, I'll find the outside very quickly, and I will use it. Dave Burns.
Marty, I don't know. The show may be back here in row 7 on the outside. Joseph's Newgarden black and white number 2 car. That's where he will go from. He's never won this race. He's a 2-time champion, and he knows that the Indy 500 puts you on the map in IndyCar, Kelly Stavis.
This year marks the 50th year that a driver with the last name Andretti has raced the Indy 500. It is the 16th straight year for Marco Andretti, and once again, he will try to reverse the Andretti curse here at Indy and be the first in his family to get his name on the Borg-Warner Trophy since his grandfather Mario won here back in 1969, Kevin Lee.
Kelly, this is the third Indy 500 for Colton Herta, but he's just 21 years old, so he would still be the youngest to ever win this race. He told me, my car is phenomenal. Lee, keep an eye on the Gainbridge car starting from the middle of the front row.
He doesn't seem daunted by anything, does he, Kevin? For you, Kevin, being a native of Indiana, you know how special this next moment is. In fact, it's special to every Hoosier and anyone who's ever been to the Indianapolis 500. On a glorious day like today, when the fans, some 135,000, are back in the stands, this is one of the most spectacular moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Jim Cornelison, accompanied by the Purdue All-American Marching Band. It's oh so good to be back home again in Indiana.
Seems that I can see the gleaming candlelight still shining bright through the sycamores for me. The newborn hay sends all its fragrance from the fields I used to dream about the moonlight on the Wabash. Then I long for my Indiana.
Jim Cornelison, another phenomenal rendition of Back Home in Indiana. There is nobody you know who is more pleased to see the fans back in the stands with smiles on their face. He also guided, along with his company employees, navigated the way through last year, the most difficult and complex sporting landscape for this speedway, for this sport of IndyCar. And he's going to get to say some words that'll fire things up here at the Brickyard.
And now for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome the chairman of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Roger Penske.
Thank you, fans. All you loyal fans that are attending the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500, thank you for being so loyal. I also want to thank the men and women in the military, our first responders, our health cares that have made our country safe and secure the last year. You are the ones that make this the greatest spectacle in racing. Drivers, start your engines.
Doesn't get much better than that, does it? The captain saying to fire things up because we are ready to go. And when we come back, it's time for the Indy 500. All the build-up's just about over. The cars are rolling here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 105th running of the greatest spectacle in racing. Let's show you on the Firestone starting grid who is starting where. You know that the six-time series champion Scott Dixon's on the pole alongside the youngsters, 21-year-old American Colton Herta and Rinus VeeKay. The Dutch kid is the youngest to ever start on the front row in this sport's history. So as they roll, they'll form up. All the talk is over. They're almost ready to go racing as we go to the Peacock pit box.
Yeah, thanks, Lee. Jimmy and I have been down here really for the past 2 weeks. It started with qualifying, led into pre-race ceremonies. Now The cars are pacing. I can't wait for the start of the Indianapolis 500. We've got a little advantage. We've got our man Jimmy here, shares the car with Tony Kanaan. He's agreed to talk to us. I think this is so special, an athlete right before the big event. So Jimmy, why don't you dial up TK?
Will do. Hey TK, it's Jimmy on the pit box. You got me?
Give it one more try here.
Hey TK, Jimmy Johnson on the pit box. Do you have me?
Yeah, right.
Hey buddy, I'm just wondering, last year you thought that event in August might be your last Indianapolis 500. Here you are for your 20th start, fans in the stands. What are your emotions today?
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to represent you here, my friends and the American Legion. The emotions are really high. It's so awesome to see the stands full with fans and everybody's so excited about it. So, you know, we're going to have to make a deal next year because I'm coming back and I'm pretty sure you want to be here too. So, guys, enjoy the race. We'll make it fun for you.
Thank you, my friend. Have a great day.
So awesome that Tony would take the time. Take me into the cockpit. This place is unlike any other. As you come off turn 4, down the front stretch, fans on both sides. You've experienced it, what it's like.
Man, there is no view like turning off of turn 4, looking down the front straightaway of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And at the very end of that straightaway is a 90-degree turn. And I knew how intimidating that corner looked in a NASCAR vehicle at 180, 190 miles an hour. I can't imagine what these guys are thinking at 230, 240.
Lee, I can't imagine what this is going to be like when we see a green flag. It's Jimmy and I's first in person. It's unbelievable.
Well, you're going to get a great view down there, but there's some news, and Kelly Stavis has more. What's happening, Kel?
Just a bit of drama for Will Power in his Verizon car. It did not start. He had no power. Will Power had no power. They pushed him back to his pit box where they kind of had to plug him back in. They finally got it fired up, and Will Power now catching up to the rest of the grid, being told to catch his breath, and he can rejoin in his initial starting spot, which is on the last row.
If he makes it around, he's got to get all the way around the whole field, which he saved a little bit of fuel by missing those pace laps, Townsend, but he's going to have to run it wide open all the way around to catch back up.
He should be all right. We talked with race control about the potential for this situation. He can resume his spot. As Kelly pointed out, that's at the back of the field. One little advantage potentially, Will Power's tires will be right at temperature as he hustles around Lee to catch the pack.
Well, the good thing is that he only has to go to the last row, right?
Yeah.
He only has to catch the tail. All right, fellas, time for the Honda track preview. Let's take a closer look before we see the green.
All right, thanks to Honda, we ride on board with Colton Herta on the left there as the cars on track on the right come through turn 4. One of the trickiest corners in these conditions for this race, especially, Paul, if you get too low in turn 4, we've seen a lot of cars crash there by getting their left front tire over the curb across the white line. They come down this front straightaway, and PT, a big tailwind for the drivers rocketing down into the start today.
Absolutely. We're going to see speeds today down the front straightaway, but close to 240 miles an hour going into turn 1. You get side by side with a guy on the outside, you better hold it wide open, Lee.
A beautiful day here in Indianapolis. 63 degrees ambient, and the track temperature just a little under 100 degrees. But, you know, we have to take stock of what we see right here, in addition to getting excited about what's going on. Because this is the largest gathering, sporting gathering anywhere in the world since COVID took hold of the world early last year. And speaking of last year, we saw something that we have never, ever seen. And that was this event not taking place on Memorial Day weekend, and this event taking place without fans. And it's with so much pleasure that I say and you see, the soul is back at the Speedway. The fans are back in the stands. This is, and always will be, the greatest spectacle in racing, as they see the front straight for the very first time as they come to green. This is the Indianapolis 500 for everybody to see.
Ready right here.
A jumbled starts.
This is the Indianapolis 500 for everybody to see.
Ready right here.
A jumbled start. Scott Dixon gets the field woed up, and then first to throttle. Dixon leads 2 young guns into turn 1.
3 wide around the outside. Helio Castroneves making a move in turn 2 on Ryan Hunter-Reay. He's working his way to the front.
Great move from the 3-time champion Helio Castroneves in that pink and black car. The first one that you'll see. The white and red car is Ericsson looking for options. And Colton Herta, the 21-year-old American, takes the lead of the Indy 500.
Youth versus experience. I know that Scott Dixon does not want to lead this race. There's a massive fuel conservation. If you sit out front, you can't save the fuel. So he's content to let. Maybe he's not content to let Colton Herta lead.
Scott Dixon having a look there to the inside of turn 1, but opts to back out and tuck in behind Herta. I really think that Dixon just wanted to make sure he got clean away in the lead at the start, but I think he's happy to ride for a little bit. Here comes VK.
VK is going to make a run down the inside, gets the squeeze. They both draft up on Herta, but Rinus VK, the 2 youngsters, now move to the front of the field.
A 21-year-old leads a 20-year-old. We talk about the youth movement in IndyCar. You're seeing it right here, right now.
Now VK. He's going for the lead.
A run on Herta.
Absolutely, and he's going to pull it off too. Rinus VK said, I think I'd like to lead the first lap, but he's going to lead lap 2.
Ari Luyendyk, the 2-time Indianapolis 500 winner, is like this guy's uncle. He's been the guiding light for this young man to come to the United States from the Netherlands, come to IndyCar. He worked his way through the road to Indy, and just 2 weeks ago became an IndyCar winner with the GMR Grand Prix here on the road course. Now he leads the big one.
Just 63 degrees outside, one of the coldest 500s in many years. This allows the drivers to have great grip out of their Firestone tires. It allows the field to stay stacked close together. Look at them, all in a chain coming down the front straightaway.
And Carpenter sits 4th, PT, and then Tony Kanaan.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race on lap 3 was Rinus VK, 220.9 miles an hour on cold tires. Now these tires are coming up to temperature. They're going to sit here now and get ready to try to save some fuel, T-Bell, and it's all going to be just jockeying, waiting for the first pit stop.
So it's 20 years old in the lead, 21 years old in second, and then you've got a bunch of 40-year-olds with Dixon, Carpenter, and Kanaan. And this is where that patience I talked about comes into play. I think those 3 veteran drivers are sitting back, riding now. They're safe.
Take one when you can. Take one when you can.
They're safe from the craziness of the start. Now they want to get good fuel mileage and be able to stretch this first run as far as they can.
Team manager for Ganassi Racing, Mike Hall. I ran into him last night at dinner. He said the plan for them was to get their teammates all together so they could work together and choreograph some passing and work on the handling of their race cars so they knew what they had for later in the race. Right now, Tony Kanaan is just 2 positions behind Scott Dixon, so they're hoping for him to move up and get with Scott.
Well, it may have been a rather inauspicious start for Will Power, the 2018 Indianapolis 500 winner. However, Power in that Verizon 5G Chevrolet has made up the most positions, more than anyone from the back. Kelly, Will's up 7 spots already.
Lee, he was confident he would be able to do it. This is a guy who ranks 2nd all-time in IndyCar polls, but last week he faced last chance qualifying, barely made the show for the Indy 500, had to start from the last row, but he had so much confidence in his race car. He thought he would be able to make some passes early, and often he has done that up 7 positions, and since they got that Verizon Chevy refired, Will said everything seems normal. Marty?
Well, Kelly, you heard Paul talk about how Scott Dixon might be content to ride here in the 3rd position. Well, why is that? Well, if you're out front, you're burning more fuel. In fact, if you did that over an entire full fuel run, you'd lose about 5 laps. So Dixon content to stay here. And Townsend, you've been on a highway before following a tractor trailer, right? That buffeting you feel, well, that's the tractor trailer breaking that wind apart. So that's what happens out front. You use more energy in the use of fuel when you're out front than you are when you're riding in 3rd like Scott Dixon.
Yeah, and Marty, you can hear it right there. Dixon had a great run down the back straightaway. Could have maybe made a move on Colton Herta, but he breathed out of the throttle, woed up the car. He's happy to just ride around in 3rd right now, PT.
Yeah, these guys are very content. The veterans know what it takes, fuel mileage, what they need to do. These young guys, they just want to get out front and lead the race. They're like a thoroughbred, ready to jump out of the pack and just go. But here's Will Power. Look at this start. immediately he goes for the outside, and he starts making moves. He's made up the most positions of anybody so far in the field.
Got past Chilton, Max Chilton, got past
inside.
That was
Dalton
Kelton as well. And this is the urgency I talked about. Look at Will going big in turn 2. Spotter telling him exactly where the traffic is. That was bold, that was urgent, and that's exactly what Will Power needed. Up 7.
He knew that he needed to make moves early, well executed. So it's the sport's most recent winner leading the way. His name is Rinus VeeKay, and he's looking good. Aerial coverage of this 105th running of the Indianapolis 500 brought to you by Honda. And you haven't missed a thing. Rinus VeeKay still leads the way over Colton Herta, Scott Dixon, Ed Carpenter of Ed Carpenter Racing, and then Tony Kanaan, the veteran, in his 20th Indy 500, being followed and being chased by his dear, dear friend and fellow Brazilian, the 3-time winner, Helio Castro Neves, in that AutoNation Sirius XM Honda. And speaking of Sirius XM, now through June 8th, the Sirius XM Listen Free event is on. Just press the button in your car for over 100 channels free, or download the app for even more for free. Go to SiriusXM.com to learn more. Here's Dave Burns. Dave?
Lee, Jack Harvey, the pride of Bassingham, England, drives one of those Sirius XM cars. It's the number 60 pink and black car. You're on board with him here. His family is back in England watching this race. His dad, Paul, almost got here, was at the airport when he found out the quarantine situation would not allow him to get here in time. Turned around, went home. Hi to everyone in England. Jack is doing well. They're telling him to watch his shifts and keep moving forward. Kevin?
Dave, a couple of days ago, Colton Herta was talking about eating Cheerios watching Scott Dixon win the Indy 500 when he was an 8-year-old. Well, he just passed him for the lead a moment ago before Rinus VeeKay got him. So 20 and 21-year-olds up front. Colton said, don't be surprised. The competition we face coming up through the road to Indy and in Europe has prepared us to win this race. Marty.
Dave, the 105th running, or Kevin, the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500 being broadcast live in the Netherlands. I'm sure they're cheering for the young Dutchman right now. Rinus VeeKay out front. We've talked about him having to temper his aggressiveness. He calmly was able to take the lead. I asked his team owner, Ed Carpenter, about that. He said he really hasn't changed the simplicity of what makes him great. He is fast, but he is smarter. Hopefully. Townsend, you just can't teach what this young kid can do behind the wheel, can you?
No, and he's doing such a great job as you see the driver's age of the current running order. Reminder, youngest ever winner, Troy Ruttman, age 22. A record could be broken today with some of these young guns, Paul. But again, I point to the vets. The guys in their 40s, they're sitting right there, saving gas, saving their energy, and saving their moment for the end.
Yeah, plenty happy to let the youngsters sit out front and battle it out, but one of the old guys, Castro Neves, just made a move on Tony Kanaan and took away 5th position from him. So you see him in the black and pink car, now moving up on the back of Ed Carpenter. Now he's closing down inside the top 5 and looking to move right up there behind Dixon.
Helio is not known for his patience. And what I mean by that is he's so energetic at the age of 46. He wants to still do everything. He wants to be in the middle of everything. But this is his new team. This is Meyer Shank Racing. This is the first Indy 500 he has never done with Team Penske. And he has been with the team at the first 5 races of the season. Being there, listening, being part of the fabric of the team.
You know, I think he really feels, Lee, that he's got a point to prove. You know, he was let go from Penske. It was all kind of kept quiet, and he didn't know what he was going to do. And then all of a sudden, he was kind of just pushed off into pasture, into a sports car program for a couple years. Didn't really want to do that, but, you know, he was under contract and just did it. Wanted to get back in Indy cars. This is his first time in a team other than Penske, and now he's out running his old team. I think he likes that.
Watch that Firestone telemetry on the lower left-hand corner. Looking at how much Helio Castro Neves has to breathe the car in the corners. That's not to save fuel. That's because Helio's having a hard time kind of hanging on to the balance of his car with Ed Carpenter up in front. The tires starting to wear a little bit more. We're 20 laps into this run. You're going to see pit stops in about 10 more laps. Marty, they'll be coming to you in 10.
The AutoNation on board for Helio Castroneves. You know, Mike Shank, when he signed the deal with Helio, kind of wondered, hey, how committed are you going to be to our race team? He said, I'll show you. He showed up at 7 a.m. at the team shop to handle pit practice. What was he going to do there? He drove the car for pit practice. He said, that's going to be our emphasis today. We are the added team for Meyer Shank Racing. How good can we be on pit road? We have a car that compete. Can we compete on pit road?
Oh, look at Ed Carpenter now is getting up close to the back of Scott Dixon. He's closing in, so a little bit of handling issues coming into effect now. You'll be starting to use up the front tire. The car will start sliding a little bit more. Dixon has lost just a little bit of ground to the back of Herta.
It's also important to note, Townsend, that there's only two Chevrolets in the top 11 positions. And they lead, and they are going fourth. That's VK and Carpenter, the teammates from Ed Carpenter Racing.
Yeah, Honda's been strong, but Chevy's right there, as you pointed out, with the leader and a second car with Ed Carpenter. But let's talk about temperatures. I talked about how cold it is ambient temperature, but on track, it's now 100 degrees on the track surface. That's the power of the sun hitting the asphalt, and that's why you're starting to see things string out, and some of these drivers struggle a little bit with the balance. As the track temp rises, it becomes harder and harder to maintain the grip and maintain the following distance to the car in front.
VK's quick lap is a 2:20, but last lap was a 2:16.
Here comes
so
Colton.
These guys, Colton now in the draft. Will he pop out? No, he decides to stay back. Right now, though, guys, only 2 Chevys in the top 10. So as we come down into the pit stops, it'll be interesting to see who has to pit first for fuel, who makes the better mileage.
It's that Bitcoin Chevrolet that leads the way in the hands of Rinus VK. Let the games begin. Join Simon, Howie, Heidi, Sophia, and Terry for Summer's #1 show. It's America's Got Talent, and it premieres Tuesday right here on NBC. Welcome back to the Indy 500 live here on NBC on a beautiful day, but a little cool here on Memorial Day weekend. So the youngster out front, Rinus VK, has led 25 of the 26 laps thus far. And there's been a few positional changes, but nothing major. People are starting to work on others one position at a time. Ryan Hunter-Reay got past the American Legion Honda of Tony Kanaan as we check in with 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson. Steve Letarte, how have you enjoyed the start, fellas?
I tell you what, Lee, this is everything we hoped it would be. The ceremony was great, the lead-up was great, but this is the part we love the race. It's been breathtaking. That start was unbelievable.
Unbelievable. As you mentioned, the pageantry, then to see these cars come rifling by us here into turn 1, man, it got my heart racing. So cool to see. But I've been really surprised how compressed the field has been in this opening stint, and then how little aggression there's been to make up position. So I'm not sure if that's really handling based or a lot of fuel mileage conversation that we're hearing about.
All right, so you're a part-time IndyCar driver at the road course. Did you have that little twinkle in your eyes as the green flag fell? Does this not look like a good time?
This looks like a great time. There's no doubt about that. This looks like a great time.
So, Lee, I do have a question down. Jimmy and I were discussing this. I want to talk to PT and Townsend in the booth. Talk so much about fuel savings. I get the idea of traffic in the draft, but this is totally different than NASCAR, than our world. What other tools are these drivers using to stretch that mileage?
Well, the leader will have to dial back on his fuel setting, which is a really good option if you're in front, but he'll probably have to hold the throttle down wide open to keep the lead. The advantage for Colton Herta is he can back off the throttle to about 50–60% and just stay there in the draft, and also have the fuel mixture switch turned down. So he's going to save a lot more fuel.
And you might wonder, why do you want to save fuel? Well, the reason for that is that you can either stretch several more laps than the car that isn't saving fuel, and thereby, if you stack enough of those together, you might have to make one less pit stop to finish this race. Or if you pit at the same time, you don't have to take as much fuel on to get full again. So those are the reasons why you see drivers gaming for an advantage. As you see the Firestone telemetry again there, lower left. I mean, guys, I know they're struggling at the end of the tire stick. They're going 215 still in the middle of the corners. Maybe not enough downforce. Maybe they underestimated, Paul, the downforce they needed for today.
Yeah, that 1 extra second that you sit in the pits taking fuel when a car is going 200 miles an hour on the straightaway, 200 miles an hour is a football field's distance in 1 second.
We ride with Colton Herta, the Gainbridge on board. Had to get out of it there a little coming out of turn 4. It kind of crept up the track a little.
Yeah, we're hearing a lot of understeer now in the tires. We had some rain. Rinus VeeKay is coming to the pit, so first Chevy is going to be coming off next. Now watch this. He'll come off turn 2, and he'll dive down to the bottom of the track, and that's simply just to let the car behind him know that he's coming in. So look for him to come this next lap.
Sometimes you'll indicate between turns 3 and 4, and we'll get an answer here. How much fuel did Colton Herta save following? VeeKay probably coming to pit lane here. No indication that he will, so Colton Herta's got to be careful here. He doesn't run over the back.
Here he comes.
There goes VeeKay. All right, Colton stays out. Dixon stays out. Carpenter out. This guy's burned the most amount of fuel, and he's burning up his Firestones coming to the line.
You got to watch that you don't come in too hot, lock up those tires, Marty. Now you got to be careful getting it in the pit box. Let the guys do the stop and get out.
Yeah, and Paul, he had that problem on Friday as well in Carb Day, trying to get to pit road. Said he never felt like he quite got it right. And this is the answer of the penalty of being out front. Rinus VeeKay, who led all of those laps, having to come earlier than everybody else. He has led to this point a number of laps, and now he's to pit road, saying the car had a little bit too much understeer. Now we'll see when everybody else comes down pit road and how much fuel they were able to save.
They're going to go 2 more laps. Here comes another car.
That's
another Chevy comes in. Ed Carpenter, Hunter Ray follows him in. Ed Jones follows him in. So 2 Hondas and 1 more Chevy comes in.
Kevin Lee standing by. Kev, take it away.
Ryan Hunter-Ray is one of the former winners. He's developed a little bit of a vibration. He was hoping to stay out an extra lap, but they felt like they needed to come in. Getting okay fuel mileage right now. Speedway Fuel, Firestones, the DHL crew going to work, and they'll send Hunter-Ray back out. He had picked up a spot, Marty.
Ed Carpenter running in the top 5 for that entire run, Kevin. He comes to pit road as well. So an interesting point to file away, and the car falls off the jack for Ed Carpenter, and they stall it as well. So this is not a great pit stop for Ed Carpenter, who was out of it early last year. We'll see how much track position this costs the 20 car.
As this cycles out, T-Bell, that extra time is going to cycle him probably back at least 10 to 15 positions. But here comes the leader, Colton Herta.
Tell us more, Kev.
Colton Herta did a great job in the first stint. He maintained position, and he missed his mark.
Stephen Wilson is in a pit road accident. The front of that car is torn off. What has happened to this Lola Sport Honda?
Well, this is really going to help the guys that stayed on track. It looks like he lost it.
Don't get out or anything.
Lost it in the brakes, getting slowed down for the pit speed limit, hit the inside wall. But the guys that stayed on track, this is really going to help them.
That is such a sketchy place for a crash because you've got so many teams laid out with pit crew members and equipment, as Stephen Wilson went way past the pit speed line with a damaged race car. Let's find out what happened here. Where's Wilson?
Here he comes.
Coming in. White car.
Oh, he's going way too fast.
Boy.
And he's locked up, locks the rears on a downshift. It's so easy to do as these cars come down from speed. They virtually have no downforce at 100 miles an hour with these little wings. You hit the brakes, you downshift, and it just locks the rears up, and it immediately turned him sideways.
Watch this. Watch Will Powers, guys. Imagine the fear that these guys are dealing with as a wrecked race car comes and your driver needs to come to pit lane for 4 tires and fuel. Stephen Wilson can't believe it. Kelly?
And it was quick reaction by Will Powers' crew, just getting out of the way, as you said, as they were also preparing to put fresh Firestone tires on for Will Power. The dejection obvious for Stephen Wilson, who said, man, we just can't catch a break. And then he said, God, that hurt. So sorry, guys.
Youth and experience. We had an experienced vet stall it in the pits. A youngster crash it in the pits.
Stephen hasn't been here for 3 years, Marty. He wanted this so bad, and it's all over.
Tough break for Steph Wilson, no doubt, but for the guys who did not pit, Paul is right. It's a massive advantage. However, they are so tight on fuel, and with a wrecked race car on pit road, I don't know how quickly they can clean that up, because I think a lot of teams, including Scott Dixon, are going to have to pit for emergency service maybe as soon as next time around.
Yeah, well, this could be disastrous, T-Bell.
Yeah, but that car is towards the back end, you know, the entrance of pit lane. So I wonder if they can get enough safety vehicles out of the way so that guys like Dixon don't run out of fuel, Lee.
I tell you what, it might have helped Ed Carpenter, though.
Yeah.
Big time after that stall. And then look at this. Dixon and Herta going at it. First caution of the Indy 500.
Back at Indianapolis, and just disaster for the prohibitive race favorite Scott Dixon, who had to come down pit road for emergency service. But when he came down pit road, the car ran out of fuel, and now it will not refire. They're on attempt like 12, 13 right there, trying to get the car to refire. And once these cars get heated up, they tend to not want to refire back up, and that's what they're finding right now in the 9 camp. The team's so frustrated. Now they're going to take the entire engine cover off of the 9 car as Steph Wilson's car goes by. Pit road was closed when Dixon came down. He came in as a leader, but now he's going to clearly lose a lap right here, Lee.
Yeah, they go into vapor lock, Lee. What happens when you run them completely dry of fuel? You dry out the whole fuel system, and then it just will not fire. You got to pickle the motor and get it to start. And then when you're spinning that starter for so long, you'll just burn out the motor on the starter as well.
And the most painful sight when you're stuck on pit lane is what we just saw, the pace car in the field lapping Scott Dixon. Disaster for the 9, Marty.
It's fired back up, Townsend. That is the key, and they're trying to keep it running here for Scott Dixon, trying to button up the engine cover as well. Meanwhile, everybody else now is going to come back down pit road and finally get their service. The car is fired for Scott Dixon. You see Alexander Rossi, he though getting emergency service as well. Also Marcus Ericsson here on pit road. So this caution coming at a very strange time in the race and causing big problems for a lot of teams. Scott Dixon finally fired up, has left pit road. I think, guys, he just lost one lap.
He did lose a lap. He's going to have to come back in, though, and refuel properly, because Mike Hull, the managing director of Chip Ganassi Racing, said 2 seconds worth of fuel. I think they had to go back and do a little bit more just to help in assistance with the refiring. So Dixon's almost perfect month of May has gone the wrong way, and same problem here for Alexander Rossi.
Yeah, and they're going to have to come in and do their regular pit stop. He's still got used tires on, so not only are they sitting here for a lap, they're also going to have to come back and do another stop.
My goodness.
Oh, this is devastating, painful.
Dave Burns.
Running a little further back in the pack, the McLaren-backed cars of Rosenquist and O'Ward have been able to save enough fuel so that they could pit at this point without emergency service. So each will get a little bit of an adjustment, and they leave. Marty?
And that's the crazy part. The cars that were a little further back, they were the ones that were safe because they were kind of riding and saving fuel. Helio Castroneves with a terrific stop. Alex Palou leaves pit road as well. All of these guys made it without taking emergency service. That's going to be key. We'll see where this all cycles out after all this chaos.
Wow, that was crazy with Rossi. He almost spun on pit road. There's the Firestone race off pit road. Big loser was Rosenquist, down 4 positions, several gainers, but this race has taken a massive twist and turn.
Incredible action in the month of June includes the U.S. Open at Torrey Pines. We'll have coverage throughout on NBC, on Golf Channel, and streaming on Peacock as well. The 3rd major of the golf season, biggest event of the NTT IndyCar season, Indianapolis 500. Our broadcast presented by Firestone. Mike Tirico, Danica Patrick back up here at the Pagoda. So 33 laps, nothing significant happens in terms of an accident or anything else. And then all of a sudden, once the pit stop cycle starts, the story at Indy begins. And now Scott Dixon, prohibitive favorite going in, best car for a while, has a world of work to do.
And Rossi. Those were my 2 guys.
That's right.
I was thinking, I didn't say that out loud, but those are the 2 guys I was watching. And it just shows how much can happen in such a short amount of time. And I wouldn't say that there was nothing happening on track. I think that fuel is a huge thing, and Dixon was in a good position, and others were. But again, that goes out the window as soon as you have time to do all the stops, and definitely as soon as you're sitting in pit lane trying to get the car started.
And it's pit lane at Indy. So narrow, so many stories of what might have been, what could have been. Now, if you're Scott Dixon and you're in that spot, how do you react? What do you think for the next 10, 15 important minutes as you try to get that lap back?
Well, in Indy, as I've experienced and said, is there's so many strategies that can play out. So whether you're Penske starting in the back and looking for something to make it happen, or whether you're a driver that has an accident at the very beginning that puts you to the back of the field, now you're looking to see how can I transition this into an alternate strategy that honestly has a great chance of winning.
fifth of the way through the race, a lot of strategy changes. Down to the pits, Marty Snyder.
Mike, just 41 laps in, and this race has been turned on its head. As you mentioned, Scott Dixon, the prohibitive favorite, now down a lap. Alexander Rossi, another race favorite, down a lap as well. I checked in with Rob Edwards, the strategist for Alexander Rossi, a moment ago. And I said, what do you do from here? He said, well, we've got to get creative. Also important to note, Kevin, unlike NASCAR, there is no free pass in IndyCar. If they're going to get back on the lead lap, they have to earn it.
Marty, Colton Herta was asking when the caution came out, where are we at? Does this hurt us, or are we going to the back? As we see Will Power working his way back up to speed. He was just pitting when Stefan Wilson spun, so that slowed down Rinus VeeKay, and that's how Herta got the lead on VeeKay coming back out on track. So Colton Herta is in front of this field, Kelly.
And now Stefan Wilson has been released from the infield care center. Glad to see you okay. What happened coming to pit road?
Yeah, I'm just heartbroken for the entire Lowell Sport, Cusick Motorsports crew. They worked so hard this entire month, and thank all the supporters, all the sponsors that made it possible for me to return to Indy. And, you know, just we're having a good stint. We're moving forward just past Power, and then, you know, got the call to pit a little bit late, but, you know, that wasn't really the issue. It was just as soon as I went to the brakes, there was just nothing there. That entire 30-lap stint, the brakes had just been knocking back, and I was trying to pump them up as quickly as I could, and I just couldn't get enough pressure there. And eventually, on one of the pumps, it locked the rears, and I was a passenger at that point. So I'm just devastated. This is not how I wanted my day to end, but just hope I get another chance here at Indy.
Okay, thank you, Stefan. This place is unforgiving, Marty.
Kelly, the two drivers we just talked about, Scott Dixon and Alexander Rossi, going to come down here and top off. So, Townsend, this really begins what Rob Edwards was talking about. We've got to do something different. We have to get creative. It's only going to be a couple lap advantage, really one lap when you get down to it. But that one lap could pay dividends later.
Nothing to lose here. Pack this thing with every drop of fuel you can. I think in Rossi's case, they added downforce to his car. So Dixon and Rossi are going to work together, Paul. They need to unlap themselves, and then they got to catch the field again to be back in the hunt.
Yeah, in my opinion, there's really no creative here at all. They have to go flat out, go as fast as they can, go through the whole field, unlap themselves, and then pray to God that a yellow comes out and gets them back on the lead lap.
If that seemed like an unusually short pit stop, they were simply topping off to get a maximum 18 gallons into this fuel cell to put themselves in air quotes, a creative position.
This is going to be a wild restart with these guys back here. We know how aggressive Rossi is. Is Dixon willing to take the kind of chances that Rossi does? Dixon is fighting for the championship. He cannot afford to get in a crash at the back of the field here. Rossi, he's not in the championship. He can just go for it.
Well, watch this, Paul. This is Alexander Rossi set the tone for Scott Dixon. Pulls up next to the six-time champ and says, let's go.
See my white gloves? This is the direction I'd like to go.
Yeah, and guess what? Scott Dixon's probably thinking, dude, I got it. I got it.
All right, quick break. Don't leave us. This thing's going to get even more wild. NBC's coverage of the Indy 500 brought to you by Firestone Tires for driving IndyCar legends. NTT, official sponsor and technology partner of the NTT IndyCar Series. Moneyline, bank, borrow, invest and grow, all in one app. And People Ready, official temporary staffing solutions partner of Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing. And speaking of Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing, want to give a shout out while we're here with the defending champ, Takuma Sato. Some really heavy hearts within the organization. RLL stands for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan. We often see Mike Lanigan, but his brother Jack was a big part of IndyCar racing and the organization. Actually started sponsoring IndyCar way back in the early 90s. Sadly, Jack passed away in recent weeks. So everybody from Takuma Sato, everybody through Team RLL is thinking of the Lanigans. And thank you, Jack, for everything you did for the sport.
Looking at Sato here, taking it easy under caution. Long yellow as race control had to reorder the field. A few penalties that had to be assessed. Tony Kanaan being moved to the back of the pack for taking emergency service. Max Chilton, pit speed violation, but they're stacked up. Pace car disappearing, Paul.
Yep.
About to get back after it. And Dixon and Rossi are absolutely going to put it all.
The big winner on that pit stop exchange was Connor Daly in the U.S. Air Force car, and now has moved up behind his teammate into third place.
Big time. The yellow, black, and blue car is the Gainbridge Honda of Colton Herta.
Get ready, green, green, green.
At the age of 21, already a four-time race winner, but look at Renus VK in the draft.
Here he comes. Right on your gearbox, just him.
Honda versus Chevrolet.
I wonder how much VK's team said hold up and save some gas as Hunter Ray goes to the inside.
That's Castro Neves. Elio, here comes Elio.
Oh, look at the short shoot.
Gets the door shut.
And Alex Palou in the white and blue 10 car made a move on Hunter Ray in the short shoot.
Castro Neves at the age of 46 wants to be a four-time winner. He's not hanging around for anybody. Wheel to wheel with Connor Daly.
Connor Daly squeezed him to the inside, then squeezed him to the outside. Very aggressive maneuvering very early in the race.
The Spider-Man is back at the Speedway.
Nice job. Map 2, map 2.
Here comes the veteran. Will he take the lead? And the crowd, if he takes the lead, Townsend, the crowd will go absolutely bonkers.
Well, you got so many young guns at the front right now, 4 of the top 5, but Castro Neves with eternal youth, he's driving like he's 20 years old again. Now VK, I think almost certainly trying to make the pass. No, he's just going to have a look. Here comes Daly. Daly going big.
These guys are all checking up the field. I think VK doesn't want to sit in the lead this time. He's going to force Colton to sit in the lead, and it's making an accordion effect. All these other guys are getting big runs at the end of the straightaway.
Ed Carpenter Racing has 2 cars in the top 3, second and third. The Bitcoin Chevrolet, the U.S. Air Force Chevrolet. Hunter Ray on the inside of Pato O'Ward.
We saw a lot of patience in the first 30 laps, but that's slowly going out the window as everybody wants to get a taste of the lead pack. Here comes O'Ward with a nice run on Hunter Ray.
Coming up on quarter distance. That fifth cut next time by is going to be 50 laps. Here comes VK looking again.
O'Ward made the move on Hunter Ray on the outside of turn 3 there. That black and orange car going around the yellow and red car. That is for P7.
VK right there, pops to the inside. This time he's going to go through. Connor Daly's going to go with him.
2 at once, teammates with Ed Carpenter Racing. It's now a Chevy 1-2. And I think VK just couldn't help himself. He's like, man, I just can't go this slow. I have to make my move.
This has got 2019 all over it again.
Look at this, look at this. Connor Daly.
Hometown hero wants the lead. He's grown up here his whole life.
He got a huge round of applause at driver introduction. The flying mullet is flying out in front.
Listen to the crowd.
Oh, they went crazy.
Hunter Ray on the inside. RHR and Pato O'Ward in that orange and black Arrow McLaren SP machine have been going at lap after lap. Here comes Scott McLaughlin in the yellow submarine for Team Penske. The rookie is running well inside the top 10 after starting 17th.
He started there in 17th, Lee, but he has Rick Mears coaching him all month. The 4-time winner that drove that yellow Pennzoil submarine to victory so many times has quietly been coaching McLaughlin. Dave, what you got?
That new leader, Connor Daly, from right here in Indiana. He started 19th, and when he was coming to pit road under green, that's when Steph Wilson spun at the head of pit road. So with service finished under green and then under caution, Daly went back out. With service done, everyone pitted behind him. That's how he moved to the front. But don't think that's the only way he's been to the front this month. That car has been fast, and Connor showed it. He talked about saving fuel, Marty, at the start of this run. I think that went out the window.
It was fun to hear the crowd erupt when Connor Daly took the lead. And this, if you're a team, is exactly exactly what you want. The two Ed Carpenter racing cars out front, and many in the paddock this morning thought this was Ganassi Racing's plan as we ride on board with the U.S. Air Force on board with Connor Daly. And now ECR can swap the lead intentionally. Connor Daly, Rinus VeeKay sitting in second. Townsend, that will allow them to save the fuel and keep it out front and potentially put a lockdown on 1-2.
I don't think Connor cares about saving fuel. This is his 8th Indy 500. He grew up right here in Indianapolis. He has never led a lap at the Indy 500 until today, and Connor leading strongly at lap 53. Give you a quick update on Rossi and Dixon. Rossi has moved up about 8 positions from the back. Dixon only 2. These guys have got to completely unlap themselves. They got a long way to go, Lee.
How about this, PT? The Firestone biggest movers from the start of the race, not the restart. Connor Daly up a whopping 18 positions, and what could be more appropriate than the U.S. Air Force Chevy leading on Memorial Day weekend with this special livery. It's a tribute to the Tuskegee Airmen and those beautiful P-51 Mustangs. This car is flying like a plane.
Teammate right there. These guys now, Townsend, can kind of work in unison. They should try to work together and swap the lead back and forth, but I think Connor Daly likes leading this race.
Well, like I said, he's never done it before. It is an amazing feeling once you pass for the lead and you can sense and experience clean air for the first time versus running in that turbulent air further back. So things starting to settle down at lap 55, a long way to go. But these two Chevys from ECR, Dave, are absolutely rocketing it.
So that's an interesting point. This car was not necessarily set up to run at the front, right? Because he was back in traffic to start. When he came to pit road, if everyone had cycled through under green, the team wouldn't necessarily have made big changes for the front of the pack, as we see Castro Neves doing his thing, right? So Connor must be working with something that he can tool himself to in the cockpit of that 47.
Well, what you're talking about, Dave, is the downforce decision for the start of the race. If you were Scott Dixon, you were probably pretty trimmed out because you thought you'd be at the lead. If you were Connor Daly starting deeper in the field, you probably had more downforce to help you get to the front. The teams have the ability on pit lane to adjust downforce levels during a pit stop. They can do it in about 3 seconds while the tires are being changed. So Connor Daly's team probably thinking about what sort of downforce level they want, because Paul, track temperature now 105 degrees and rising. That's going up. Connor Daly on carb day got into a little bit of a spat with Santino Ferrucci about blocking on track and had to go at him on social media. I had to call him up, T-Bell, and give him a little bit of tough love. I said, listen, man, these guys are going to be
a little bit too much front wing for running up here.
They're going to be blocking you all day, so get used to it, brother.
Connor Daly saying a little bit too much front wing to run up here. He's just done something his famous dad Derek has never done. That's lead a lap at the Indy 500. "60 laps in, 140 to go here at the Indianapolis 500. Our coverage on NBC presented by Firestone. Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, Paul Tracy with you. Kevin Lee, Kelly Stavis, Dave Burns, Marty Snyder. We got the whole gang here. Mike Tirico, Danica Patrick, 7-time Cup champ Jimmy Johnson, and Steve Letarte, Rutledge Wood as well. It has been a fun day, and it is far from over. Now, I need to tell you that Verizon is taking you trackside with the Verizon 5G portal experience. You can scan the QR code on the screen to experience immersive 360-degree views, powered by the ultra-low lag and massive capacity of Verizon 5G ultra-wideband, available in parts over 70 cities. This is 5G built right, only on Verizon. And you ride with the Verizon Chevy there, Will Power, who has got himself into 21st position after starting in 32nd.
So Connor Daly came on the radio and said, I think I got a little bit too much front wing out front. So what that means is it's making the front of the car has a lot of front grip because he's in clean air, and the rear is starting to slide a little bit around. So on this next stop, if he plans to stay out front, they'll try to take a little bit of wing out. But this guy right here, he's running a light downforce setup because he was trying to get to the front of the field. Watch this pass. He gets sideways, T-Bell, underneath of the Foyt car.
Alexander Rossi inside, Dalton Kellett in the 4. Talk about trimming the edges. Look at Rossi
Here's the onboard. Watch this.
Still there, even. Still there, tight.
You have to really trust the driver to the outside that they're not going to cut across your bow.
Got another
and send
run.
you both into the wall as Rossi has a run on the front straight, pops to the inside. He should make it work this time. Alexander Rossi up another spot, but remember, still a lap down. He has to get all the way to the front and pass Connor Daly, Marty, to get back on the lead lap.
Townsend, that was a pass about 8 laps in the making. Alexander Rossi was very frustrated running behind Dalton Kellett, and you see how far he's already left that 4 car. It shows how much stronger the 27 is as we ride on board on the AutoNation on board with Alexander Rossi than the guys that he's running around right now. They dialed in as much rear wing as they could on that last stop, adding downforce. I also think it's so much warmer, Townsend. They weren't expecting to be in this traffic, number one, but to be in this traffic and this warm, it's going to be tough sledding for Scott Dixon and Alexander Rossi to get themselves back on the lead lap.
Well, it's not going to all come in one big chunk, especially once you fan out. He'll be looking for yellows and restarts and opportunities to go big and make something happen, but he's in for a really long,
we actually think we get better mileage there.
really long 135 laps to get back to the front, being a lap down like
You
this.
run out of time. If it takes you 5-6 laps to get by each guy, just to get to the front to get on the lead lap, and then you got to do it all over again, you'll just run out of laps.
Pietro Fittipaldi, the grandson of Emerson Fittipaldi, is back there in 20th. He was the highest qualifying rookie, but the highest running rookie is Scott McLaughlin. McLaughlin maintains his spot in the top 10. There's the yellow submarine right there in front of Graham Rahal, that Pennzoil Chevy. McLaughlin runs in 9th at the moment.
His teammate just behind him right there in the number 2 car. Joseph Newgarden looking for an Indy 500, running 11th.
So Connor Daly has now racked up from 0 to 16 laps led here at the Brickyard. "70 laps complete here at the Indianapolis 500, the 105th running of it. You saw there in non-stop the Bitcoin Chevy of Rinus VK, the youngster from the Netherlands who has led the majority of this race, coming in for his 2nd stop of the day. Meanwhile, we've got an interesting one here. Connor Daly. Then that purple and black AutoNation Sirius XM Honda. That's Elio Castro Neves in his 21st appearance here at the Indy 500.
Here comes Connor Daly, peels off. Now Castro Neves is the leader as Connor Daly comes to pit lane in that 47 Air Force car. Dave Burns, they're going to have to make it snappy to beat VK on the over-under.
Connor Daly loves being edgy. Example, told me Friday night he was at the Machine Gun Kelly concert. Today, all business at Indianapolis. Half turn a wing out on the front. This car too edgy for him to drive when he's leading.
Be interesting to see. Those are the first 2 Chevys to come in early. We'll see if Castro Neves and Herta come on this lap or if they've got another 2 laps.
We're going to know here in one more corner. And let's check out where Connor Daly is in relation to Rinus VK, Paul.
Much better fuel mileage right now with the Hondas. Right now, it's at the front of the field.
There you go.
Hondas.
There goes VK. So VK is going to beat his teammate Connor Daly. Those are the cars that have made their first pit stops of this next round of the field. Castro Neves still leads.
Pretty big gap there for Connor Daly to close. There's the leader now. Look for him to come on this lap, I would think.
They're going to go 5 or 6 more laps for Elio Castro Neves. How about that? So that shows you those ECR cars. Yeah, they can run out front, but that's a massive penalty to be in the lead.
Don't forget, Marty, that on the last yellow, VK and Daly were able to pit before the yellow. Castro Neves and Castro Neves and Palou were able to stretch it and pit under yellow without penalty. That's why we're seeing them run longer here.
Yeah. Elio pitted on lap 38 in comparison to the others on lap 31 and 33. So advantage to the veteran, to the triple-time champ. You know, wouldn't it be appropriate if he was able to win his 4th today? Supertex, AJ Foyt is here, Rick Mears is here, and Al Unser Sr. is here. They got their photos taken with the Borg Warner yesterday on the Yard of Bricks. If you could add another one to club number 4, that'd be phenomenal. Let's have a listen to some recent radio.
Should I pass Elio and see if we can get the train moving, or just stay here? No, I think just stay right where you're at. Right where you're at.
Good coaching by Dad, but T-Bell, look at how close. I saw him touch that inside curb. Look at how close that front wheel gets to the curb.
That's how close he has to go to the curb. That curb can turn you backwards at the snap of a finger, but that's where he has to place the car. Colton Herta needs to find clean air behind Elio. I always found Elio was one of the easier drivers to follow. He's not easy to pass, but he's easy to follow because Elio likes to run a higher line, and he leaves a ton of air down low there for Colton Herta to grab with his front wing.
And by the way, if you didn't hear what he said, should I pass Elio so we can get this race going? That's a conversation between father and son. Brian Herta, the 5-time Indy 500 starter, calling strategy for his son in the Gainbridge Honda. Kelly.
And you'll see Simona Di Silvestro coming down to pit road to bring it into her female forward team. Remember, this team comprised about 75% women, including these women going over the wall, now performing real-time live IndyCar pit stops for the first time in their young careers. Marty?
Ed Carpenter hits his stall, and I think he's among those drivers who just kind of got caught off guard by the warm conditions on the racetrack. He said, I need a lot more downforce if you guys want me to make any moves. You see other cars going by as Carpenter, much smoother stop on stop number 2.
They wound a whole bunch of rear wing into that back, so a big downforce change for Ed Carpenter. Here comes Sebastian Bourdais.
And this is Sage Karam in the 24. This small team, Kelly, is having a great run up a number of positions so far.
Up to 15th, and Sage couldn't even believe it. He asked his team if he was really in 15th. Happy with the car. They made an air pressure adjustment first time down pit road, and even better for Sage Karam. They're getting better fuel mileage than expected.
Pass for the lead. Colton Herta has taken the lead and then immediately dives for the pits. So this is the 26, the Andretti Autosport with Kerr Bagajanian, the youngster, has beaten the veteran into pit lane.
And it shows you that Herta is getting better fuel mileage than Castroneves. He pitted 5 laps earlier than Castroneves did. They like the car. They're not planning any changes. Herta is in. Marty, Castroneves squeezing right around in front of him.
Yeah, Elio Castroneves has found the fountain of youth here in Indy at 46 years young, leading laps here. He said the car's handling is outstanding. Colton Herta, though, will jump him here on pit road. The 06 car headed back out.
So we'll be watching to see where Colton Herta and Castroneves blend on the back straightaway as Rinus VeeKay, there they come. There's VeeKay and Connor Daly, the two teammates. Remember, they pitted several laps before, but that's the blend battle on the back straightaway for the cars that were leading before this cycle of pit stops. Here comes Hunter Ray, too.
Yeah, pretty big gap right there for Castroneves to close now to Herta. That's a pretty large gap, but these guys out front have now cycled back to the front, but they are at a deficit now of about 5 laps on fuel, and as you go to the next stop, that could turn into 8 or 9 laps.
Here we go, waiting for these drivers to come in for the next round of stops. Pato O'Ward, Takuma Sato, there they go, top of your screen. Here comes O'Ward trying to arrest the speed on that Arrow McLaren SP Chevy, Dave. Get it down to 60 miles an hour so you don't get a pit road penalty.
Remember, the first time he tried to make this race, he failed. So Taylor Kyle, his strategist, told me last year they just wanted to get him comfortable. This year, they're pushing the envelope, and Pato is faster. He's had a good first couple of stints. Kevin?
Last year's winner, Takuma Sato, got a break from the yellow, picked up about 7 spots. He's coming in for stop number 2. They will make a front wing adjustment, and the people-ready car is back out and racing. Pato O'Ward, and O'Ward will get right in front of him off the pit lane.
This Indy 500 is broadcast live in Japan on Gaora Sports. There will be millions watching the 2-time and defending Indy 500 winner. He spent the majority of the off-season back in Tokyo and hardly had a day off. His name has shot to prominence even more than when he was in Formula One.
Let's see how these guys blend out. O'Ward comes out, and Sato, they're going to have to defend a little bit. Potentially into 3. No, they slot right in. O'Ward in front of Castroneves there.
Castroneves lost out on that, and you know who the big winner was? Is that blue and white NTT Data Honda of Alex Palou, Marty.
Alex Palou with a terrific stop, and he's the sneaky one of the Ganassi group. He is up in the top 5 and having a terrific run. His teammates, meanwhile, on pit road, Marcus Ericsson, Tony Kanaan, also here. They were at the back because they had to do emergency service on that first stop. A little bit longer stop on the 48 there, Kevin.
Graham Rahal got better fuel mileage than everyone else. He came in last time after the yellow on 38. They were afraid they were going to have to do emergency service. Didn't. That's paid dividends. He cycled to the front, legitimately running inside the top 10 right now. Rahal heading back out, Dave.
This is J.R. Hildebrand's 11th 500 in a row. The group working with him, veterans who all want to race with him, who believe they can win the 500 if they can just get that track position.
That beautiful retro livery.
Colton Herta, a little bit of a fade on Alex Palou, blocking to the inside as that blue and white car of Alex Palou had to check up, and now Pato O'Ward in the black and orange Arrow McLaren number 5 closing
Graham
on the
Rahal
Spaniard.
coming out of the pits there now, cycling right in the middle of that pack. This pack will help him get up to speed faster. So Graham Rahal steadily moving forward.
Hunter Ray just tucked in behind him to grab a little bit of extra tow. The DHL Honda. Need to tell you that while Pato O'Ward is running well for Arrow McLaren SP, there's a penalty to his teammate in car number 7, Felix Rosenquist, for a pit road speed violation, Marty.
Alexander Rossi and Scott Dixon staying in lockstep, still down a lap. They were not able to pass any other additional cars on the racetrack, but they're determined to work together as best they can to put themselves both back in the game.
I'll tell you what, guys. Look at the running order. Youngsters, VK, Daly, Herta, O'Ward, Palou, Vet, 6th, Hunter Ray, Castor Neves, Rahal. The youth movement is at the front and dominating this race right now.
Yeah, and they are not settling down. O'Ward just made a great move on Colton Herta. O'Ward now up to 3rd. He won his first race at Texas earlier this year on the oval, and now O'Ward wants Connor Daly going into turn 1.
Rahal on Castro Neves, Hunter Ray on Palou. Now the moves, it's starting to get racy here, approaching the halfway mark of the 105th Indianapolis 500. And there's a rookie in the mix. He's right behind his Team Penske teammate McLaughlin, is shadowing Newgarden.
Connor Daly making a move on his teammate. These two, what they should do is work together and cycle back and forth, but Pato O'Ward is right there, and he wants to lead the Indy 500.
This month of May has been pretty much dominated by Hondas, but it's Chevrolet 1, 2, 3 at the moment.
Connor Daly got a taste of leading at Indy, and he likes it. He wants more.
Small gap right now to Hunter Ray, who has now moved his way inside the top 5. He's been nice and quiet today, moving his way forward. This guy knows how to win races. If you give him a sniff, he will go for it.
Tell you a story about Team Penske's Will Power. He's made up 19 positions since the start. The 18 champ is up to 13th. Our Fast Family is back. That's Fast and Furious F9 in theaters June 25th. And it's been pretty fast and furious here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 144 on-track passes already as we take you to the Peacock Pit Box. Steve, Jimmy?
Thanks, Lee. Yeah, 89 laps complete. It's been fast and furious both on the racetrack and on pit road. Jimmy, the strategies are all over. It's hard to tell. We know who's fast. Daly leads, VK, Herta, but it all comes down to who is going to hit the right strategy when the yellows come out.
And it really does matter. You know, the strategy that's taking place is quite interesting to me, to watch the leader of VK be so many laps behind on his fuel strategy and how early he has to pit. I'm not sure how that's going to play out. The Hondas, on the other hand, seem to have this fuel mileage that keep stretching it lap after lap.
Well, it's been an action-packed 90 laps so far here at the Brickyard. Started with Dixon on the pole, but very quickly he was overtaken. This is the field coming to the green. We got to see it firsthand. Crazy 3 wide 11 deep.
Really impressive to watch these guys get started. A few made it work on the outside, then it got single file, and then we saw a few passes for the lead.
Yeah, both Herta and VK, they led laps early. The youngsters, 20 and 21-year-olds respectively. And then it all changed lap 32. We see Stelton Wilson lose control of his car coming to pit road. It forced a yellow. That put everybody in a predicament. But the biggest story, Dixon out of fuel, couldn't get it refired.
Yeah, it's amazing how long it takes to get one of these cars to fire up when they run out of fuel. Unfortunately, Rossi had the same issue in his pit box, and these guys are trying to dig out of a hole right now.
Two of the favorites currently a lap down, trying to find a way back. And then right here, the hometown hero, Connor Daly in the Air Force ride, goes to the lead, and that's where he currently sits. He's led 29 laps so far. Lee, the action's great, and next time you throw it to the pit box, I'm going to turn my mic on the first time.
Well, I know it's loud down there too, Stevie, but as we ride on board the people-ready Honda, Takuma Sato, the two-time champ. He's won twice in the last 4 years. He's inside the top 10, doing well, and he's shadowing. He's trying to get closer into the draft of his teammate in the United Rentals Honda, Graham Rahal.
He almost got into it with him. Graham Rahal slammed the door on him there in turn 2, and he shot up the track and nearly brushed the wall. So he was right there on the inside of him, T-Bell, and Rahal just shut the door.
Yeah, everybody kind of jockeying now as we approach half distance. Graham Rahal said this morning in the pre-race show, I want to be in the top 5 by half distance. He's got 7 laps to make up 3 more positions to accomplish that goal. Graham Rahal knows that the second half of this race, you want to be floating around in that top 5 and positioning yourself and your race car for the sprint to the finish.
There's no more gimmies anymore. There's no lifting off and letting the guy, if he's beside you, take the corner. You're going to like run him right in there and shut the door on him from here out.
How about Connor Daly in that US Air Force Chevrolet performing at the front? Daly's led 31 laps after never leading a lap at this speedway. As a special guest here at the Brickyard is a 3-star general. Lieutenant General David A. Crum has flown in from Alaska just to watch this guy drive with the support of US Air Force. The story couldn't be any better.
It's pretty cool. Now the issue for the Air Force driver there, and Rinus VeeKay in the Bitcoin car, his teammate, is going to be how far can they go on this fuel run. This has been a pure green run, no yellows, and Connor Daly last pitted on lap 72 and Rinus VeeKay on 69. So VeeKay should have to pop in first, and that'll give us a pretty good idea of what their pure fuel range is at full race running. I think VeeKay is going to have to come in at about 4 laps.
Marty Snyder.
On that topic, let's look at left side of your screen when everyone pitted last, and let's talk about Rinus VeeKay's fuel strategy. Look at a deficit he's at to everybody else. Connor Daly, -3 laps. Pato O'Ward, -11 laps. Ryan Hunter-Reay, -7 laps to him, and 9 laps to Colton Herta. And it's just going to snowball as this race goes on. So yes, they have an extremely fast Bitcoin car in that Chevrolet for Ed Carpenter Racing, sitting in second right now. But Townsend, if it's just going to multiply with every stop, could their shot at a win without a caution coming for them be gone today?
It could be, because Colton Herta or Alex Palou or Pato O'Ward, I think they could finish on 3 more stops, especially how they're saving fuel on this run. We're about to find out how far could Connor Daly go leading the entire time as this guy, Will Power, exercising some patience, trying to make a move on Karam. Power
lost the spot there.
Sage Karam slammed the door on him, forced Will Power to have to downshift, and then I think that was the Huskies' chocolate car.
I think it was that
Carpenter shot the gap in the short chute between 3 and 4, but right now, Castro Neves is really working the back of Alex Palou's car.
Will Power has worked really hard to drag himself from the last row, and now Power runs in 16th at half distance, so he's halfway there, halfway through the race. He's right on schedule. He's just got to hang in here and keep working the traffic.
I don't think we've spoken enough about the DHL Honda and Ryan Hunter-Reay, the veteran, the 2014 Indy 500 champion, a series champion. There he is. We've already lost the shot there. He's further forward. But RHR, Captain America, look for the red and yellow car. There it is there, running in 4th spot. He did the driver introductions today with his 3 sons, Ryden, Roxon, and Rhodes. And this is the RHR we've been wanting to see for several years. Let's listen to radio.
Our number's worse right now. Position is the priority. Not going anywhere, definitely do it because it'll for sure help. Right now you are still on track to make it on 3 more stops.
There you go. That's exactly what I was talking about, Paul. These guys can make it on 3 more stops. They're right where they want to be. Question again, can ECR make it on 3 stops? I don't think so, but we'll find out.
Hunter-Reay has had a 2-year run of bad luck. Will it be over today in the Indianapolis 500?
Continue just past halfway here at the Indianapolis 500, 1/4 of the way almost through the Stanley Cup playoffs. Round 2 begins with Vegas and Colorado. Maybe the best series of the playoffs tonight, 8 Eastern on this very busy, great sports day here on NBC. VK and Daly, another pass for the lead as they continue to exchange here as we work past halfway at the Indianapolis 500, lap 103 of the 200. So Danica and Patrick are watching Connor Daly try to win here as they come towards the pits here, and pit stops now, which has been such a key strategy portion of this Indy 500 after the Stefan Wilson crash and the incident, I should say, in the pit lane on lap 35. Down to Dave for the pit stops.
Mike, Connor Daly told his team, I'm trying not to be a complete roadblock, but give you the number you want. They told him, we are seeing that number. He's made it to lap 103. Balance is good on this car, Marty.
And Connor Daly worked perfectly with his teammate Rinus VK, and I think VK is back in the game here. If you can get to lap 101, which they did, they're pitting here at lap 103, you can make it in 2 more stops after this. So Rinus VK, the race might not be over yet, Mike.
Watching very closely the fuel mileage, so important. Connor Daly, they mentioned the crowd going wild when the man who grew up 25 miles from here took the lead for the first time in his career at the Indy 500. There hasn't been an Indiana-born driver win the 500 since 1940. So Connor Daly really has that support. What are you seeing as we pass halfway, Danica?
I see fuel. I see more and more fuel. As I was looking at the lap tracker on the IndyCar app, I saw last lap, and they're all fairly slow, like 212, 213. So I think you're seeing it from the leader back. Everybody's learning how important it is to save fuel at this point in time.
One other thing, we're sitting up here, it's cool, it's in the 60s air temperature-wise, but you've heard the guys talk about how the track temperature may be a little bit higher than they thought. No clouds, brilliant sunshine. How does that impact the cars and the drivers and the setups?
So much. The temperature, the air temperature and the track temperature are 2 different things. And so what it's doing is it's affecting the balance front to rear, which is why you saw so many cars with understeer at the beginning, just missing the balance. And then the track temp coming up is a reduction in grip. So I know that a lot of the guys that are running really well. We're hoping for hotter temperatures, but of course, it presents a problem for everyone to some degree.
The Mike Tyson great line was, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth the first time. Indy punches you in the mouth in so many different ways. A lot of plans being utilized today with O'Ward atop as we go back up top of the pagoda and Lee Diffie.
And O'Ward might put Connor Daly a lap down. Connor Daly had a little small hiccup on the pit stop. The inside rear had an issue, and he's lost a ton of ground to his teammate. His teammate's all the way at the very end of the straightaway, the black dot way up there. So Connor Daly right now under threat of going to lap down, Kelly.
As pit cycle continues, Simona Di Silvestro comes to pit road. She'll get her Firestone tires and Speedway fuel. It looked like a little bit longer. I didn't have a good vantage point. That might have been a little bit slower than they had been hoping for. The women over the pit wall have been doing an outstanding job all month long here in the month of May.
Oh, look at this top screen as the Preda Autosport crew regroup and gather. This Arrow McLaren SP driven by Pato O'Ward, the 22-year-old Mexican. He became a first-time winner in the series this year at the age of 21 at Texas Motor Speedway, and this guy has got some serious energy and some serious skills.
Been on track for about 29 laps, so Pato O'Ward's about to pit. Connor Daly's already made that pit stop, so Connor doesn't need to worry too much.
Yeah, but the problem is you only lose about 3/4 of a lap on a pit stop. That stop for Connor Daly was a little bit long, so when these guys cycle, I think he's going to end up losing about 5 or 6 spots.
Yes, I want to point something out though. The other guy that also pitted is Joseph Newgarden. We haven't talked about him today. There's the white #2 shell car. Tim Cindric and that team decided, let's go off strategy and pit a little early. So Newgarden and VK right there will be back at the front of the queue after everybody else performs the pit stop. Newgarden's done this before. Tim Cindric, an expert strategist, has done this before to winning effect. Going a little bit different than everybody else on pit lane, trying to get his driver to the front on strategy. There goes Colton Herta to the box.
Townsend, Tim told me before this day that they would need to get to the top 10 by halfway. Guess where Newgarden was from 21st at halfway? He was 10th.
Tim Cindric is the president of Team Penske. As Townsend mentioned, he's a master strategist, so don't be surprised if it works out for Joseph Newgarden, Kevin.
I think it's going to start getting racy here soon. Those pitting right now, including Colton Herta, can turn up the wick a little bit. They are good on fuel to be able to do it in 2 more stops. Herta back out, Marty.
And Carpenter coming to a stop for the 3rd stop. He had fallen back to the 18th position because the car was stuck in 5th gear, and he had to go into emergency mode to get it out of 5th gear. That worked, so Carpenter back with a fully operational race car. We'll watch the blend here with these guys.
Yeah, there's Colton, so VK's already gone by with Newgarden, so VK with an advantage on the pit stop sequence.
And he's going to shadow Joseph Newgarden. 90 laps to go here at Indy. On a spectacular 67-degree day here in Indianapolis. Look at this aerial coverage, brought to you by Honda. And on pit stop rotation, there's a Honda at the front in the hands of Graham Rahal. But that's all going to change here very quickly in the 105th running of the Indianapolis 500. Helio Castro-Neves there lights it up right in front of Scott McLaughlin as they pit. And should only face 2 more stops. Colton Herta on Joseph Newgarden.
Whoa. Big block by Newgarden. Then he cut back across in front of him to the outside. Colton Herta loses a little bit of speed there. Ryan Hunter-Reay getting a run on him here onto the back straight.
Everybody's blending. Everybody's stacking back up. They pitted at different times, but now they're finding each other again on the racetrack. All these battles for position. That's McLaughlin in the yellow Pennzoil car out of the pits just in front of Colton Herta.
Herta said that was a rude move by Newgarden on the front straightaway.
The rookie has a speeding penalty. McLaughlin into the pits. That takes him out of the mix.
Here, bud. Drive through.
Look at him smacking the steering wheel.
So easy to do. You get locked up here, you slide through the timing marker. Look right there. Oh, he almost loses it in the pits. So lucky he didn't lose the whole car.
That is the first error we've seen him make this year.
Listen. Final downshift ball to first gear, and it locked up the rear end.
So easy to do as the downforce comes off these cars. These cars have very little downforce on them, and the tires are hot. The brakes get really hot, and it just locks up the rear tires almost every time.
Go to red 7, red 7.
That's a tough pill to swallow at the halfway mark. Pretty tough to come back from unless you get a yellow.
Well, we haven't seen Dixon or Rossi be able to make any headway after going the lap down with that kind of anomaly earlier with Stephen Wilson's crash on pit road. They'd been stretching it out front. They couldn't stretch it any further. They were out of fuel. Let's get back to it, though. Ryan Hunter-Reay sweeps around the outside of Takuma Sato, and Hunter-Reay is now in 8th position, waiting for Rahal to pit.
Tell you what, he's getting the fuel mileage, Rahal, and he's got the speed. So right now, guys, the way I see it, Rahal could put himself as one of the favorites to win. Here he comes to the pit lane.
Well, especially going that far on fuel, it gives him flexibility towards the end, Kevin.
And the Hondas look like they're getting better mileage as well, especially the Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Hondas. Graham Rahal has been really happy with the car. He's ready to turn them loose, and that's generally what I'm hearing on the radio. The race is on. For those that are pitting in the last few laps, they don't need to save. They're turning it up the rest of the way.
There you see the battle up front. That's Alex Palou that'll resume the lead. Castro-Neves in second in the black and pink AutoNation Sirius XM, and then Pato O'Ward. Those are the 3 front runners.
2 Hondas leading a Chevy. And for Alex Palou and the guy running right there, Pato O'Ward, they both became first-time winners this year.
Rahal lost it out of the pits.
Cold
right in front of the leaders. That was, a tire was hit.
And
that's
a tire went into the infield. He was coming out and trying to hustle it on the warm-up lane, and it's so easy to do. Cold tires, narrow track, and he lost it right in front of the field, and it was a hard hit into the wall.
The last time we saw that was Alex Zanardi, and luckily for Graham Rahal, nobody collected him. He came out and spun in front of Palou and Castro-Neves and O'Ward. There's that tire. That's good news. That tire that was hit, you see it down there. I was a little worried that might climb the fence, and glad to see Graham Rahal climb out under his own power.
But who hit it? Who hit that tire, though?
You know what this does, guys?
this resets the whole fuel issue, because everybody now, I think, is going to come in and top up again, I would think.
No, they just made a stop, so I think only if you're at the back like Rossi and Dixon. And Connor Daly is the one to answer your question, Lee. And I think he might be all right. I just don't know if that front main plane is going to hold up.
Graham Rahal can't believe it. He knew he had a potentially race-winning car. He was getting unbelievable fuel mileage. He had great speed. The AMS safety team there, as they always are, in a split second. And he knew that that was a massive chance. A massive chance.
Oh, and he knows it was just too soon to push that hard on the outlap.
This is what happened. This is the pit stop. So the Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan crew go to work as they do on the United Rentals Honda, grabbing a tear-off the aero screen. Everything's going normal. They don't see anything
untoward. Wait a second. Hang on. This was not a mistake from Graham Rahal. I don't think that left rear was tight.
Yeah, I think the wheel came off, and that's why it got hit. Look.
Not his fault at all.
It did.
Oh, my gosh.
And then that tire rolled out into the middle of the track, bounced off the wall, right into Connor Daly's path, and he hit it like a football.
Nothing Graham Rahal could do. We thought he lost it, and he didn't. He just lost the left rear.
Now watch this here.
For Alex Palou, for Elio Castro Neves, Pato O'Ward, Rinus VK, Hunter Ray Sato, Herder, and the one that comes through next is Connor Daly.
Connor Daly's nose definitely has some damage. There's a gap in the seam where the nose meets the rest of the car. Now watch this here.
Here it comes. He drop kicks it.
Yeah, Connor Daly's probably going 150 miles an hour, and that thing went skyward as you ride on board with Graham Rahal. Watch the left rear. It's just going to peel off.
Hard hit. Now watch this. Here you're going to see. Boom. And that is, without the aero screen, the potential for that to be catastrophic is very high.
On board with Connor Daly. Oh, terrifying. I mean, Graham still is just, he cannot believe what happened. He had the car, he had the position. They saved the fuel. Just an absolute gut punch. The biggest race in the world.
Graham works not only as hard as he can behind the wheel, he works incredibly hard with his father and the team owners and the commercial side of the team and the company to bring people like United Rentals, etc., to the team so they can run at the front. He runs his own business here in Indianapolis. It was his first 500 with his daughter Harlan, and it was all looking so good.
On another note, Alexander Rossi is up there now. He's going to come in. So he kind of cycled his way more towards the front, but now same thing. He's going to have to come in under yellow and take that fuel. Now he's going to go all the way to the back again. In comes Sebastian Bourdais in addition to Rossi. So too Ed Jones. Marty Snyder standing by.
Lee, as we ride on board with Alexander Rossi, they've actually pitted twice already under this caution because they came in to take some fuel. It was not emergency service. Pit road was not closed. We'll get a further clarification just to make sure. And they changed all the tires except the left rear. Then they had to come down a second time, change the left rear. Now they're getting full of fuel, and you see Scott Dixon come to a stop in his stall. The most important thing of all of this, Rossi will still likely be a lap down. I believe Scott Dixon will be on the lead lap because it went through the cycle of pit stops. Dixon had not pitted yet, so Dixon should be on the lead lap. Rossi still, though, one lap down.
You're correct, Marty. Scott Dixon is still on the lead lap. There's Max Chilton and Scott McLaughlin. Here is Dixon in the PNC Bank Honda. But I think the one big takeaway here, fellas, it was a lost opportunity for Graham Rahal and Team RLL, but it was a very fortunate incident that nobody was injured in this. This is the unfortunate part. This is the lucky part. Cleanup complete, and it is time to bring the action here at the Indianapolis 500. Chip Ganassi Racing's Spanish star, Alex Palou, winner of the season opener, leads the field to green, but watch the orange and black Chevy in third. Here comes Pato O'Ward on Helio Castro-Neves. Castro-Neves pulls out to take the lead again.
Side by side, VK on Newgarden also. That was a bold move.
Sato up high, Herta down low. Harvey on the inside of Will Power. Wheel to wheel in two.
Will Power runs a little bit high. He's going to lose another position to James Hinchcliffe. James Hinchcliffe now trying to draft up on the back of Jack Harvey, but his teammate out front, Pato O'Ward, now slides into second place.
Listen to the crowd roar as Helio Castro-Neves chases his fourth win. Further back, all kinds of action.
That white, orange, and black car is Juan Pablo Montoya. There's Tony Kanaan in the blue and white American Legion car.
Santino Ferrucci right there in the Mountain Dew car.
He was trapped on the outside coming off of 4. These guys know this is the opportunity. You got to make something big happen. If you're going to the front, you got to make it happen now.
4 wide coming down the front straightaway. These guys are getting really racy now.
Look out, look out. The all-black car is Sebastian Bourdais, the all-orange car there. Pato O'Ward for the lead. This young Mexican's not hanging about. This is how he won his one and only IndyCar race a couple of weeks ago at Texas Motor Speedway, straight to the front and took off.
He's made really good fuel mileage so far this race as well. So now Townsend is the time to get out front and get a feel for what it's like to be in the front. But there's Dixon now back on the lead lap. Rossi still 1 lap down.
If you are not in the top 10 right now, you are desperate to get there. You know, historically, you have no chance to win unless you can get into that top 10 at lap 125. By lap 150, I think you got to be in the top 8. With 20 to go, you need to be in that top 5. These guys are trying to make it happen right now.
If you read the tea leaves for a little later in this race, it is setting up for an epic finish. And that pink and black AutoNation Sirius XM Honda second, Helio Castro-Neves, the 46-year-old Brazilian, could be a 4-time winner here today. We could see the iconic, the legendary fence climb one more time here at the Brickyard.
And these 2 cars, Lee, O'Ward and Castro-Neves, were some of the last cars to pit before the Graham Rahal crash. So, Marty, they've got the best fuel flexibility to go the distance.
And they've been getting terrific mileage, and the handling has been outstanding for Helio, who would love nothing more than to win his 4th 500, and honestly fighting for his career. He told me last night, he said, listen, I'm out to prove I'm worth more than the handful of races I'm going to run in this 06 car this year. I want to prove to Mike Shank and everyone at Honda that this team should be full-time next year. I can still win races. If he wins this one, they've got to think about it.
Palou slips through on the inside. Let me tell you a great story while we ride on board here, the AutoNation on board with Helio Castro-Neves. He comes to Meyer Shank Racing after 20 years at Team Penske, but he didn't start at Team Penske in his IndyCar career. That was with Hogan Racing, and a guy who worked at Hogan back then was Matt Swan. Matt Swan is Helio crew chief on this car. It could be a symbolic reunion for the veteran. Kevin Lee, what you got?
Well, Graham Rahal is out of the care center, and he's looking at a replay, I think, on his phone right now. Nothing you can do. The wheel falls off. How good of a chance did you have to win this race?
I mean, as I said a minute ago, over there, it's famous last words, but we had him. We had him. The fuel saving that we were doing, the car, we were in the perfect spot. We were just cruising. And we were going to, I keep using the word going to. That's not the right word, but our strategist played it right. I felt like I was doing a good job in the car. We got ourselves where we needed to be. We had them today. And, like I said, it's always, this one's hard to accept. But I'm proud of the United Rentals guys. We worked hard. Thanks to all of our partners, for getting us here. I'm sorry we didn't win this thing because we should have.
Thanks, Graham.
What hurts even more is that this is double points. Connor Daly on Jack Harvey up the inside. Double points within the NTT IndyCar Series are awarded today. You may have noticed a lead change as well. in the NTT Data Honda. There it is there, the blue and white machine.
Oh.
Palou to the lead. Castro Neves goes to second on the inside of O'Ward.
I'll tell you what this does right now with double points. Scott Dixon now goes from first to fifth in the championship, 72 points behind his teammate, the number 10 of Alex Palou now, who's out in the lead. So a massive swing in the points with the way they run right now.
Stay with that 10.
I love the way Castro Neves has played this so far. I mean, to come into this race as a one-off, 46 years old. We've talked about it all day. He's up there dancing with the youngest guys in the field, some of the most inexperienced drivers in the field, but he's right there on courage, technique, speed. I think he's got him in a very sweet spot. He's good on fuel. All these drivers will need 2 more pit stops to make it to the end. It's a long way to go, but for Castro Neves, that 4th win in the Indy 500, it looks like it's on today.
He's got a fast car. Last lap was a 2:20.2. That lap was a 2:19. So he right now at this point in time, he's clearly got one of the fastest cars in the field.
Wouldn't that be a breakthrough moment for Meyer Shank Racing? Mike Shank, Jim Meyer, the little team that could go right to the top. "63 laps to go in the Indianapolis 500, and our coverage here on NBC presented by Firestone. And these cooler temperatures have enhanced the intensity of this race, and it is not going away. Alex Palou, Castro Neves, O'Ward, VK, Ryan Hunter-Reay, and don't discount Colton Herta or 2019 champ Simon Pagenaud. There he is there in that bright yellow Menard Chevy.
Absolutely. There's a shark in the water, and he's moving his way forward. Now, Townsend, this guy has started at the back, and we haven't talked about him all day. He's just steadily working his way forward. Kelly, what's going on?
He started 26th, now up 19 positions for Simon Pagenaud. He told me when they turned this car back over into race trim following qualifying, it's a beauty. He also told me that he has as much confidence in winning this race and in his race car today as he did when he won here back in 2019. The biggest difference, of course, starting position. He started from pole back then, so he knew he'd have his work cut out for him. He wanted to be in the top 10 by lap 100. Didn't quite make it. It was about lap 125 before he cracked the top 10, but he has steadily progressed forward since then, up to 7th position now. And like you said, he's kind of like a shark in the water who smells some blood.
And Dippy, it was back in 2019 that Simon Pagenaud came into this race in a contract year, uncertain about his future in that Menards car. He won the event. He extended his career at Team Penske. He finds himself in the exact same situation here.
Contract year for the Frenchman in the Menard Chevy, but he's humming along beautifully in 7th. He's ahead of last year's winner, Takuma Sato. And then Connor Daly. Daly dives for the pits in the US Air Force Chevy.
Locks it up a little bit down there. We'll see if he got a penalty for speeding. He was all locked up getting in, but right now, Palou is stuck out front, Dave, and Castro Neves is happy to just sit there on him.
Connor trying to get everything he can out of the 47 car. They will split the 60 laps to go part. One more stop for Connor Daly. Tremendous understeer after being hit by the left rear of Rahal after it left his car.
Yeah, that nose is a little bit dislodged. You can see there's a gap to the body of the car, and the very nose could have moved the front wings angles, Townsend, and taken some front wing out of it. You definitely, I think he might have lost one of the wicker bills on the trailing end of the wing too.
Might be a little extra drag for Connor Daly with that slit. There comes Palou, so Connor Daly's going to blend out a lap down here, but these guys are all going to have to pit in the next 10 laps or so, so Connor Daly will cycle back forward, but he doesn't want to lose too much ground.
Just tuck in right here behind your teammate, get right in the draft like that, and just sit here and wait this out.
Yeah, he doesn't have to be too urgent here. The team will be giving him the information, hopefully. Hey, those guys, those leaders are going to have to pit. Just kind of hang in there. Don't lose too much ground. If you can make up a spot on a high percentage move, take it, but don't take big risks right now.
Newgarden just up the road, Lee, so Newgarden has done another pit stop as well.
Remember, he pitted early on the last sequence to get off sequence, so
That'll be really interesting to see how it plays out for Tim Cindric, Team Penske, and Joseph Newgarden. We'll find out as the leaders here come to pit lane, then everybody will blend out with one more stop to go.
Remember the old adage, you want to be the first to stop last. Is that going to go the way of Joseph Newgarden and that Shell Penske Chevrolet? Alex Palou, second-year driver in the NTT IndyCar Series, came in with a splash.
Newgarden, he's the last car on the lead lap.
Got a podium last year at Road America. That thrilled him. He had some learning moments. This guy from Barcelona who runs a coffee shop in Barcelona. That's in his spare time when he's not racing at 230 miles an hour. Or living here in Indianapolis. He lived alone in Austin, Texas during the lockdown last year. Had to work incredibly hard with authorities to get into the country. And then kind of was by himself in an apartment in Austin and just ground his way through it. That speaks to his resilience. Raced in Japan, raced in Europe. He is an incredible performer as VK comes in, Marty.
Yeah, you're seeing these leaders, Lee, like Rinus VK a moment ago, Connor Daly coming down pit road clearly. They have to make another stop. Meanwhile, there's a group in the back of the pack that thinks they can make it on one more stop. Scott Dixon is among that group. Really leading that group right now is Felix Rosenqvist. He's sitting in 17th. Can they save enough fuel to do it on one more stop? You see VK come in. He said the handling of the car a little bit different, a little bit too much understeer. He was back and forth. Remember, he's been in the top 2 or 3 pretty much all day long.
Getting close to that magical figure of 50 to go. Where are you with the final quarter of the race?
Pit stops underway here at Indianapolis. One more for the leaders like Alex Palou, who has driven a brilliant race thus far. The young Spaniard trying to win for the second time this year. He came in second in the championship standings, and when he came to pit road, he was a championship leader. Look at that blend. He is far gone from everybody else. Helio Castroneves, the leader now, will be pitting in about 4 to 5 laps.
And those are the cars on the same sequence with Palou. You saw Hunter Ray, VK, Colton Herta. They also have just one more stop. This is Castroneves on board the AutoNation cam.
Lee, I got to give credit to the Chip Ganassi team. This car pounded the wall the day before qualifying. Then they put it in the Fast 9, and right now he's looking like he could have the car to win. But here comes Castroneves to the pit lane.
All right, Elio, forwards out, look for Kevin, right on the mark. Here we are, 3, 2.
They had planned on leaving Helio Castroneves out a little bit longer, but once they saw the 10 car come, they thought, let's come as well. With it being warmer, tire wear certainly starting to become a little bit more of a factor here at Indianapolis. Helio's done a masterful job. The crew on pit road has done a terrific job. We'll see where he cycles out with the rest of the leaders.
He's been fighting with Pato O'Ward, and now O'Ward dives for pit road as well. So that will see Takuma Sato cycle to the top for the time being, and Will Power and Marcus Ericsson and Santino Ferrucci and Rosenqvist. But here's O'Ward.
Born in Monterey, Lee moved to San Antonio, Texas when he was just a kid and grew up here and became a champion in Indy Lights. Would like to win this Indy 500, put that on his resume, and so far the car has been very quick.
Dave, I said to him, who's here? And he said, well, my mum, Elba, my sister, Elba, my dad, who I have the same name as, Patricio. And he said, I've got lots of uncles and aunts, and uncles and aunts and uncles and aunts. He said, I've got a truckload of people who have come to see this race and hopefully see me win.
Let's see how Pato O'Ward blends out after that pit stop on the back straightaway. A bunch of cars fighting for position with O'Ward, but first we've got Will Power backwards in Simon Pagino's pit box.
Tell you what, I was just going to say, these last 2 stops are the critical stops. If you make a mistake now on pit road or have a problem getting on or off pit road, your race is virtually over. Now, Will Power is backwards, well short of his pit box. It's game over for him now.
My goodness, what has happened on pit road today? First, Stephen Wilson.
Look at this.
Then we saw Scott McLaughlin nearly lose it. O'Ward and Palou, the 2 first-time winners this year, into turn 1.
That's a battle for 12th right now, but we think that could be the battle for the lead after everybody else pits. So these are the front runners. Castro Neves there in third. Pato O'Ward in that black and orange car.
Well, have a look at this. Look at O'Ward thinking about it again. We call O'Ward the ninja because he's got such fast hands. But as we climb on board the NTT data car, the helmet of Alex Palou is done up in a symbolic to a samurai, a Japanese samurai, because of the years he spent in Japan. He said, I love the Japanese culture, and it has these 2 gold horns on the top of his helmet. And he said, that's in a dedication to the samurai, because that's what I see myself as in this race, in this series.
And I got to tell you, what a turnaround for this team. Aero Schmidt McLaren, they went home with Fernando Alonso, didn't make the field, and now they've got a chance at winning this race with Pato O'Ward.
Sam Schmidt is here, Rick Peterson is here, and Zach Brown, the CEO of McLaren Racing. We know that Lando Norris, who finished on the podium in Monaco last week, is in their studio in the McLaren Technology Centre back in the UK. Coverage via Sky Sports F1 there. Hope you're enjoying it, Lando. This is a phenomenal race with 45 to go. Kelly?
And just recapping what happened to Will Power on pit road, he said the brakes went straight to the floor. He said he had even tried pumping the brakes on the back straight, but as he came to pit road, the pedal went straight to the floor. He said just didn't have any brakes, so tough break there for Will Power.
Don't recall that many issues, Paul, getting brake pressure. Stephen Wilson said the exact same thing when he caused the first yellow. No brake pressure. I wonder if there's been a few kind of tricks of the trade to try to pull the pads back and increase straight line speed. That's pretty unusual to not have pedal pressure with 2 cars on 2 different teams.
It's all shaken out. Youth, vet, youth, vet, youth. It's experience against young youth. This is going to be a wild finish.
This is crazy with 44 to go. Still waiting for Sato and Ericsson and Rosenquist as Pagenaud squeezes on the inside. No, he doesn't.
He's Herta squeezed him tight, and that's a young lion not giving it up to the vet, Townsend.
Yeah, but Pagenaud's won this race, and Pagenaud knows it's too early to do something stupid. Smart from Pagenaud to back out and save the bravado for about 20 to 30 laps from now. Excellent move from Pagenaud.
Kevin?
Remember, Graham Rahal thought he was in the driver's seat. Well, the Rahal Letterman Lanigan team has been getting great fuel mileage. Takuma Sato pitting from the lead. We're going to watch that blend with Alex Palou to see how close he is to the front. He's still going to need to do one more stop, but one of these stops could be a little bit quicker if they can get the Firestones changed, because they'll need less Speedway fuel. Sato back out, trying to become the first back-to-back winner in almost 20 years.
35 years since his team principal, Bobby Rahal, won as well. This is ostensibly the battle for the front once we all cycle through.
Welcome back to the Indianapolis 500. The action is on the track, but the party is here in the infield outside of the Pagoda Plaza. There's a huge screen where fans have been coming through, hundreds and hundreds. And I tell you what, they are partying like they haven't been out of the house in a year. When Daly took over, huge cheers. When Rahal hit the wall, oh, huge boos. We even saw a sign that said, "You're doing great, Renee." It is a party down here for sure, Lee.
Well, it's just simply fantastic to see that shot right there, bottom screen. Simply fantastic to see this shot, the intensity, the pace of this race. And there's also another story bubbling in the background, and it's on pit road right now, Marty. The PNC Bank Honda of Scott Dixon.
The game is not over for Scott Dixon. They can do this race on one more stop. He's pitting with 38 to go. It's going to be a massive fuel save for Dixon, but they're confident. I just talked to Chris Simmons, his lead engineer, about whether or not they can make it. He said, yes, we can. If Scott Dixon winds up winning this race, it might be one of the best drives of his career, Lee. And during that last run, that might have been the spot where he won it. Not only did he come out ahead of everyone else on this strategy, he also was able to pass cars at the same time. So Scott Dixon trying to do it on one more stop. This could get interesting.
There you see the last pit lap on the left-hand side. So all of these drivers, Palou, Castroneves on down, have to make one more stop. I believe we just saw Scott Dixon's last stop. As Marty reported, he can make it to the end. The question is, how fast can he go, guys, to get to the end?
There, exactly.
If a yellow comes out, Scott Dixon is in a sweet position. If it doesn't, it's going to be tough to fight and save fuel to the end.
Yeah, I should have corrected that, Townsend. That is Dixon's last stop of the day. Yeah, so to make it that far, you know what it's like behind the wheel. He's going to have to do an amazing job.
He's going to have to do an amazing job, but these guys are going to have to also pit, and they will have fresher tires, but a little bit more fuel. Will the tires make the difference, guys? What do you think? Guys on the pit box?
Well, PT, the way I look at it, we just saw Scott Dixon run 41 laps. That was in the back and saving fuel. He has to make 38 laps for the finish. So Mike Hull doing a masterful job. You know the CGR team. If we're going to give anybody the chance, you want to give Dixon the chance, let him manage it, but maybe with a little extra fuel, run a little faster than the last run.
Yeah, you want to put him in a position to fight and be offensive. And Hull has called a masterful race, and the discipline that Dixon has had inside the car to create this opportunity and to deal with all the drama that they had early is pretty impressive.
What I think is fascinating, it's Ganassi versus Ganassi. It's Dixon trying to save fuel. His teammate Alex Palou trying to push him into an area of running out of gas. So Lee, how much do team communications bleed over at this point? I think it's all hands on deck, every man for himself to win the biggest race of the year.
Yeah, Stevie, it's every man for himself. The other one we have to look at is Joseph Newgarden at Team Penske, who is different to Dixon, different to these guys. He last pitted on lap 136. 35 laps to go.
We're also now, for the first time in the race, Townsend, starting to come up on a pack of lapped cars. And this right here, we're going to see what the handling is now like for these guys as they try to pick their way through these cars that are not going to want to go a lap down.
And if you're Chip Ganassi, you might consider, like they did on the last round, maybe this is the time to bring Palou in and get him out of harm's way and make his last pit stop.
I think you're going to see Joseph Newgarden come in very soon in that Shell Chevy for Team Penske. Remember, what was it, 3 stops ago? Tim Cindric called that and brought Joseph in the earliest. So we'll see. Dave, let's talk more about this man here, Joseph Newgarden.
When I sat down with Tim Cindric, he was having breakfast, and it wasn't lost on me that he was eating Lucky Charms, Lee. You never know what you might need on race day at the Indianapolis 500. But he told me that even though they missed it in qualifying as a company, he was very confident about the way this car would race. Got off strategy early, being in the back, is finding his way back toward the front now, and just needs one more pit stop to get to the end.
Well, his team owner and the boss of the series and the owner of this speedway, Roger Penske, he was quoted a couple of days ago as saying, don't worry about qualifying. Our cars are always good on Sunday. We're talking to you from the 9th floor of the Pagoda Tower. Above us is the captain. He's watching up on the roof to see if strategy can steer this to victory lane.
So 31 laps to go here at the line, and that means for all these cars, if they stop now, they can run full rich, full boogie all the way to the end. But Alex Palou stays out along with Castroneves, O'Ward, Hunter Ray, and VK, those top 5 cars stretching it on this stint.
Yeah, got to be careful though. Ed Jones just slammed the door on Palou. Palou got a run on him. He tried to make a move, and Ed said, no, you're not, no chance. So you got to be careful as you pick your way through these guys, Marty.
And up front, Alex Palou trying to win his 2nd race of the year and trying to gain the championship lead here in the IndyCar Series. Just checked in with the team. They are leaving him out now for the point you made a moment ago, Townsend. The further they leave him out, as Helio Castroneves goes by for the lead, he can run full rich till the end of the race.
On pit road now is Joseph Newgarden. Yes, he's one of the first to pit last, but he was from 8th position, so he doesn't have the track position that he absolutely would need. You see the Team Penske crew going to work here. Stop should be around 6 seconds if it's a good one. Front wing change as well, and they'll send Joseph away.
I don't think Palou's car, Townsend, is that hot. Oh, another car loses it in the pit lane, coming down to fill out a stop. So many accidents in pit lane today with people trying to get slowed down.
And her pit box is right at the start of pit lane.
The Beretta Autosport crew right there to assist her.
Back at Indianapolis, final stop of the day for Alex Palou, who came to pit road as the leader. Helio Castroneves also pitted a moment ago. Now the critical blend. Where does Palou blend out, and can he hold the lead over Castroneves?
As we continue, Marty, with our Indy 500 broadcast presented by Firestone, Mike Tirico, Danica Patrick, get to the final 25 laps here. What's the most important thing you're watching for here as we watch these pit stops, last pit stops for those with a chance to win?
Looking to see pace. Obviously, fuel is an issue completely all day, and so you're looking to see who's attacking at what point in time. So just because you save some at the beginning might mean that you can go harder at the end. That's a real thing. So I think that we're just seeing this all play out, and you're also seeing the same storyline from qualifying. You're seeing veterans and rookies, so it's going to be interesting.
Fewest yellows in the history of the 500. 4 happened twice, only 2 so far. Great racing here, Lee, at the final 24 laps.
Helio Castroneves sweeps around Alex Palou and Pato O'Ward. This trio have been glued together for probably 50 laps.
This is turning Townsend into a 3-horse race now. These are the 3 contenders for the win. We just saw Hunter Ray make a mistake on pit lane. The veterans have been making mistakes on the pit road, and now we got 2 youngsters up front with a guy looking for a 4-time win.
A one-off entry for Helio Castroneves, 46 years old, but Palou and O'Ward running second and third in the mix right here. Further back, Scott Dixon still in the mix, but has to save fuel along with Scott McLaughlin. So those are the front runners that have max fuel, max speed, and the guys that have to nurse it home.
Ferrucci now has moved up to 3rd overall. Rosenquist, they haven't pitted yet. Karam is in the lead with Kanaan. But this right here, this is the battle for the lead.
The Indianapolis 500 hasn't seen a 4-time winner in 30 years. That was when Rick Mears won his 4th. Can Helio do it today? There's those gold horns on the helmet on the NTT data cam of Alex Palou, the horns of the samurai. Well, we'll see if he fights like a samurai right here.
Palou's got a great race car. He's been holding back all day long, using patience, figuring out what his race car needs. Look at Helio trying to break the draft. 22 laps to go, Paul, and Helio does not want to give up the lead.
The only thing that Helio does, though, is he leaves that door open a little bit. He runs that high line, and he allows that car that's behind him an open lane underneath the white line to get some air on that wing. So he's got to be careful that he doesn't leave the door open and allow the guy to get a really good run on him.
Kevin Lee.
Heartbreak for one of the legit contenders. Ryan Hunter-Reay was running in the top 5, but as he came to make a stop about 4 laps ago, you see him lock up. He said the pedal went to the floor. He lost the brakes, had to avoid Simona Di Silvestro's crew. He got a pit speed penalty. He's a lap down.
What a shame. RHR was running well
Look
all
at
day.
this.
Palou on Helio.
So now we know Castroneves is going to force you to take the outside lane. Palou pulled off that move easily.
20 laps to go. It's going to get more and more difficult to stay close and make moves. I think Alex Palou knows that when the tires are fresh, that's your chance. That's what Takuma Sato did last year to take the win over Dixon. But Castroneves coming right back now because Palou has caught lap traffic with Dalton Kellett. Meanwhile, track temp peaking at 110 degrees. It's as hot as it's been all day.
Progressive lap leaders. There's been 13 of them, but it's been Connor Daly in the US Air Force Chevy who has led the most laps at 40. 21 to go in this memorable 105th running of the Indianapolis 500, and your guess is as good as ours, but you're more than likely looking at one of the 3 who could do it. Alex Palou, Helio Castroneves, or Pato O'Ward. Could be a first-time winner or a 4-time winner. This is going to be an awesome finish. Taking you all the way to the race
to the yard of bricks. 15 laps to go when Alex Palou crosses those famed yard of bricks right there. Here we go. Who's going to do it? Is it Alex Palou of Spain, Brazil's Helio Castro-Neves, or Mexico's Pato O'Ward?
I'll tell you what, I said it was a 3-horse race. I think it might be a 4-horse race because look at that green car that's dragging itself up here.
Pagenaud. There's his teammate, Scott McLaughlin. McLaughlin doesn't have enough fuel. He blast pitted on lap 159. McLaughlin's in the picture, but he's not really in the race. And then you've got Simon Pagenaud in that Menard Chevy. There it is there.
The only thing, though, the reason McLaughlin's pushing so hard right now is that if McLaughlin can get to the front and a yellow comes out and there's not enough time to go green again, McLaughlin could win as Castro-Neves goes back to the front.
Fastest lap of the race, Pagenaud on that lap, 223.7 miles an hour. He is absolutely flying right now.
And has more fuel, fresher tires than the others. He last pitted on lap 176. Palou on the inside of Helio again. Nothing new there. Here comes Pagenaud inside McLaughlin.
If they were smart with McLaughlin out of fuel, he lets him go by. So Pagenaud now is in the mix.
Kelly.
And yes, his rookie teammate Scott McLaughlin playing nice. They told Simon when it got to McLaughlin he would let him through. Simon Pagenaud starting 26th, very much in the fight here to win this Indianapolis 500.
Is it history repeating itself? He got himself a new contract in 2019 by sweeping the month of May. The GMR Grand Prix, the pole position, and the Indianapolis 500, his first. Simon Pagenaud could do it again. His son, Marley, was born earlier this month. So combined with what happened in 2019 and earlier this month, for Simon and his wife, Haley, there is no question the month of May is his favorite month of the year.
He has closed the gap, Townsend, about a 4-second gap down to virtually nothing in the span of about 4 laps. So now he is in the mix. We've got about coming up on 15 to go. Plenty of time to go.
Meanwhile, Pato O'Ward has just been quietly watching, stalking, learning about Castro-Neves and Palou, figuring out what does Pato O'Ward need to do to adjust his race car to start getting aggressive here. 10 laps to go as they come to the line, out of turn 4 right now.
Yeah, young guys already are showing their hand. Alex Palou was weaving down the front straightaway, back and forth, back and forth. So these guys are showing their hand on what they're going to do on the last lap.
Nobody knows that game better than Simon Pagenaud. Hey, let's take a look. Let's take a moment to have a look at the American Express unexpected moment, because as we know, anything can happen. Back in 1985, yes, Mr. Spin and Win. Danny Sullivan fighting with Mario Andretti. You know what the way this story goes. He not only saves it, he goes on to win his one and only Indianapolis 500. Danny, if you're watching, that was awesome, mate. That is the American Express unexpected moment. Are we going to get one here? By the way, fellas, creeping up in the background is Ed Carpenter. Watch for the red car in the background. There is Ed in the Sonac Chevrolet. This could get unbelievable. Here comes the Indiana's own.
Oh, the crowd will go crazy if Carpenter gets past McLaughlin and enters the fray to mix it up with the leaders.
Pace last lap, 2:20 for Palou. The pace is not super high, but they're not going super slow either like earlier in the race. So Carpenter's got a fast car, Pagenaud's got a fast car. We got plenty of laps for these guys now to set something up for the final 3 laps.
Take a look at the left-hand side. You see Rosenquist actually leads with Sato second. It's been a long time, Dave, since they pitted. But if a yellow came and there was a red flag, maybe they'd have a chance. What do you know?
Lap 158 was when Rosenquist last came to pit road. At that time, I checked with Billy Vincent, his strategist. He said we would need 7 laps of caution to make it to the end, and there's 7 laps of help, and so that doesn't look like it's going to happen here. We'll see what Rosenquist has left in the tank, Kevin.
And I think a yellow is about the only hope for Takuma Sato. I get the sense they've given up on making it to the finish, but if a yellow comes out with 6-7 laps to go, it would probably finish under yellow, so they'll stay out as long as they can.
Last lap for Rosenquist was a 2:12. The leaders are running 2:20, so they might even be able to chase them down. Palou again weaving down the front straightaway trying to break that
So
draft.
there goes McLaughlin. He bails out. He pitted on 159. He needs fuel.
What a run by Dreyer and Reinbold. Sage Karam. Karam is in the top 8. That is a phenomenal run for that one-car team, one race. But the action is here. Palou, Castro Neves, O'Ward and Pagenaud, and maybe, just maybe, Ed Carpenter could get there, but he's running out of laps.
And Paul, the swerving from Palou is getting more and more severe.
Well, we're coming down now to 7 to go. So as we get down to 5 to go, it's going to get even more aggressive. If Pagenaud wants this win, he needs to start making a move here before 5 laps to go.
On your bumper. Clear in.
Alex Palou had a monster crash right here in practice, and it destroyed the right-hand side of this NTT Data Honda. The Chip Ganassi Racing team said the left-hand side was so good. We've been working on this car for so long. We feel we can fix the other side, and they did, Marty, beautifully. And look how well he has led.
All that effort to save the primary tub, worth it. I asked Alex Palou yesterday about being in this very position. What would you do? He said, honestly, early last week, I had no idea. As you see Felix Rosenqvist coming to pit road, he gives up the lead. Now just Takuma Sato on that strategy as Helio Castroneves goes for the lead.
I think this is exactly where you want to be now if you're Palou, Townsend. I think you want to sit here until 2 laps to go. Yeah. Let Castroneves tow you around and set it up. See what his moves are going to be. See how he's going to play the last lap, and then you make the move.
The problem, though, Paul, is it was a lot easier for Palou to make a pass 10 laps ago. The tires now well worn, so we'll see how much harder it is. Palou looks to have no trouble, though, as he gets a run off of turn 4.
Got a lap cars now. They're starting to come up on Scott McLaughlin. Is going to be a lap car scenario, so that could play a factor as well. Do they put McLaughlin in the mix to try to help Pagenaud back this field up?
You saw Takuma Sato. He's out. He had to bail out, go to pit lane for a splash and go, so it is pure up front. The fastest 5 cars will determine the winner of the 105th run.
Here we go. Cars coming out of the pit lane. Rosenqvist now just came out of the pit lane on fresh tires. He won't want to go down a lap either. So
he's a teammate to O'Ward. Rosenqvist is in a position to potentially help and serve as a pick almost for Pato O'Ward.
5 laps to go.
Back, look at your outside.
Here comes Palou.
We got team cars up there that could help their teammates win the biggest race in the world. Will they be a factor in this?
And these are the 2 guys that you're looking at here. Felix Rosenqvist once drove this number 10 car just a year ago. He left Ganassi to go Arrow McLaren SP, and in to one of the most famous teams in IndyCar comes Alex Palou. He's wrestling, arm wrestling at 220 miles an hour, a 3-time champion, and in only his 2nd Indianapolis 500, he himself looks like a veteran.
More to go.
Scott McLaughlin, I think, is safe from being lapped. The spoiler here could be Felix Rosenqvist, but right now, Alex Palou is drafting off of a guy, Townsend, who's got brand new tires, and he's pulling away right now from Castroneves because he's towing along with a guy who's got brand new tires. Look at that.
Rosenqvist has new tires, but he also has next to no fuel. They only had to put a splash into it.
Through here, but it's not going to be any loss to us. It'll help our teammate.
Drive-through for Rosenqvist for a penalty, so he's going to get taken out of the mix.
Must have been speeding on pit road as you get a great view of that Mission onboard. He dives for pit road. There goes Palou. And just 7.5 miles left in this Indianapolis 500.
I wonder if Castroneves is now struggling now that we're at the end of the tire life. Does Castroneves have enough to make a move towards the end?
Castroneves made a move on Palou at the end of the last stint when they were in traffic, but right now it's a clear road. This is going to be a 5-car shootout to the end of the race.
Helio Castroneves in the AutoNation Sirius XM Honda for Meyer Shank in his 21st Indy 500.
It's on. Castroneves can do it, I think.
Here we go.
2 laps to go. 2.
Here it comes.
Outside, that is bold. Turn
Just set
one,
it up.
Elio. Don't lose too much ground, Palou. Get back in line, get down low, and get some clean air on your wing. Get a run, set it up for the last lap.
Paul, I think Castroneves has to start driving a line he doesn't normally run, which is all the way down over the white line. Take the air away from Palou to the inside. Don't let him get any more front grip than he needs.
He's right there, Castroneves. Oh, look at all this lap traffic now.
Oh, boy.
Lap traffic will become a factor as they come up on these. Look at that pack of lap cars going slow. This is going to be crazy.
My goodness. Elio Castroneves has to weave his way through here under the ultimate pressure.
Got to set this up. Palou's got to just back it off here and set this up off of turn 2. This is where it's going to happen.
Final lap out of turn 2. Onto the backstretch for the final time. Can Castroneves weave his way around with a move that Ryan Hunter-Reay put on him many years ago? He sticks behind RHR. Now here Palou. Palou gets closer. There's a 4-time win on the line for Elio Castroneves. Look at the crowd. They know history's on the line. Welcome to the 4-time club, Elio Castroneves. That is awesome. Spider-Man is back at the Speedway.
Wow, look at that. Holding up all 4, Elio Castroneves goes into history.
Way to wheel that car, dude. That was freaking awesome.
With authority, Paul. He did it with authority.
He choked off the bottom lane on the last lap of the last corner to take the air away from Palou and claim his 4th victory.
Good job.
And he did it in the boldest way possible, Lee, going outside in turn 1. Outside turn 1 on old tires. Fantastic.
I love you. Yeah, man, what a great race. Great job, man. Awesome.
His life has been IndyCar. His life partner, Adriana, is here. His daughter, Michaela, is here. And you're about to see Mr. Excitement go wild. This is awesome. This was spoken about for so long. Would we ever see the Spider-Man climb the fence at the Speedway again? Well, now we got that answer. We now know. There's Mike Shank.
Oh, yeah.
Co-owner of Meyer Shank Racing.
Unbelievable. Let go by Penske for younger drivers and then put it on everybody today.
I love you, buddy. That was everything, man. You deserve it. You deserve it.
So proud of you, man. You're awesome.
Nice shot, man. Good drive.
Hey! You know what? I'll never do anything again. That's the 4th one. I'm giving back to you. I love you, man. I love you. You want to drive around?
Elio's an emotional guy. He's made his team emotional. And not only was this the fastest qualifying field in Indy history, that man there just drove this field to the fastest ever Indy 500 in history. I haven't seen Jim Meyer yet. Mike Shank was up on the fence, but Jim Meyer, who's from Indianapolis, the former CEO of SiriusXM.
And the way those two team owners have built this organization to win like this has just been a textbook example.
There he is in his famous pink shirt.
You go enjoy every second.
Something special. Those two guys, Paul, have built this thing brick by brick, and it's paying off at the Brickyard now.
I've never seen Castroneves so frazzled. He's struggling to get his helmet off and his earpieces out. He's so emotional right now.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Like that pit strategy.
The pit strategy, the teamwork, incredible.
We just won the fucking race.
Oh, yeah.
You are the best. You guys gave me everything, every tool to make that happen. Thank you.
Give him a climb with your helmet off.
I'm so glad he got to do it this year, not last.
Well, there's no question you go for the drive for 5 now, right?
Oh yeah, this guy will be doing this. I think we'll see this guy into his 50s, Paul. He's lost none of the enthusiasm, all of the ability. He's got this great team behind him now, and the fans have always loved Helio Castroneves.
There's Michaela, his daughter.
Te amo. Mine five. Ganhamos, Cati. Hey, 4, baby, 4.
And isn't it special that AJ Foyt, Alan Cecina, and Rick Mears were here to witness that?
Perfect race, man. Perfect race. And awesome. Thank you, Honda. Finally, I was on the right side this time. Thank you.
Only a part-time season planned, Paul. Maybe this turns into full-time again for Castroneves.
Guarantee you he wants to be back in the car full-time. He deserves to be in a car full-time. He should have been able, Lee, to, you know, he didn't have an opportunity when he got let go by Penske to really, out of the IndyCar program. We were all kept in the dark of what was going to happen, and it was just kind of this fizzled out ending, and now he can write his own ticket.
Well, guess what, though, Paul? I hear what you're saying, but he did win a championship in the IMSA WeatherTech Series last year, and he won the Rolex 24 earlier this year. So at 46, he's driving like he's 26.
Look at him running like he's 19. He wants to thank every one of this 140,000 person crowd. It's a new way to celebrate.
And nobody's leaving either.
No.
They say enthusiasm and passion always win out. You're seeing it right now. I think this is Jack Harvey, his teammate. It is.
Marco
no, it's Marco Andretti. He has been in this paddock for more than 20 years. And it won't just be the Meyer Shank guys congratulating him. It'll be the entire IndyCar series.
Did you hear him say, great teamwork? He knows that it took extremely hard work as willpower comes. Former teammate.
I was looking up and down. I'm like, who's number 06? fucking good.
Yeah. Awesome stuff.
You're a legend. Legend of the sport, man. Fucking awesome.
Legend of the sport. Yes, he is, says Will Power. There's Jack Harvey. Here's my Shank brother.
Legend, man. You're going to make it happen. I'm telling you. We're going to win a race together. Absolutely. Thank you for helping me out. Thank you.
See, look at all the other teams coming. He's a man of the people. There's Tim Cindric, his old boss at Team Penske.
Thank you.
That's how much Elio Castro Neves means.
I was coming.
I was coming. Oh, look at that.
He just got blessed by the Grand Master.
Yes, he did.
Mario Andretti with the kiss.
Woo! You did it, old buddy. You did it. I hope you had that rock with you. Oh no, I didn't, but it's here. Thank you. I can do it now.
This might be the longest post-race celebration in Indy 500 history. But you know what? It should be. He's part of the 4-time Winners Club.
I'm afraid he's going to try to run a full lap.
And when we come back to the Brickyard, we don't want to leave, but we won't be gone long. You're going to hear from Elio Castro Neves. Many hours ago, when Roger Penske, the owner of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, said, "Thank you, the fans. We want to help bring America and the world back." Well, I don't think you could have asked for a better way with Elio Castro Neves kissing the bricks as now a 4-time winner. That happened just a few moments ago. There's Lone Star JR. Johnny Rutherford, one of the legends of this sport and this speedway, congratulating Elio.
This track president, Doug Bowles.
And Doug's stepson, Connor Daly, was in the mix for many laps and led for some 40 laps.
I'm so proud of you. I couldn't believe it. I was so shocked.
That's Ben Britzman, that's Simon Pagino's race engineer. Everybody's there. Like we said, it is the longest list possible to congratulate one of the most loved drivers in IndyCar history. By the way, IndyCar officials are having a tough time getting him to come over. Yeah. They want to get him in the car so they can put him on the lift and get him up to that truly unique podium.
He is truly milking it.
Oh,
for sure. This
but
is
you know what? This guy's
so fun to watch.
This guy's been in this sport for so long, and when you're in the sport that long, you've worked with so many people, you've accepted help from so many people that are as part of this sport. He's a fan favorite. He's a sport favorite. I mean, even on competing teams, people at the track, sponsors that he might have used to work with, everybody's going to come embrace the freshly minted 4-time champ.
Even when he won Dancing with the Stars, he made all the people on that show love him and all of the audience love him. He's just that kind of a guy. That's Elio.
He can take as long as he wants, in my opinion. He's earned it. That was some incredible driving, especially the move to make the final pass on the outside of turn 1. Paul, we talked about the young guns all day being brave, but maybe not having the wisdom. And in the end, it was Elio, brave and wise, knowing that he could pull that off.
Yeah, the youngsters were playing checkers today. This guy was playing chess. He played it right all day. And I said in the pre-race show, he's got a point to prove that he can win again. And he's done it. And now he deserves to be back in the series, I believe, full-time.
Now he's on the elevator. They can finally push the button to lift it up.
Marty,
You know, Joe Hodge from IndyCar, the gentleman in the white shirt there, he's the logistics expert. I think he's trying to convince Elio to get back in the car and get back out for celebratory reasons. I think Joe's going to have his hands full trying to get Spider-Man back in the car.
I don't think anyone can corral him at this point. Of course, all the symbols of victory for Indianapolis, the winner's wreath from Borg Warner, the milk tradition from the American Dairy Association, the winner's ring from Johnston's as well. Princesses are back in 2021. And, of course, the Borg Warner Trophy, the biggest prize of all. Roger Penske, his former boss, is here. The amazing thing to me is that nobody has left the front grandstands. If anything, they've come closer to the fence to get a picture of this moment and savor this moment with Elio Castroneves. I don't know if they're going to get him back in the car or not. Mike Shank. Mike Shank, yes. Saying, can you believe that?
I gotta go find my wife.
And a hug from Roger Penske. That one means so much. He got a text from Roger Penske.
Tom Brady couldn't make it. That's it, baby. Congratulations. You know, Danny, how sweet it is. It's unbelievable crowd. Oh, no. I love this. I love this state. I love the city. I love this place. Picture over it. You took it. I know. I love it. Proud of you. We're going to be busy. We're going to be busy, buddy!
Hey, Elio, welcome to the club. Now a four-time winner. I think you've shaken the hand of everyone in Indianapolis, Elio. Congratulations on being in the club. Look at that trophy. You get to be on there for a fourth time. What was the emotion coming to the start-finish line and seeing the checkered flag, Elio?
Well, first of all, I can't thank enough. I can't thank enough all the Nation Series XM group, Mike Shem, G. Meyer, the entire organization, Honda, powered by Honda. They were like this time where I needed the most when I needed, and they were right there. This state is absolutely incredible. I love Indianapolis. You guys don't understand. The fans, they give me energy. I'm serious. They don't understand. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. And from the beginning, we were so comfortable, happy. We're playing kind of like home, but I tell you what, right now, I'm just excited. The Firestone tires were absolutely on rails. I mean, the car was literally, it was incredible. I knew it was good. I knew I was going to get fight. I have to put the elbows out, but I tell you what, man, what an incredible feeling. But I couldn't do this without my family, you know, my mom and dad in Brazil. My sister, love you guys. We did it. And of course, the Lord. The Lord is being right by my side all the time. And this is just absolutely awesome. Man, I only did 2 races this year, and I won 2. I think I still got it, don't you think?
The emotion of soaking in the moment. Jim Meyer.
Thank you, man.
That's phenomenal, man.
This guy is unbelievable, I'm telling you.
I want to talk to you about soaking in that moment with the fans. This post-race celebration has been incredible. It's almost like the Elio Victory Lap Tour.
Well, let me tell you, it's not the end of it. It's the beginning, I tell you what. Look, I don't know if this is a good comparison or not, but Tom Brady won the Super Bowl. Phil Mixon won the Master, and now here you go. So the older guys still get it, still kicking the young guys' butt, you know. We're teaching them a lesson. I tell you what, this is absolutely incredible. Can't thank enough everyone here. It's NBC been doing an incredible job. I've been watching you guys way too much, and PT, I know you've been talking about that second win, PT. I'm sorry, man, but that was my win. And now I just confirmed this is my another win. So, man, this is great. I have so many guys here that, you know, first time, absolutely first time, but no one ever gave up. No one had a doubt, and they gave me an incredible car. And what I need to do is just hit
hit out of the park, and we did it.
It's been so fun to watch this celebration. You know how this works, Elio. You've got some milk, you've got a wreath, and you've got a ring to collect. Elio Castroneves, a 4-time winner of the Indianapolis 500. And yes, Lee, the answer is they are going to recreate this shot and have him get back in the car and climb back out. Elio Castroneves enjoying this moment at Indy.
We're going to remember today for a long time to come. A long time to come. There's Mike Shank just standing, high-fiving him.
Well, this is the moment. The wreath coming on. The milk should follow soon.
They made it strawberry milk, Lee, to match the fire suit.
Some 2% strawberry milk matched with the pink of the team for sponsor Auto Nation. The entire race was frenetic, the fastest ever Indy 500 in history. There were incidents, there were magnificent passes, and a storybook finish for Elio Castroneves. He and Alex Palou and Pato O'Ward and Simon Pagenaud, the quartet, the final couple of laps, but that was the winning move that got Spider-Man to the yard of bricks and to the fence again. 4 times an Indianapolis 500 winner is Elio.
Back in Indianapolis, where the celebration continues, Elio Castroneves becoming the 4th winner of the Indianapolis 500. Up here on the 6th floor of the Pagoda, Mike Tirico, Danica Patrick. We had the shot from here to look across and watch after Elio won and climbed the fence, and the fans just came swarming to him. What an incredible sports moment that was.
We had front row seats to that.
We did.
On the 6th floor. Elio is the kind of guy that you want to be around. He is always that happy. He's always that friendly. I mean, look at, he climbs the fence and everybody just gathers around. And you can see just how much everybody loves him on pit lane. Honestly, I welled up. Like, I was watching it, like, I could probably choke up right now just watching him celebrate and seeing him at the fence. I can't get enough Elio. I'm going to shut up. Just put the camera back on Elio.
Well, we'll go back. Children's Miracle Network moment of the race as you watch Elio Castroneves and the entire team around him celebrate number 4. It was the moment. It was an interesting day. It was back and forth with Alex Palou, and our booth was all over it with all the fuel strategy for about 40 laps or so. It was these two back and forth. Elio, which line would he take? Palou passing him, but then Elio eventually passing him and getting the victory and drinking the milk for the 4th time here at Indianapolis as the winner of the 500. And during the pre-race show, when we were downstairs, we mentioned that Johnny Rutherford, the 3-time Indy 500 champion, drew the program for this year's race, the cover of the program, and it was of the 4-time winners before. And I'm going to have to make room to join Rick Mears, Al Unser Sr., A.J. Foyt, all on hand this week. Elio Castroneves, now a 4-time winner of the Indianapolis 500. Well, Jimmy Johnson and Steve Letarte, you had a pretty good spot to watch a little bit of history here at the Brickyard.
An absolute unreal seat for a great show. They call it the greatest spectacle in auto racing. I now see why Indianapolis is so special. Our first Indy 500 in person didn't disappoint. Unbelievable.
No, it did not. What a race. I mean, from start to finish, super exciting. The energy that's here at this raceway was so amazing to be a part of. But Ilya pointed it out there at the end, and I'm happy as a veteran and an old guy. Tom Brady, Phil Mickelson, and now Elio Castroneves winning, keeping it alive for the veterans out there in sports in general.
It was funny, those closing laps. I could see the energy between the two of us. We went from seated to standed to couldn't believe what we were seeing. A 24-year-old battling a 46-year-old. The 46-year-old veteran got the best of him. Paul said it perhaps the best. Some were playing checkers, some were playing chess. We saw early on, the first start, you and I pointed out, Elio around the outside, it seemed like he had comfort all day.
He really did. He was composed all day long and knew when he really could push and needed to push, and then also knew when he needed to ride. But Alex Palou ran a phenomenal race, and being inside of Chip Ganassi Racing and watching him be a student of the sport, there's a hero in the making right there with Alex Palou, and he had a great day today.
One thing I think we knew coming in how big this event was, but no one could say it or show it better than Elio's celebration. The biggest events should be celebrated by the biggest stars. He's perhaps one of IndyCar's biggest stars, and you could see the true emotion. Started talking about his family. It started to sink in, I think, that he is now a four-time winner of this race.
Yeah, and I think that storyline of being a four-time winner and the character that Elio is, and kind of the legs that this can have for this sport moving forward, maybe the perfect guy to win this race to really thrust the sport forward to the next level.
Yeah, and thankfully, fans 135,000 strong were in place to see Elio Castroneves climb the fence again. It's all about the fans. He's the showman for the fans. They love him here in Indianapolis. Even his competitors, look at this. Juan Pablo Montoya. Everyone respects the performance of Elio Castroneves.
Hi, Peyton Manning here. If you love good competition, you'll love our quiz show, Capital One College Bowl. Rival colleges going head-to-head in trivia.
There's a guy who's pretty famous around these parts, the MVP of Super Bowl 41 for the Indianapolis Colts, Peyton Manning. And that College Bowl premieres Tuesday, June 22nd on NBC. Hey, want to let you know, it's important to know, we've got plenty of post-race coverage coming up. That's on NBCSN, and that's coming up next. So here are the unofficial results of the fastest Indianapolis 500 in history. Do you know what? Elio Castroneves does it for Meyer Shank Racing. Now, Mike Shank, even before and after he met Jim Meyer, they've won races in sports cars. They've won the Rolex 24 at Daytona, but today was their very first IndyCar race, and they started right at the top.
Absolutely crushed it. Great result for Sage Karam there for local team Dreyer Reinbold Racing. He comes home in 7th. But Paul, further down the list, it's a story of woulda, coulda for a lot of these cars. Some fell foul by luck that wasn't under their control. Some just didn't have it going on today.
Yeah, the fuel issue where the car wouldn't start for Dixon and Rossi just ruined their day, and it's another massive disappointment for Alexander Rossi and a massive hit in the championship points. But Scott Dixon, Lee, kind of recovered okay, back to 2nd in the points now behind his teammate.
PT, speaking of 2nd, that's where Chip Ganassi Racing's Alex Palou finished. He was so close to victory. I'm keen to hear what his feelings are. He's with Kevin Lee.
And Rinus VK just came over to offer his congratulations as well. What a show you put on, leading 35 laps in your second Indy 500. But as you watched Elio Castroneves celebrate, I'm wondering what the emotions are. Coming that close, but coming up short.
Oh man, it hurts. It hurts around here. This is the Indy 500. I cannot be angry about finishing 2nd, but we had the car to win. We had the best car, the number 10 NTT data car. It was amazing. And Honda, man, like Honda gave us a lot of speed today. I think we were ahead of the other guys, and super proud of finishing 2nd. It hurts a lot, as I said, but it was a good battle with Elio, and I think it's better when you lose against the best in the business. So, yeah, good job, Elio.
If the leaders wouldn't have come up to traffic late in the race, would you have gotten him?
You never know, man. This is racing. Could have like I think so. I think I was a bit faster than him, and I was able to get him right back on the back straight as soon as he was passing me. So I didn't let him pass, but once you get a good run, there's nothing that you can do, and I couldn't really keep my position there. Yeah, the traffic didn't help for sure, but it is what it is. This is racing. In another pit stop, there was some traffic that was helping me, so can't complain about that. But super proud about the Chip Ganassi racing car, and we'll be back. We'll be back stronger. It hurts a lot, but good points for us and good experience for me. It's still my 6th or 7th race on an oval, so hopefully I can win next year.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
And look at this. The celebrations continue. Mike and Mary Beth Shank, they're in that car. They're from Pataskala, Ohio. They're the pride of that town. And they are currently constructing a massive new racing headquarters for their sports car and IndyCar program. And there they are with their very own 4-time winner, Helio Castro-Neves, with Adriana and Michaela. A truly family affair. Helio's talking to the 100,000+ who are still here. We're going to say farewell from NBC. I'd encourage you to make the switch over to NBC SN because we'll have a almost full hour of post-race coverage. Tonight on NBC, the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs continue with the second round action. That is Vegas versus Colorado. Coming up next on NBC, it's the Senior PGA Championship. What a day we have witnessed here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Helio Castro-Neves victorious. Well, this beautiful afternoon started out in exactly the same way. We were blessed with incredible weather all day long. Yeah, maybe pretty cool this morning, but I think, Townsend, that enhanced the race, right? With the closeness, it enabled the cars to run a little bit closer, pull off some moves. Incredible.
Yeah, and on such a perfectly spectacular Indianapolis day, the weather incredible, and I'm just thrilled for these fans as America comes back to come here to the greatest spectacle in racing and witness not only such a historic win 4 times for Helio Castro-Neves now, but the way in which he did it, Lee, was brilliant. I mean, that outside pass he made into turn 1 was brave, it was determined, it was also sort of measured and really well thought out, and to do it in front of tens of thousands of fans coming back to this great race is something I'll never forget.
You know, we always looked at things that tied back to Indiana and Indianapolis specifically, and I just mentioned about the Shanks, where they're from, but Jim Meyer, Indianapolis is his place. You know, he's an Indy guy and has moved back here from, you know, obviously running his business when he was the CEO of SiriusXM after retiring. You know, he spent a lot of time in New York City, but Indianapolis is his home. Can you imagine living here in Indy and winning, being the co-team owner of the winning team?
Well,
it's phenomenal.
There you see Michael Shank, the co-owner and really the guy that has put this whole program together. Mike Shank's not a billionaire businessman that came in and started a racing team. He started in this business. He's built the organization, like I said earlier, brick by brick. And at times, Lee, he has gone all in and risked everything to build this organization. And to see him realize this success, I think, is also equally as special, because this is a young American, not as young anymore as he used to, but he started out in this business in the lower levels, and to see him realize his dream today is also incredible.
I mentioned earlier in the show, I said I was glad to see Helio get his 4th this year, not last, and that the main reason for that was because of the fans. The last winner, when there were fans were here, is Simon Pagenaud. He's with Kelly.
Yeah, Simon knows all too well the feeling that Helio Castro-Neves has celebrating in front of the fans. An outstanding race for you, Simon, 26th to 3rd. But one of the first things you said to me when you got out of the car is, I got to go see Helio. Why was that important to you?
I mean, he's a great friend, and he's writing a page of history here in Indianapolis. You know, we needed a guy of our generation to join Mears and Foyt, and you know, it's just phenomenal. Very happy for him. very disappointed for myself and my team, but we did a great job. You know, it was a tough task for us today, but I think we had the best car out there. We just, I think one more lap, we might have had a shot at Helio, but you know, I was about to get Palou on the last lap here on start finish. Let's not take anything away from Helio. He did a fantastic job. I'm very happy for Menards. Obviously, John was here today, and you know, he's such great support of mine and the team. So thanks to my team, and thanks to all the support as well. Thank you.
You said you needed to be inside the top 10 by lap 100. You didn't quite get there till about lap 20. Was it just getting that track position early that ultimately cost you the time there at the end? Or, like you said, was it a matter of 1 or 2 more laps?
No, what really cost us dearly was that first yellow came out. We hadn't pitted, so we had to come in for an emergency stop to put fuel in the car. And then it put us back at the back of the field again. So at lap 44, I was almost dead last. So now we only have 156 laps to go to the front, but we did it. Again, 2 more laps would have been fun, but it's 500 miles, and congrats to Helio.
I know this day is about much more than points, but when you look at the big picture, you did jump up 3 spots in the championship standings to 4th. So how good of a takeaway is that from this day?
Oh, it's great. I just want to win Indy. I really don't care about the championship. This is the one place in the world, this is the one race that you want to win, and second, third, doesn't matter. You know, you come short, it's just first place, doesn't matter. So it's you know, what Helio has been doing is amazing, and the great thing is 46 years old. That gives me 10 years to go and catch him.
Well, you told me you became a father earlier this month, May 6th. You said your career switched from trying to make your father proud to wanting to make your own son Marley, of course, still an infant, proud. But what do you think wife Haley and Marley are thinking back home in Charlotte?
Well, we've been texting with Haley. I know she's really proud, and so is Marley and Norman, my little dog. So I wish they were here. Unfortunately, you know, we had to decide for the health of the baby. He's so young, but it is something to be a dad. I can tell you that, and I'm definitely. I have a responsibility now to be even better on the track, so he's proud of me.
Thank you so much. Simon Pagenaud comes away with a 3rd place finish. Dave?
Right behind him, Pato O'Ward, who was looking at a podium for quite a while. They're looking at the lead, though, early on. Pato, he led 17 laps. Then what happened later in the race?
Yeah, man, I really think we did a perfect race. I don't think we could have done anything better. We just needed to be faster in the end. Let's just say, I mean, the balance of the car was pretty phenomenal the whole way. I mean, the Sarah McLaren SP guys, the number 5, the whole month has been really strong. You know, I want to thank Views, Aero Electronics, Mission Foods, Team Chevy. I mean, everybody's been working so hard, and I would have loved to get this win for everyone, but we didn't have enough speed when they let me loose. I knew they were going to let the guys in front of me loose, and I didn't have enough to catch them. I just, you know, we need to work harder, come back stronger next year, because in Indianapolis, the only thing that matters is winning. So I kind of bummed that we lost 3rd to Simon in the end, but I took a risk to try and get a mega run on the leaders, and it didn't work out. So I kind of had to get out of it.
I talked to your strategist, Taylor, last night. He told me about the hard work that you put in personally. And then when you won at Texas, did you progress that much more on the ovals to set you up for today?
Yeah, I just think I learned a lot in Texas, and I applied the exact same here. And I think it would have been a winning recipe if we would have been if we would have had that little extra in the end. I think we could have taken it. We just didn't have enough.
In your notebook for the Indianapolis 500, what are the big check marks you make for take care of this next year? Maybe a little more horsepower or something to get you up next to him, but what else?
Man, I'm telling you, I feel like we did a great job this year. The pit stops are fantastic. The strategy was perfect. Everything was perfect. So we just need to do this again and be a little bit faster.
All right, same exact as today, just a couple positions up and a little faster, Mike Tirico.
Dave, thanks. So we talked about the youth and the experience. I'm here with Danica Patrick as we continue to watch Helio Castroneves take this wonderfully enjoyable victory lap after his 4th Indy 500. The youth v experience storyline was one of the big ones coming into the day. And Danica, we looked 5 of the top 8 were those 20-somethings. So the youth was there, like O'Ward and others, but one of the vets getting to enjoy the victory moment here in Helio Castroneves winning his 4th.
Well, you're seeing just how many strategies and how many people could win the race. And that's why, you know, you've seen the interviews. Everybody's like, oh, it could have been me. And even Graham, who crashed, was like, we had him today.
Oh, don't forget that. Like, Graham Rahal was devastated.
Yes.
Because, and it's just the left rear tire was not on, and it comes off. It was nothing he did. And his emotion as soon as he got out of the car speaks to exactly what you're talking about. So many really had a chance today.
So many, and that's because Indy has so many ways it could play out. And there are so many runs in the race where your car was so good, and then say you're out of the race the next one, you thought, I had him the whole time, I could have got it. It just, so much can happen here, and that's the allure, is it keeps bringing you back in because you're like, could have been me. I'm even sitting here today going, how many times could I have won this race? I'm like, probably that one and that one and that one, and that's why you fall in love with the place.
Yeah, you know, I'm thinking of Scott Dixon, because we all talked about Dixon being a prohibitive favorite coming in. So many liked him for so many reasons. And Stefan Wilson has this incident up here entering pit lane in lap 32 or so, changes the whole deal. Nothing Dixon did, but it changed the entire complexion of the rest of the race, and they were trying to chase something that they couldn't get eventually. As we wrap up, your thoughts as we took in what was a very different Indy 500 than 40 weeks ago. We were in this spot, and it was empty, and it was only the Sato celebration in otherwise silence. Very different story and picture today.
Dare I say, today was an above average day. Like, how many days can we call above average days in the last 14 or so months? And today felt above average. It felt, dare I say, normal too. It's like people everywhere, energy, vibes, sunshine, great weather, loud cars, fans cheering. Helio Castroneves getting back to pit lane for the 4th time. The old guys coming in. I mean, shoot, maybe I need to come back next year. I don't know.
wait a minute, hang on a second.
No, let's not do that.
I'm going to give you full credit. You drove the pace car to start it, so you got the whole thing started on a good note. So well done. Great work with you again.
It was wonderful to work with you, Mike. Thanks. Today was really fun.
So much fun. And, you know, I think it's so appropriate. The people were back, and the guy who's been closer to the fans than anyone, Helio, climbed the fence, kissed the yard of bricks. Jack Collinsworth, Paul Tracy, Steve Letarte will join you as we continue post-race after this.
When we were here last year for the 104th running of the Indianapolis 500, these are scenes we could have only wished for. Today has been an amazing day, a pivotal day in the comeback of this country, in the comeback of the sporting community and live sport with fans in the stands. And 135,000 IndyCar fans here to watch Helio Castroneves of Meyer Shank Racing win for the 4th time. There's a lot of happy race fans. You could see them standing, especially in those closing laps, Townsend, getting to their feet, hands in the air, screaming for the much-beloved Helio Castroneves.
And they're still waiting for the 4-time champ that none of these fans haven't left. They're climbing the fence, showing their love for Spider-Man. Look at this lady going for it. They might take out some of our fiber there. I can see our TV cables below the fence. I think the guy having the best time as the adrenaline wears off Helio Castroneves is Mike Shank, the team owner. Marty, this whole organization is just having the time of their lives, and they earned it.
They're soaking it in, Townsend, and so well deserved. And you guys brought up the point. I've never seen more race fans hang around just to get a glimpse of Helio Castroneves. You've seen them climbing the fence, and the most prized real estate right now is right here by the Yard of Bricks, where Helio is headed to. They will do the kissing of the bricks ceremony, started by our very own Dale Jarrett. And Townsend, I'm going to ask Mike Shank about this in a moment. You can speak to this story because you've raced against this race team. But this is a win for the little guys. I mean, Mike Shank really bootstrapped this entire organization. He didn't have a ton of money until he got some extra funding from other people. They started this with an idea on a napkin. And here they are, Indy 500 winners.
Yeah, he's been grinding it out for many years, but he never lost sight of the most important thing in this business, which is answering, or how to answer, the simple question, what do we have to do to win? Mike Shank's been all about that. He's a winning mindset team owner. He's not a participant. He's a winner. And this is just, it's got to be so therapeutic for a guy that worked that hard, Lee, for so long to get there. And now he sees the ultimate payoff as the hugs continue for Castroneves. Some of these people coming out of the word work. That's one of Simona Di Silvestro's pit crew members, probably a former Team Penske person. Here comes more Team Penske crew members. They are thrilled.
He was part of that family for 20 years. And the reason, you know, Marty made a good point, never seen so many people stick around. It's for the historical value. The last time there was a 4-time winner, Rick Mears' final victory, was 30 years ago. And that can't be lost because it was one of the never-ending questions about will we ever see Elio get a 4th? Well, that question was answered today. To talk more about this and enjoy this wonderful and highly memorable day, Steve Letarte, Paul Tracy, Jack Collinsworth. Fellas, what a day here in Indy.
Well, fellas, that was unbelievable right there. 20 years after his first win, right back there is Castro Neves. What was the defining moment, do you feel like, of this race today?
Well, Steve, it was a battle of youth versus vet. And the young guys, the young guns, they just seemed to not be able to control, you know, not being in the lead. They just wanted to get out there and be in the lead, but you couldn't get away. It was like Talladega or Daytona. You just couldn't break away from the pack. And the vets just sat there, just laid back, waited it out. And then when it was time to go, Castro Neves made the move with a lap to go, and that was over.
Yeah, in my mind, there was 2 moments. This is going to sound silly, the initial start. I sat on the pit box at the end of pit road. The first start of the race, Castro Neves jumps to the outside, gains 2 spots right away. That tells me the wily veteran versus the young up-and-coming guys, even the wily veteran knew that was a time to take. And that's what he proved all day long, when to give, when to take. There were times, Paul, to your point, he didn't want to lead. He didn't want to be there, but he knew after the final pit stop, you could feel the adrenaline come up. You could feel the energy come up. And when Elio got to the front that time, he didn't give it back as easy. Now, there are times you have to concede, but he made sure in that merry-go-round of the lead that in that last, 4 or 5 mile stretch, he had control. Then I think it was very fortunate, get a little toe off some lap traffic, and look, you can't win anything 4 times by luck, right? It's by skill, it's by wisdom, and he showed not only why he wins this race, but why he's so popular. I mean, the fans love him. What a place.
They do. You hear his name getting chanted. So why was Castro Neves the perfect winner of this race? As we have, we welcome the fans back. In the first race where we welcome the fans back, why was he the perfect guy to take it?
Well, he's a fan favorite. He's been in the sport for so long. And, I've said this a couple times on the show already. He was kind of demoted. I said it in the pre-race show. He was kind of sent out to pasture at Penske, and they said, we're going to put you over in the sports car, and kind of like, you're kind of too old now. We're going to get a younger guy in here. And he comes back in this race, first time here without Penske, and put it on them big time. So hats off to him. The guy is just, the guy's not aging. He's just getting better and better.
There's not a better, grittier, dirty kiss in your life than this right here. I've been fortunate to take it. A tradition started by Dale Jarrett back on the NASCAR side, if you could believe it, spilled over to the Indy 500. Now the home country flag comes in. And PT, I really think, as you mentioned, not only is he a fan favorite, but what makes him the perfect winner, Jack, is that he's more than an IndyCar fan favorite. The man was on Dancing with the Stars. He's perhaps one of the most household names of the entire IndyCar series. This is great for racing. It's great for the fans. It's great for the country. We all want to see sports. 135,000 screaming fans came here. They deserve to see an exciting race. They got that. And then they all got that champion that they could get behind and cheer for. I'm a little worried about traffic because nobody's leaving, Jack. So you and I might be stuck here a while.
It's another win as well for the 40 and up club. Tom Brady, Phil Mickelson.
Certainly is, yeah.
How much sweeter is it with age?
Yeah, I mean, I said it at the beginning to you. I said he's the Tom Brady of IndyCar racing. This guy does not get any older. He's as fast as he ever was. And hey, I got to say something. He threw a little shots fired at me.
He did.
About the win and our situation. So him and I are going racing next month, and I'm going to take that smile off his face. I hope.
Yeah, you hope. Be careful. Be careful of the promises you make. And I think that's, we all like a dream. As a kid, you think you're going to win the game or win the shot, And then I think some of us forget that as that dream fades, you wonder, right? We all want to be kids again. And this just helps the other half of the country, right? Instead of the young kids looking at one of these young 20 or 21-year-olds, maybe it gives some of us hope that we can still be youthful if we can. Now, listen, I'm not in Helio Castroneves shape. The man ran a mile down the front stretch in celebration.
Yeah, we're in the middle of a transition right now between the old guard, the Dixons, the Castroneves, the Satos, all these guys that are in their 40s, kind of getting towards the end of the road, and all these young guys coming in. So we're on a tipping point right now of these new young guys starting to take over, and the old guys saying, hey, wait a minute, I still got a lot of speed. So it's really cool to watch.
Take me back to the final couple of laps. What was the key to that pass on Palou?
Well, I really believe that, as we talked earlier, it was kind of who had control of the race. I do think lap traffic kind of played a part. At one point, Palou had the lead. Rosenquist was out there. I think he was getting a little bit of a tow, was helping him. And then when Rosenquist pitted, it kind of slowed Palou's momentum, and that was it. Helio, I think, knew that was his moment. That was his time. He took control of the lead. And then Paul points this out. You and I started a week ago in qualifying, that unique line that Castroneves take. You pointed out to me, he runs a little higher. You weren't sure if it was the right line. I wasn't sure either. But then when it was all on the line, he changed that line. Explain to the fans why you think that was so important, then he moved a little lower.
Well, he runs a high line, but he leaves the lane open for a guy to get the air underneath of him. But then on the last couple laps, when he got in the front, he cut that line off to take the air away. But the one thing I did notice is he set that up, what he was going to do at the end of the race, he set it up before the last pit stop, because he made the pass on Palou right before the last pit stop. And I think he just knew that that's what he needed to do, and he repeated that same move again at the end of the race with a lap to go.
And it takes us, so here as we're on board, we can see a lot of passes here, but the metal it takes to complete this pass on the outside, Paul, the outside's now dirty. We've had an entire race. I mean, he was a little into the gray turning in there. Not crazy high, but higher than I would ever want to be.
Yeah, and the lap traffic obviously helped him. I thought it could have hurt him a little bit, but then once he got in front of Palou, there was a whole group of cars that were just up in front, and he was able to use that draft to get the top speed, so he wasn't like towing Palou around. So he definitely had some luck go his way. The skill, he did it, you know, he made the pass when he needed to make it, and then he had some help, which was a big help.
Yeah, listen, this is Helio's moment, and it should be celebrated, but don't forget that name, Alex Palou. He drove much wiser than 24 years old today. I think we're going to see him for the rest of the season and many, many more years as he returns here to the Brickyard.
Well, we're going to be able to hear from Helio again as we come back. A lot more post-race coverage headed your way. History being made here at the Indy 500. Back in just a few. The smile on Helio Castroneves' face says it all. Four-time champion of the Indy 500. I want to show you, Paul, the rest of the four-time winners. What goes through your mind taking a look at this graphic right now?
Well, it's rare company to be in, and when you look at guys like A.J. Foyt, Rick Mears, Al Unser Jr., those guys are the legends of the sport. Helio Castroneves is now in the same club with them. It's an honor. You can't even imagine how hard that is to achieve.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I just never thought somebody else would join the club. I mean, the competition is so deep. The quality of car is so deep. I mean, it's the fastest ever field. That doesn't say a lot about the front row. This says a lot about the back two rows, that they were that close to the front row. And as you mentioned it at the top of this show, 20 years apart. The man's done this over a few decades, and I think that makes it even more special to think you could be that competitive for so long.
Let's hear from some of the other drivers. Let's start with Ed Carpenter. He's with Kevin Lee.
Top 5 finish for the third time in his hometown race. So you might say starting 4th, finishing 5th, not a whole lot happened, but you had a pretty adventuresome day, I understand.
Yeah, I think we were pretty fortunate to get back up into the top 5 to even be with the lead pack at the end. I stalled it on the first pit stop. Not sure what happened. I must have just made a mistake. But yeah, go to the back of the line early, fought hard. I kept my head in the game, and the guys were awesome in the pits. Even that stop was going to be a super quick stop. Strategy was great. We managed to kind of find clear track with the sequencing and cut some pretty quick laps and leapfrog our way forward. But anytime you're running at the front and feel like you're well positioned early on for where you want to be late, and then to get cycled all the way to the back, it's a gut shot, but at least we were able to fight our way back in it. And all 3 ECR cars showed well. It was great. My car, the Sonex number 20, was great. The Air Force Chevrolet was great with Connor. Great third time third team, part-time guys, and Renus drove a heck of a race. He deserved better than 8th. So a lot of things to be happy about, launching us into the rest of the championship. Not a bad day.
Were you stuck in a gear for a little while too?
Yeah, I had something going on there too. I kept getting stuck in 5th. There was a lot of going into emergency mode and then back, and that'll be a whole nother situation, but we managed it.
I know you can't hear the fans with the aero scream, but this is your hometown race. It means as much to you as anyone else. Just looking around, what did you think today? What did this mean to you?
It was amazing. Last year was so miserable not having fans here, and to hear them with us for driver intros, that's my favorite part of the day. It's amazing. I think they're obviously happy to be back. You could hear them, but we're so happy and appreciative they're back. Can't wait till next year when we can just pack this place full and have a big old party. So I'll be back. It sucks watching other people win this race. It never gets easier, but I am quite happy for Elio. Really cool to see another 4-time champion. And plus, he's way older than me, so it gives me that many more years, I think. So I'll be back.
As we said, Elio's not quitting before he's somewhere in his mid-50s at this point. Well done, Ed Carpenter. Let's hear from another Hoosier with Dave Burns.
Well, Kevin, this is the nose of the Dallara powered by Chevy that effectively ended Connor Daly's run for the Checkers here today. 40 laps led today, but man, hitting the tire at over 200 in the corner, that is not good.
Yeah, it was such a sad moment. I couldn't believe it, honestly. The car was so fantastic today. The team nailed it on strategy, and we got up front where we thought we could have run. But yeah, I mean, I did not see the tire at all until it was like right in front of me. Because when you're sitting in the car, we only have really like straight forward, right? Because you got the kind of like the windscreen with a little visor strip on it to protect us from the sun. Got to keep the glare in. And so I think it was literally like I bounced into that little view area and then right in front of me. And so I was like, oh my gosh, that was wild. So yeah, we were hanging on. We were just peeling rear wing out of it from then on. We lost so much COP. So yeah, tough day, but we had a lot to be proud of today for sure.
Well, yeah, you check some boxes. Never led laps here before. You lead the most on the race, Connor. You were up front most of the time. I mean, you got to be happy with the performance.
For sure, man. I mean, it's just there's only one lap that counts, as Scott Dixon said yesterday in the driver's meeting. And but yeah, so much fun. I literally just watched the video that IndyCar on NBC put up of me taking the lead, and I almost started crying over there. So it was.
Did you hear the crowd?
I heard it in the video, so it was. I mean, this event means a lot to me. So it was. I'll remember that for sure forever.
All right, big day for Connor Daly. Didn't end the way he wanted to, Marty, but boy, it's a good start for the next year.
Dave, the victory lap is done for Helio Castroneves, the kissing of the bricks. We want to chat with him before he goes up and does the rest of his media, and also this guy, Mike Shank, the now winning owner of the Indianapolis 500. Were you surprised so many fans stayed around to chat with you?
That was great. To see the fans, climb the fans, that for me was a huge tribute. I got emotional just seeing that because I do this for the fans. I enjoy it, obviously, doing it. And when you see they're paying back, that respect is it's absolutely incredible. So I'm honored to have fans like I have.
The fans are one thing, but to see the entire paddock come out and want to give you a hug, want to give you a handshake, I mean, that's got to mean so much, Helio.
Look, I've been around here on this block. It's not my first rodeo, but I tell you what, I hope I make more friends than enemies, and hopefully even the enemies understand that it's a very difficult to win this race, and see all of them. It's great. It know that this is a family. Even that we compete against each other, we care about each other, and I'm very grateful to see all my teammates, members of the Team Penske, member of the 60, obviously. I mean, so many other mechanics from other teams. It's absolutely great. So can't thank enough Mike and Jim, the entire organization, Liberty Group. So this is a great special day for them.
This scene has been so much fun. We didn't even ask you about the racing. I mean, talk to me through the final 5 laps or so. Alex had gotten around you. Were you thinking at that point about your move you needed to make to win the race?
Yeah, I was talking to Mike right now. My car was very good. I knew I could pass him. And I did a couple of tries on the finish line. I learned this from my good old teammate
Sam Hornish. So I was like, I got to do a Sam Hornish style here. And what I did, it was very interesting because as I keep looking, I was like, as long as I lead the last lap and cross the finish line first, that's what I need to do. But obviously, as soon as I saw the traffic coming, I knew my car was actually good on traffic, and I decided to just go, not lose momentum, make a move, and that's the moment. So I gave a little bit of room, more than I want to, because I helped him out in the end. But once I saw the traffic in front, I knew this was a matter just to timing. And I timed it absolutely right. So all these years of finishing second paid off.
You told me last night us old guys still have some secrets. Did you ever question that outside move, though?
No, not at all. I was looking at it. I was, you know what? I know I can do this. My car is capable to do that. I just didn't show my hands before, so I guess I'm getting I got to tell Cindric, because he played poker with me. I'm becoming a good poker player now. But no, it was incredible, incredible race, incredible race car. I can't thank enough of Andretti Autosport as well for the share and all the teammates. Again, this is all about teammates. We were able, they received me with open arms, and at first they were looking at me like, hey, what are you doing here? Who are you? You know, you're different label. I was like, yeah, guys, I'm part of this team too, and hopefully I was able to help them out. But definitely great team effort, and again, without this guy here right beside me, I wouldn't be able to do this.
Yeah, you also told me if I win, I'm not quitting. How about this guy right here, winning it for this race team? It's almost like one for the little guys.
Well, it's not a little guys. You guys keep saying little guys. This guy won 2 IMSA championships. And yes, this is the second season, full season. I wouldn't bet in someone that I wouldn't believe it. And this guy bet me that they think, you know what, this guy still got it. So it's a combination. And he promised all the equipment that he's going to give me. He gave me, so it's we're even right now.
Sure. And Mike, when I say one for the little guys, you literally bootstrapped this program from nothing, just as a racer, to make it work.
My wife also, Mary Beth. But I got to tell you something. When we looked at Jim Meyer, looked at who we're going to put in this car. We're going to do a young guy, an old guy. We're looking at the numbers, and we're like, we don't think Elio's done. And I've known him for a while. He's driven for my IMSA team before, and we got support from SiriusXM and AutoNation and Liberty Media. And we kind of made the financial package work. Yep. We're going to do 6 races as of right now, but Elio deserves to go for a 5th, in my opinion, and we hope we get to do that. I know, actually, we will do that, but we will do that, and maybe even more. Who knows? But we're lucky to have him. I'm blessed. I thank my family, the sponsors, the team, which did a phenomenal job. And Elio mentioned something that is really important. You know, our technical alliance with Andretti really has paid off for us, and this is a great example of how a modern team comes to IndyCar racing and has success.
You heard it here. You got a job for next year.
Hey, here we go. I want it more. I want it more. Come on, man.
More money.
It's hard to believe that this was an idea on a napkin from Mike Shank in Detroit. He wrote it down. He said, we're going to go run in IndyCar someday, and here they are, Indianapolis 500 winners.
20 years after that first win, you can see the joy all over his face. More interviews ahead. Beth Paretta and Simona Di Silvestro on the other side. Back from Indy in just a sec.
Back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where history was made today, the celebration continues for that man, the 4-time Indy 500 winner, Helio Castroneves, and of course, the tradition of kissing the bricks that was first started by Dale Jarrett lives on today. But Helio's 4th Indy 500 win wasn't the only reason that history was made today. We had the first female-owned and predominantly run race team out there today. Team owner Beth Paretta, driver Simona Di Silvestro. I know it wasn't the finish that you were hoping for, but a significant day nonetheless. Simona, we saw all sorts of problems on pit road today. You were a victim of it as well. What happened on the last pit stop?
Yeah, we had actually a really good run going. To be honest, I felt really speedy out there. We were passing a lot of cars, so it was quite good. But coming down the pit road, yeah, we just had no brakes really, and it wouldn't slow down. And all of a sudden, it did lock up the rears. And you know, I've seen it happen in the past. I never thought it would happen to me, but it actually did happen to me. So I'm really sorry to the team because they've worked so hard, and it's to be honest, it's pretty disappointing to finish like this after the month we've had. But you know, I think there's always things to learn for me as well. You know, I haven't been here for so long. Those are the things I can maybe also do a little bit differently. So from that point of view, yeah, a bit disappointed, but you know, I'm glad we were here, and just amazing to be here at the Speedway again.
You make your return, the first since 2015, but you've been racing all over the world. You've raced here 6 times now. What is it like when you pull into pit road and there's a bunch of women hopping over the wall? When you get done, you're debriefing with female engineers.
Yeah, it's definitely different because, you know, in any racing series, I've never had so many women around me, and it's kind of cool. You know, everyone is super motivated. Everyone has done an amazing job over the last 4 months. They've worked so hard, and they really deserved as well to be over the pit wall. So I was just really proud of them, and you know, they've showed that they can do it. And yeah, hopefully we get more chances to showcase that. Any opportunity, we will take it.
All right, and Beth, for you, this was a dream many years in the making. I asked you what the green flag would be like. How was it? How was that moment seeing your race team out there?
It was better than expected. I mean, you know, it was a victory even at the green flag because of how hard everybody worked to get here. Many years, everybody's had a, you know, maybe a circuitous path to get here, but this is a team of women who worked hard, women and men, I mean, to be fair, and so we're just happy to be in the race, and, you know, this is racing. This is what happens, and hopefully we'll get another shot to be out here.
How would you assess the team's performance right up to that point, which, again, was an issue for several teams on pit road?
It was, I think, overall pretty good. We could maybe improve on a little bit of the consistency on the stops, but I think if you saw, probably we surprised a lot of people today, and that was what we wanted to do, and you can see that, you know, we can all work hard together, and we deserve a place on pit lane.
All right, and I can tell you, Jack, that Beth Paredes told me this is just the start of many things to come. She expects and plans to be a part of this series for many years to come.
Well, that is for darn sure right there. 2 superstars, and we are excited to see what comes in the future. So what was the story of this run today for Simona?
Well, I'll tell you what, thing I noticed with what happened to Simona, a lot of guys today came in the pits with no brakes. So, you know, back in the day, we used to run these pullback springs that would pull the brakes away, the pads away from the discs. I think technically now they're illegal, but I think there's some tricky business going on.
Yeah, there's definitely an advantage to be had there. For Preda Autosport, Simona, they proved that dreams can be accomplished. You put enough hard work. That's really what it was all about. A week ago, we didn't know they were going to be in the field, and as you point out, what ended their day today was nothing of their own doing. That's something we saw field-wide. Some big names have had that issue. Some big teams had that issue. We saw a Team Penske car have it, the Preda Autosport car have it, so it's something IndyCar I'm sure we'll look at. But you love to hear the enthusiasm. I think this is a team, as we had just heard, we're going to see them return, and every time you return, you improve. So we'll see the steps they continue to take.
Amen to that. We will be right back. Helio Castroneves steals the day. And our own Townsend Bell celebrating with Helio on the track. We have hockey coming up at 5 p.m. headed your way shortly. Back in just a few. Well, there is the 4-time winner, Helio Castroneves in victory lane. Let's hit the race recap one time. Paul, walk us through it. What do you remember?
Well, it was a seesaw battle between youth and experience, and right out of the gate, the youngsters got to the front. Scott Dixon led into turn 1. But quickly, right away, Colton Herta took over the lead right here on the back straightaway. And then it just kind of went back and forth there for a little while till we got to the first round of pit stops. And then that's when the braking issues started to happen in the pit lane. Stephen Wilson comes in, loses it. Now, some of these cars have already pitted, but Dixon hadn't come in and ran out of fuel, and they could not get that car to start for like 2 laps.
Yeah, a huge turning point in the race with both Dixon and Rossi, 2 of the perhaps favorites heading in, had issues, and then it was all about the hometown kid. Goes to victory, or excuse me, goes to the lead. Daly goes to the lead, and then this scary moment. Ray Hall crashes when a wheel comes off after pit lane.
Yeah, he thought he had one of the best cars in the field. He was working his way to the front. He got great fuel mileage. They had a great pit stop, but that lug nut was not tight. He came out on track, and that wheel fell off. Luckily, he didn't get into any other cars, but back again at the front. More brake trouble in the pit lane. Will Power loses it coming into the pits.
And then it was the battle between Elio and Alex Palou. The youngster Alex looked like he had the pace, but in the end, the experience of Elio with that move, a couple laps to go, and then that celebration looks good. It took about 30 minutes because it was a great celebration on the front stretch, but so much fun to watch. Now he doesn't want to leave victory lane. I don't blame him.
I wouldn't want to leave victory lane either. And you guys mentioned one of the key moments in this race with Dixon and some of the air he had, some of the airs early, and what that really caused for the favorite. He spoke with Kevin Lee moments ago.
Well, Scott Dixon was, for a lot of us, the clear favorite coming in, and it looked like you were going to remain in the mix. And then what happened on pit lane?
Yeah, I think you don't want to be the favorite here. Yeah, we probably caught it a little too close, but honestly, you know, it was just unlucky with that yellow. And then as soon as it goes yellow, the pits are closed. Obviously, the crash was in the pits as well. So we couldn't come in to get fuel. And once we ran the car out of fuel, then the problem was trying to get it, re-primed, which we lost a lap doing that. So yeah, just an unfortunate day for us. You know, I think it hurt maybe a few of us from the team in that same sequence there, but it's unfortunate. Car felt great. We were just kind of sitting there trying to go a bit longer, which we did on the fuel, and that got us in trouble.
You're a lot friendlier than I think I would be in this circumstance. Yet again, you might have had the strongest car, and circumstances keep you from winning another Indy 500.
Yeah, but that's how it goes, you know. It's very cool to see Elio capture his fourth. You know, he's very, very deserving, and you know, to be a part of that moment, I think, in our current era is pretty special. But yeah, this place is tricky, and you know, sometimes I think the frustrating part was that it just came so early. You know, you knew kind of from that point once you're a lap down, you know, your day's pretty much shot. So I had a long time to calm down. I had a lot of laps to kind of just cruise around.
Started on the pole, but unfortunately Scott Dixon finishes in 17th. Now he can go back to work thinking about that 7th championship.
He'll be focused on that. Santino Ferrucci focusing on what a great day again the Indy 500 was for him. 6th place for you. How'd you get there?
Oh man, it was a long day. After the first caution, you know, we were doing really good, but we just weren't going to make it, and the team, you know, decided to call it and say, hey, let's come down, take a splash, and we went back to 25th, and dude, it was nail biting from there. I mean, the last 2 stints, we really pulled it out. We set the fastest lap by almost 2 miles an hour. We were just hauling going around this track. This Mountain Dew car, man, dude, I was all hyped up on Mountain Dew. I've been waiting to say that. So I was all hyped up on Mountain Dew, man. We were hauling, we were going through the field, and you know, I'm just so thankful for the team and the strategy, and you know, we passed a ton of cars and got our way up into 6th. So from no man's land, which is pretty awesome.
Can't believe it, guys. 10 days ago, he was being sent down to the hospital for some advanced imaging to make sure he didn't have anything really broken, and now he's 6th place here at Indy.
Tell you what, guys, you got to give him props. He kind of fell in the cracks today. We didn't really see a lot of him on track, but you know, he lost his ride this year. He's gone to stock cars, racing in Xfinity, trying to learn how to do that, and then to step back from a stock car back into an Indy car, pretty tough job. Ask Jimmy Johnson how tough it is. Comes away with a 6th place finish. Pretty impressive.
And I'll be honest, he's one of the drivers I had circled. I thought his aggression would get him in trouble. Anything but, especially when the team put him behind. It's easy to panic. Some maturity out of a young driver. I was impressed.
This is so awesome. Just being a part of this day was so awesome. Watching these cars go around this track, history being made. We have playoff hockey coming. It is a huge Sunday on NBC Sports.
Every time I go out there, I always feel I have a chance. Otherwise, why am I going? I want to make sure that I have the feeling, the same one that I have, the passion, the love, and be competitive. If I have opportunity, I'm still going to come back until I get the number 4.
Welcome to the 4-time club, Elio Castroneves!
I love Indianapolis. This is absolutely incredible.
Well, a fan favorite and perhaps a bettor's favorite, Elio Castroneves, start of the day. Our friends at PointsBet had him at 20-1, Jack, plus 2,000 odds. The 3-time turned into a 4-time. There has to be some happy bettors out there.
Amen to that. And you just think about one, the Rolex 24, now the Indy 500. Give us some perspective on how great this year has been.
If he was playing baseball, he's batting 500, man. The guy's worth $50 million a year right now, baby.
Timing's everything.
Playoff hockey is counting down. Tampa Bay and Carolina headed your way shortly.